Recorded Books Incorporated presents 9 Coaches Waiting by Mary Stewart, narrated by Davina Porter. A strange terror coils in the shadows behind the brooding elegance of the huge chateau. It lies there, waiting, watching, poised to strike. Is it only chance that has brought Linda Martin to the Chateau Valmy, or is it something planned? You'll find out in 9 Coaches Waiting.
First and second coaches. Chapter 1. Oh, think upon the pleasure of the palace, secure at ease and state, the stirring meats ready to move out of the dishes that e'en now quicken when they are eaten. Banquets abroad by torchlight, music, sports. 9 coaches waiting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Aye, to the devil. Tourneur, the Revenger's Tragedy. I was thankful that nobody was there to meet me at the airport. We reached Paris just as the light was fading. It had been a soft grey March day with the smell of spring in the air. The wet tarmac glistened underfoot. Over the airfield the sky looked very high, rinsed by the afternoon's rain to a pale, clear blue. Little trails of soft cloud drifted in the wet wind, and a late sunbeam touched them with a fleeting underglow. Away beyond the airport buildings, the telegraph wire swooped gleaming above the road where passing vehicles showed lights already. Some of the baggage was out on the tarmac. I could see my own shabby case wedged between a brand-new rev robe and something huge and extravagant in cream-coloured hide. Mine had been a good case once, good solid leather stamped deeply with Daddy's initials, now half hidden under the new label smeared by London's rain. Miss L. Martin, Paris. Symbolic, I thought, with an amusement that twisted a bit awry somewhere inside me. Miss L. Martin, Paris, trudging along between a stout man in impeccable city clothes and a beautiful American girl with a blonde mink coat slung carelessly over a suit that announced discreetly that she had been to Paris before, and recently. I myself must have just that drab, seen-better days shabbiness that Daddy's old case had, perched up there among the sleek cabin-class luggage. But I was here, home after 10 years. 10 years. More than a third of my lifetime. So long a time that now, pausing in the crush beside the customs barrier, I felt as strange as I suppose anybody must feel on their first visit abroad. I found I even had to make a conscious effort to adjust my ears to the flood of French chatter going on around me. I even found myself, as all about me people uttered little cries of recognition, excitement, and pleasure, and were claimed by waiting friends and relations, scanning the crowd of alien faces for one that I knew, which was absurd. Who would be there to meet me? Madame de Valmy herself? I smiled at the thought. It was very good of Madame de Valmy to have provided me with the money for a taxi into Paris. She was hardly likely to do much for the hired help. And that was what I was. I had better start remembering it, as from now. The douanier, chalk in hand, was pausing over my shabby case. As I stepped forward to claim it, an airport official, hurrying past, bumped against me, sending my handbag flying to the floor. Mille pardons, mademoiselle, excusez-moi. Ce n'est rien, monsieur. Je vous ai fait mal? Pas du tout. Ce n'est rien. Permettez-moi, mademoiselle. Votre sac. Merci, monsieur. Non, je vous assure, il n'y a pas de mal. And to my repeated assurances that nothing was lost and that I was not irretrievably damaged, he at length took himself off. I stared after him for a moment, thoughtfully. The trivial little incident had shown me that, after all, that 10 years' gap had not been so very long. Ear and brain had readjusted themselves now with a click that could be felt. And I mustn't let it happen. It was another thing I must remember. I was English. English. Madame de Valmy had made it very clear that she wanted an English girl, and I hadn't seen any harm in letting her assume that my knowledge of France and things French was on a par with that of the average English girl who'd done French at school. She had made rather a lot of it, really, though probably, I thought, I'd been so anxious to get the job that I'd exaggerated the importance of the thing out of all measure. After all, it could hardly matter to Madame de Valmy whether I was English, French, or even Hottentot, as long as I did the job properly, and didn't lapse into French when I was supposed to be talking English to young Philippe. And I could hardly be said to have deceived her, because, in fact, I was English. Daddy had been English, and Maman at least a quarter so, and even to me those early years were faded and remote. The years when Maman and I lived out at Passy with Grand-mère, and the Boche was in Paris, and Daddy was away somewhere unspecified but highly dangerous, and we never allowed ourselves to speak or even think in English. Even for me, those years had sunk well back into the past, so far back that now they seemed hardly to belong to me at all. Infinitely more real were the last 10 years in England, 7 of them spent at the Constance Butcher Home, an orphanage in North London, and the last 3 in a qualified independence, a travesty of freedom, as general help and dog's body at a small prep school for boys in Kent. Those endless green linoleum corridors, the sausage on Mondays and Thursdays, the piles of dirty sheets to count, and the smell of chalk and carbolic soap in the classroom. These were a very much more present memory than the lovely old house at Passy, or even the top flat in the Rue de Printemps, where we had gone after the war was over, and Daddy came home. The douanier said wearily, "Vous n'avez rien à déclarer?" I started and turned. I said firmly, in English, "Nothing to declare. No, none of those things. Nothing at all." There were taxis waiting outside. To the driver I said, "Hôtel Crillon, please," and derived my third twinge of amusement from the slight air of surprise with which he received the august address. Then he heaved the old brown case in beside me, the car door slammed, the gears raced, and we were off. If there had been any strangeness left in me, it would have vanished now. The taxi swung around into the main road with a screech of brakes, skidded as a matter of course on the wet tarmac, and roared towards Paris. I sat back in the familiar reek of Gauloise, disintegrating leather, and stale exhaust, and the old world closed around me in a cloud of forgotten impressions, which seemed in a moment to blot out the last 10 years, as if they had never been. The taxi was Pandora's box, and I hadn't only lifted the lid, I was inside it. These sweet, these stinging memories, things I'd never before noticed, never missed, until now I saw them unchanged, part and parcel of that life that stopped 10 years ago. The driver had been reading a newspaper. It was thrust into a compartment beside the dashboard. I could see the familiar black blurred print and the corner of an out-of-focus picture. A bus approached, its direction board already lighted. Senlis. I saw a crowd of girls and workmen standing on the rear platform, crushed together and lurching with the movement against rails and rope. And now the ugly suburbs were closing in, tall houses with wrought-iron balconies and slatted shutters, hoardings with their peeling posters. Montbel, Suny, Ancre-Pils, shabby little tobaccs with their lights reflected orange and gold in the damp pavements. In a cafe-bar, bright light on rows of glittering bottles, and a huddle of metal tables behind steamy glass. Du beau, du bon, du bonnet. And there, ahead of us, down the long, straight stretch of the Route de Flandre, Paris was lighting up. My eyelids stung suddenly, and I shut my eyes and leaned back against the shabby upholstery. But still, through the open window, Paris met me, assailed, bombarded me. The smell of coffee, cats, drains, wine, and wet air. The hoarse voices shouting, "François! Paris Presse!" Someone selling lottery tickets. The police whistles. The scream of brakes. Something was missing, I thought vaguely. Something had changed. But it was only when the taxi swerved violently and I opened my eyes to see it miss a pack of cyclists by inches that I realized what it was. He wasn't using his horn. The incessant blare of Paris was gone. I found myself looking about me all at once as if I were a stranger, and this were a new town and a new experience. Something inside me welcomed the change. Quite deliberately, I turned my thoughts away from the easy path they were treading and made myself think about the future. I was back in France. That much of the dream of the past 10 years had come true. However prosaic or even dreary my new job might be, at least I had come back to the country I had persisted in regarding as my home. If I had deceived Madame de Valmy, I had done so under a pressure that was to me a necessity. Well, here I was. This was France. The lighted suburbs that were swimming past me were those of my home. Not very long now, and we would be in the heart of Paris, thrusting our way down the confusion of the Rue Royale to shoot out into the great glittering spaces of Concorde, where the windows of the Crillon look out through the still bare chestnut branches towards the Seine. Then tomorrow we would set off again deeper into France, across her pastures and vineyards and hills and high Alps, till we reached the Château Valmy, perched above its forests by the little village of Soubirous in the High Savoy. I could see it in my mind's eye now, as I had pictured it 100 times since the journey started. The fairy-tale castle of a dream, something remote and romantic and impossible. A sort of Walt Disney advertisement for Gibbs dentifrice. Of course it wouldn't be like that, but all the same. The taxi checked, then ground to a reluctant halt behind a stationary bus. I clutched my handbag tightly on my knee and leaned forward, staring out of the window. Now that I was here, even this tiny delay became suddenly intolerable. The bus moved a yard or so and pulled to the right. The taxi shot past with 3 centimeters to spare, did a quick in and out between 2 terrified pedestrians, and tore on its way. Hurry! Suddenly, unbidden, verses were spinning in my brain. 9 coaches waiting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. But here, surely, the quotation was desperately inappropriate. What was it, anyhow? I racked my brain, remembering. Something about the pleasures of the palace, secured ease and state, banquets abroad by torchlight, music, sports, 9 coaches waiting, hurry, hurry, hurry. Some tempter's list of pleasures it had been, designed to lure a lonely young female to a luxurious doom. Yes, that was it. Vendice enticing the pure and idiotic castiza to the Duke's bed. Aye, to the devil. I grinned to myself as I placed it. Inappropriate, certainly. This particular young female was heading, I hoped, neither to luxury nor the devil, but merely to a new setting for the same old job she'd abandoned in England. Miss Linda Martin, nursery governess to Philippe, Comte de Valmy, aged 9. In a few minutes now I would be there. Madame de Valmy, silver and elegant, and so upright in her chair that you thought a draught would sway her. Madame de Valmy would receive me. I abandoned fairy tales, dragged a mirror from my bag, and began to tidy my hair, making myself recall, as if it were a lesson, what I could remember of my new employers. Madame de Valmy, when I had talked to her in London, hadn't told me a great deal about the family I was to serve, but I had gathered the essentials of what seemed to have been a fairly complicated story. The old Comte de Valmy, Philippe's grandfather, had been enormously wealthy, and on his death the property had been divided between his 3 sons, the new Comte Etienne, Léon, and Hippolyte. To Etienne went the bulk of the fortune, the Chateau Valmy and the Paris house. To Léon, among other things, a lovely little estate in Provence called Belle Vigne, and to Hippolyte a large property on the edge of Lac Léman, a few kilometres below the Valmy estate. At the time of the old Comte's death, the eldest son, Etienne, had not been married, and had been thankful when his brother Léon offered to stay on at Valmy and run the estate for him. Etienne preferred Paris, so to Paris he went, while Léon stayed on at Valmy and managed it, running his own meaty property from a distance. The younger brother, Hippolyte, who was, I gathered, an archaeologist of some standing, lived quietly at his house in Thonon-les-Bains, in between bouts of travelling and digging abroad. So things had gone on for some years. Then, long after anyone had ceased to expect him to do so, Etienne had married, and within a couple of years Philippe had been born. The family had stayed on in Paris. Until last year, when Philippe was almost 9 years old, tragedy had struck at him, even as it had struck at me. His parents had been killed together in an air crash on their way back from a holiday in Spain, and Philippe had left Paris to live with his uncle Hippolyte in Thonon. Hippolyte was still unmarried. "But," said Madame de Valmy to me, poised in that silver elegance of hers beside a Regency mirror in her sitting-room at Claridge's, "but the child had seen a lot of him, and is very fond of him. Hippolyte, my brother-in-law, wouldn't hear of his coming to us at Valmy, even though officially Valmy is Philippe's home." She smiled then, that remote, sweet smile of hers that was about as cosy as an April moon, so that I thought I saw Hippolyte's point. I couldn't exactly picture the exquisite Héloïse in a romp with a 9-year-old boy. Philippe was certainly better off at the Via Mireille with Uncle Hippolyte. Even an archaeologist, I thought, must be more approachable than Madame de Valmy. At least he would share the normal small boy's passion for grubbing in the mud. But an archaeologist must occasionally grub to order. Philippe had been only a few months at the Via Mireille, when Monsieur Hippolyte had to fulfill an engagement which took him to Greece and Asia Minor for some months. The Via Mireille was perforce shut up, and Philippe went up to Valmy to stay with his other aunt and uncle for the duration of Hippolyte's tour. And his Paris-bred nanny, restless enough in the little town of Thonon, had struck at the prospect of perhaps half a year's sojourn in the remote Savoyard valley, and removed herself, with tears and reproaches, back to Paris. So here was I. And it was curious that in spite of the familiarity with which Paris invaded me, I didn't yet feel at home. I was a stranger, a foreigner, going to a strange house and a strange job. Perhaps loneliness was nothing to do with place or circumstance. Perhaps it was in you, yourself. Perhaps, wherever you were, you took your little circle of loneliness with you. The taxi swerved across the Rue Riquet and swung right-handed into streets I knew. Away on the right, I could see the dome of Sacré-Cœur sharp against the daffodil sky of evening. Somewhere below it, in the spangling blue dusk of Montmartre, was the Rue du Printemps. On an impulse, I leaned forward, my hands tight on the clasp of my shabby handbag. "Do you know the Rue du Printemps? It's off the Avenue Verchois, 18th arrondissement. Take me there, please. I've changed my mind." I stood on the damp pavement outside the open door and looked up at number 14, Rue du Printemps. The paint was peeling off the walls. The wrought iron of the balconies that I remembered as a bright turquoise showed in this light as a patched and dirty grey. A shutter hung on one hinge beside the first-floor window. Monsieur Bécard's canaries had long since gone. There wasn't even a patch of darker colour on the wall where the cage had hung. The top balcony, our balcony, looked very small and high. There were pots of straggling geraniums arranged around its edge, and a striped towel hung over the railing to air. How stupid to have come! How unutterably stupid to have come! It was like finding the glass empty when you lifted it to drink. I turned away. Someone was coming down the stairs. I could hear the click of high-heeled shoes. I waited, perhaps still in some faint hope that it might be somebody I knew. It wasn't. It was a young woman, cheap and smart, with that tight black sweater and skirt smartness made to look very Place Vendôme, with ropes of improbable pearls. She was blonde and chewed gum. She eyed me with slight hostility as she crossed the lobby to the concierge's desk by the door and reached to the rack for a bundle of papers. "You looking for someone?" "No," I said. Her eyes went beyond me to my suitcase on the pavement. "If you're wanting a room—" "I wasn't," I said, feeling suddenly foolish. "I was just... I used to live hereabouts, and I thought I'd just like to look at the place. Is Madame Leclerc still there? She used to be the concierge." "She was my aunt. She's dead." "Oh, I'm sorry." She was leafing through the papers, still eyeing me. "You look English." "I am English." "Oh? You don't sound it. But then I suppose if you lived here—" "In this house, you mean? What name?" "My father was Charles Martin, the poet Charles Martin." The blonde said, "Before my time," licked a pencil, and made a careful mark on one of the papers she held. I said, "Well, thanks very much. Good evening," and went back to where my case stood on the pavement. I looked up the now darkening street for a taxi. There was one coming, and I lifted a hand, but as it came nearer, I saw that it was engaged. A street lamp shone into the back as it passed me. A middle-aged couple sat there, a wispy woman and a stoutish man in city clothes. Two girls in their early teens sat on the drop seats. All four were laden with parcels, and they were laughing. The taxi had gone. The street was empty. Behind me, I heard the blonde's footsteps receding up the stairs of number 14. I glanced back over my shoulder once at the house, then turned back to the street to watch for another taxi. Neither house nor street looked even remotely familiar anymore. Quite suddenly, I ceased to be sorry I had come. It was as if the past, till then so longed after, so lived over, had slipped off my shoulders like a burden. The future was still hidden somewhere in the lights that made a yellow blur in the sky beyond the end of the dark street. Here, between the two, I waited, and for the first time saw both clearly. Because of Daddy and Maman and the Rue du Printemps, I had made myself a stranger in England, not only bereaved, but miserably dépaysé, drifting with no clear aim, resenting the life I had been thrust into with such tragic brutality. I had refused to adapt myself to it and make myself a place there, behaving like the spoiled child who, because he cannot have the best cake, refuses to eat at all. I had waited for life to offer itself back to me on the old terms. Well, it wasn't going to. Because of my childhood, I had rejected what England had for me. And now the Paris of my childhood had rejected me. Here, too, I had been dispossessed. And if I was ever to have a place in whatever country, well, nobody ever wanted you anyway unless you damned well made them. And that was what I would have to do. I had my chance in front of me now at the Chateau Valmy. As yet I knew nothing of the family but their names. Soon those names would be people I knew, the people I lived with, the people to whom I would matter. I said their names over slowly to myself, thinking about them. Héloïse de Valmy, elegant and remote, with that chilly grace that would surely melt in time. Philippe de Valmy, my pupil, of whom I knew nothing except that he was 9 years old and not very strong. His uncle, the acting master of the chateau, Léon de Valmy. And then a queer thing happened. Whether it was because now, for the first time, I said the name over to myself, coupled with the fact that I was standing in the street where a million unconscious memories must be stirring, I don't know. But now, as I said the name, some trick of the subconscious drew some of those memories together as a magnet draws pins into a pattern, so that clear, until now unrecollected, I heard them speak. Léon de Valmy, Maman was saying, and I think she was reading from a newspaper. Léon de Valmy. It says he's crippled. He's cracked his back at polo, and they say if he recovers he'll be in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. Then Daddy's voice, indifferently. No? Well, I'm sorry to hear it, I suppose, though I can't help feeling it's a pity he didn't break his neck. He'd be no loss. And when Maman said, Charles, he added impatiently, Why should I be a hypocrite about the man? You know I detest him. And Maman said, I can't think why. And Daddy laughed and said, No, you wouldn't. The memory spun away into silence, leaving me tingling with something that might have been apprehension, wondering if I'd really remembered it at all, or if it was some new trick of that romantic imagination of mine. A taxi had appeared, and I must have signalled it, because here it was swerving in toward the curb with a screech of brakes. Once again I said, Hôtel Crillon, please, and climbed in. The taxi moved off with a jerk, swung left out of the Rue du Printemps, and accelerated down a dark, shuttered street. The sound of the engines swelled and echoed back from the blind houses. 9 coaches waiting. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Aye, to the devil. To the devil. It wasn't apprehension, it was excitement. I laughed to myself. To the devil or not, I was on my way. I rapped on the glass. Hurry, I said. 3rd coach. Chapter 2. His form had not yet lost all her original brightness, nor appeared less than archangel ruined. Milton, Paradise Lost. My first thought was he lied in every word, that hoary cripple with malicious eye askance to watch the working of his lie on mine. Browning, Childe Roland. The little town of Thonon-les-Bains lies some 20 miles northeast of Geneva, on the southern shore of Lac Léman. Our plane had been met at Geneva by the big black Daimler from Valmy, which wafted us smoothly through the expensive streets of the city towards the French frontier and Thonon. Madame de Valmy had talked very little to me on the journey from Paris, for which I was grateful, not only because my eyes and mind were busy with new impressions, but because, although she had been kind and pleasant in the extreme, I couldn't yet feel quite at ease with her. There was that curious remoteness about her which made her difficult to approach, or even to assess. Conversation with her had an almost long-distance touch about it. Far from feeling that she had come halfway to meet you, you found her suddenly abstracted, all contact withdrawn. I wondered at first whether she was deliberately keeping me at a distance, but when she had twice asked me a question, only to lose interest before I had answered, I decided that she had graver matters on her mind than Philippe's governess, and myself retired contentedly enough into silence. The car was purring along through prosperous, densely cultivated country. To our left, through thickets of poplar and willow, the gleam of water showed and hid and showed again. On the right, the country rolled green and gradual to wooded foothills, then swooped dramatically up to the great ranges of the Alps and the dazzle of the colossal snows. One of them, I suppose, was Mont Blanc itself, but this, I thought, stealing a glance at Eloise de Valmy beside me, was not the time to ask. She was sitting with shut eyes. I thought as I looked at her that I'd been right. She looked both tired and preoccupied, though nothing, it seemed, could impair her rather chilly elegance. She was, I supposed, about 55, and was still a beautiful woman, with a sort of beauty that age seems hardly to touch. Bone deep, that was the phrase. It was in the shape of her head and temples, and the thin-bridged, faintly aquiline nose with its fine nostrils. It was only at another glance that you saw the fine wrinkles etching eyes and mouth. Her skin was pale and clear, and expertly tinted. Her brows delicately drawn and arched with a faint arrogance above the closed lids. Her hair was sculptured silver. Only her mouth, under the curve of its expensive rouge, and the hands which lay grey-gloved and still in her lap, were too thin for beauty. She looked expensive, a little fragile, and about as approachable as the moon. I sat back in my corner. In front of me were the square shoulders of Madame's chauffeur. Beside him, equally square and correct, sat Madame's maid Albertine. If I, as the classic tales of governessing led me to expect, was to be insecurely poised between the salon and the servants' hall, at least I was now at what might be called the right end of the car, for which I was grateful, as I didn't much like what I had seen of Albertine. She was a dark, sallow-faced woman of perhaps 45, with a sullen, secretive expression and ugly hands. Although she had been most of the time about Madame de Valmy's rooms last night when I had been there, she hadn't once spoken to me, and I had seen her watching me with a sort of stony resentment, which had surprised me, but which, I now realized, was probably habitual and without meaning. She sat rigidly beside the chauffeur, gripping Madame's jewel case tightly on her lap. Neither she nor the man spoke. Neither, as far as I could tell, was remotely aware of the other's presence. They seemed so admirably suited that I found myself wondering, quite without irony, if they were a married couple. I found later that they were, in fact, brother and sister. Bernard, the chauffeur, had impeccable manners, but he, too, looked as if he never smiled, and he had the same dark-visaged, almost resentful air as the woman. I hoped it wasn't a common Savoyard characteristic. I stole another look at Madame's still face. It didn't look as though, for gaiety, there was going to be much to choose between the drawing-room and the servants' hall. We had crossed the frontier, and were climbing now toward Thonon, where our road would turn south toward the mountains. As we climbed, the ground fell sharply away to the left, spilling a huddle of bright roofs and budding fruit boughs down toward the belt of trees that bordered the water. Through the mist of still bare branches showed, here and there, the chimneys of some biggish houses. One of these, Madame de Valmy surprised me by rousing herself to point it out, was the Via Mirail, where the third Valmy brother, Hippolyte, lived. I could just see its chimneys, smokeless among the enveloping trees. Beyond, mile upon glimmering mile, stretched Lac Léman, lazily rippling its silk under the afternoon sun, with here and there a slim sickle of white or scarlet sail cutting the bright field of water. It was a warm afternoon, and the little town through which we drove was gay in the sun. Pollarded trees lined the streets, linking trained branches where buds were already bursting into green. Shops had spilled their goods onto the pavements, Racks of brightly printed dresses swung in the warm breeze. Red and green peppers shone glossy among last season's withered apples. There was a pile of gaily painted plant pots, and a small forest of garden tools in brilliant green. And at the edge of the pavement there were the flowers, tubs of tulips and freesias, and the scarlet globes of ranunculus, box after box of polyanthus, vivid-eyed, daffodils sharply yellow, the deep drowned purple of pansies, irises with crown and fall of white and ivory, and blue and deeper blue. Oh, beautiful! And all packed and jammed together, French fashion, billowing and blazing with scent as thick smoke in the sunlight. I must have made some exclamation of pleasure as we slid past them and into the square, because I remember Madame de Valmy smiling a little and saying, "Wait till you see Valmy in April." Then we had swung to the right, and the road was climbing again through a sparse, tree-crowded suburb toward the hills. Very soon, it seemed, we were in a narrow gorge where road, river, and railway, crossing and recrossing one another in a fine confusion, plaited their way up between high cliffs hung with trees. After a few miles of this, the railway vanished, tunnelling away on the right, not to reappear, but the river stayed with us to the left of the road, a rush of green-white water that wrestled down its boulder-strewn gully. The cliffs closed in. Above, the grey March-bare trees hung in clouds. The road began to climb. Away, below us, the water arrowed loud and white between its boulders. A grim little valley, I thought, and a dangerous road. And then we rounded the bend called Belle Surprise, and away, in front of us, like a sunlit rent in a dark curtain, lay the meadows of Valmy. "That's Soubirous," said Madame de Valmy, "there in the distance. You'll lose sight of it again in a moment when the road runs down into the trees." I craned forward to look. The village of Soubirous was set in a wide green saucer of meadow and orchard serene among the cradling hills. I could see the needle-thin gleam of water, and the lines of willows where the two streams threaded the grassland. Where they met stood the village, bright as a toy and sharply focused in the clear air, with its 3 bridges and its little watchmaking factory, and its church of Sainte Marie des Ponts, with the sunlight glinting on the weathercock that tips the famous spire. "And Valmy?" I said, as the car sailed downhill again, and trees crowded thickly in on either side of the road. "We must be near it now." "Those are the Valmy woods on your left. They stretch most of the way back to Tonon. The Merlon, that's the name of the river, marks the boundary between Valmy and Dieudonné, the estate to the right of the road. We cross the river soon, and then—" she smiled faintly, "you'll see Valmy." She spoke as usual, in that cool, flute-clear voice, with nothing ruffling the silvery surface. But I thought, suddenly, she's excited. No, perhaps nothing so strong as that. But there's anticipation there, and something more. I'd been wrong in my judgment of her a while back. In spite of the rather fragile urban charm, she loved this lonely valley, and came back with pleasure to it. I felt a little rush of warmth toward her, and said impulsively, "It's lovely, Madame de Valmy. It's a beautiful place." She smiled. "Yes, isn't it? And you're lucky, Miss Martin, that spring has come early this year. It can be bleak and grim enough in the winter, but it's always beautiful. At least I think so. It has been our home for many years." I said impetuously, "I shall love it here. I know I shall." The gloved hands moved in her lap. "I hope you will, Miss Martin." The words were kind but formally spoken, and the smile had gone. She was withdrawn again, cool and remote. She looked away from me. I might be at the right end of the car, but it seemed I must keep to my own side. I threw her a doubtful little look that she didn't see, and turned again to my own window, and at that moment I saw the chateau. We had been running for a little time along the bottom of the valley with the Dieudonné plantations, tall firs with the sun and wind and their crests, on our right, and beyond the river the steep woods of Valmy, a wild forest where holly gleamed among oak and birch, and great beeches rose elephant-grey from a tangle of hawthorn and wild clematis. Above these banked and ravelled boughs hung a high plateau, and there, backed by more forest and the steep rise of another hill, stood the Chateau Valmy, its windows catching the sunlight. I had only a glimpse of it, just enough to show me that here was no romantic castle of turrets and pinnacles. Here was the four-square classic grace of the 18th century, looking, however, wonderfully remote, and floating insubstantially enough up there in the light above the dark sea of trees. It also looked inaccessible, but I had barely time to wonder how it was approached when the car slowed, turned gently off the main road onto a beautiful little stone bridge that spanned the Merlon, swung again into a steep tunnel of trees, and took the hill with a rush. The Valmy road was a zigzag, a steep, rather terrifying approach which the big car took in a series of smooth upward rushes, rather like the movement of a lift swooping up through woodland, then open hillside, and running at last under the high boundary wall that marked the end of the chateau's formal garden. At the top was a gravel sweep as big as a small field. We swung effortlessly off the zigzag onto this, and came around in a magnificent curve to stop in front of the great north door. The chauffeur came around to open Madame de Valmy's door and help her to alight. Albertine, without a glance or a word for me, busied herself with wraps and hand luggage. I got out of the car and stood waiting, while my employer paused for a moment, talking to Bernard in a low, rapid French that I couldn't catch. I did wonder for a moment if her instructions could have anything to do with me, because the man's little dark eyes kept flickering toward me, almost as if he weren't attending to what his employer said. But it must only have been a natural interest in a newcomer, because presently he bent his head impassively enough, and turned without a further glance at me to attend to the luggage. Madame de Valmy turned to me then. "Here we are," she said unnecessarily, but with such grace that the cliché took on almost the quality of a welcome. She gave me her sweet, fleeting smile, and turned toward the house. As I followed her, I got only the most confused impression of the size and graciousness of the place, the great square facade with the sweep of steps up to the door, the archway on our left leading to courtyard and outbuildings, the sunny slope beyond these, where orderly kitchen gardens climbed toward another tree-bounded horizon. I saw these things only vaguely, without noticing. What met me with the rush almost of a wind was the sunlight and space and the music of the trees. Everywhere was the golden light of late afternoon. The air was cool and sweet and very pure, heady with the smell of pines and with the faint tang of the snows. A far cry, certainly, from North London. I followed my employer up the wide flight of steps and past a bowing manservant into the hall of the chateau. At first, I didn't see the woman who waited for us a few paces inside the great door. The hall seemed immense, but this was mainly because it was very high and full of shadows. The floor was a chilly chessboard of black and white marble, from which, opposite the door, a staircase rose to a wide landing lit by a window whose 5 tall lancets poured the sun downward in dazzling shafts. At the landing the staircase divided, lifting in twin graceful curves toward a gallery. So much I saw, but the light, falling steeply through the spear tips of the high windows, threw all but the centre of the hall into deep shadow. I was still blinking against the glare when I heard a voice greeting Madame de Valmy, and then a woman came toward us in welcome. I suppose she was the housekeeper. She was a stout body of 60-odd, with a fat, comfortable face and grey hair worn neatly in an old-fashioned bun. She was dressed in severe black, her only ornament, if it could be called that, being a pair of gold-rimmed pince-nez which stuck out of a pocket high on her bosom and was secured by a chain to a plain gold pin. Her pleasant voice, her plodding walk, her whole appearance was solid respectability personified. This was no secret dark Savoyard at any rate. She looked at me curiously as she greeted Madame de Valmy. She had a cheerful voice that sounded perpetually a little out of breath, and surprisingly, her French, though fluent, was atrociously bad. Madame answered her greeting absently. In that merciless cascade of light, the lines in her face showed up clearly. She said abruptly, her eyes sliding past the woman in black toward the dimmer background of the hall, "The master, he's well?" "Oh, yes, madam. He's been, quite his old self the last few days, madam, if you'll forgive me saying so. Interested in what's going on the way he hasn't been for long enough, and full of plans. Oh, quite like old times, madam." She spoke with the ease of an old servant, and her face showed her very real pleasure in the good news she could give her employer. More pleasure, indeed, than Madame de Valmy's own face reflected. I thought I saw a shadow pass over it as she said, "Plans?" "Yes, madam. I don't rightly know what they are myself, but he and Armand Lestock were talking it over for long enough, and I do know there's extra hands busy in the garden, and a man came today to look round the place and give his estimate for the jobs the master was talking about last winter. He's here now, as it happens, madam. He went up to take a look at the stonework on the west balcony, and I think the master went with him. The master's lift wasn't at the ground floor when Seddon made up the library fire." Madame de Valmy was pulling off her gloves with quick, nervous movements. She said abruptly, "Do you know if he has heard from Monsieur Hippolyte?" "I think so, madam. There was a letter a week ago on Tuesday. No, it was Wednesday. It was your letter came from London on Tuesday about the young lady." She paused, puffing a little, and then nodded. "That's right. The one from Athens came on the Wednesday, because I remember Armand Lestock was up here that very day, and—" "Very well, Mrs. Seddon, thank you." Madame de Valmy might hardly have been listening. "You said the master was upstairs? Please send someone to tell him I'm here with Miss Martin." "I've already done that, madam. He most particularly asked to be told the minute you arrived." "Ah, thank you." Madame de Valmy turned then toward me, still with those abrupt, slightly nervous movements, and spoke in English. "Now, Mrs. Seddon, this is Miss Martin. I wrote to you about her when I informed the master. Miss Martin, Mrs. Seddon is the housekeeper here. She is English, so you needn't feel too much alone. Her husband is our butler, and he and Mrs. Seddon will do what they can to help you." "That we will," said Mrs. Seddon warmly. She beamed at me and nodded, so that the gold chain on her bosom bobbed and glittered. "You're very welcome, I'm sure." "Miss Martin's rooms are ready?" "Oh, yes, madam, of course. I'll take her up now, shall I? And then show her around myself, seeing that perhaps she's a little strange." "Thank you, yes, if you will, but not straight away. She will come upstairs presently. Perhaps you will wait for her?" "Of course, madam." Mrs. Seddon nodded and beamed again, and then retreated, puffing her way steadily up the stairs like a squat, determined tug. Madame de Valmy turned as if to speak to me, but I saw her eyes go past my shoulder, and her hands, which had been jerking her gloves between them, stilled themselves. "Léon?" I heard nothing. I turned quickly. Even then it was a second or so before I saw the shadow detach itself from the other shadows and slide forward. Though I had known what to expect, instinctively my eye went too high, and then fell, again by instinct, shrinkingly, to the squat shape that shot forward, uncannily, without sound, to a smooth halt 6 feet away. Pity, repulsion, curiosity, the determination to show none of these, whatever feelings struggled in me as I turned, were swept aside like leaves before a blast of wind. The slightly dramatic quality of his entrance may have contributed to the effect. One moment a shadow, and the next moment silently there. But once there, Léon de Valmy was an object for no one's pity. One saw simply a big, handsome, powerful man who, from his wheelchair, managed, without speaking a word, to obliterate everyone else in the hall. This, literally, for almost before the wheelchair stopped, the servants had melted unobtrusively away. Only Mrs. Seddon was still audibly steaming steadily up the right-hand branch of the staircase towards the gallery. It was a tribute to Léon de Valmy's rather overwhelming personality that my own first impression had nothing to do with his crippled state. It was merely that this was the handsomest man I had ever seen. My experience, admittedly, hadn't been large, but in any company he would have been conspicuous. The years had only added to his extraordinary good looks, giving him the slightly haggard distinction of lined cheeks and white hair that contrasted strikingly with dark eyes and black, strongly marked brows. The beautifully shaped mouth had that thin, almost cruel set to it that is sometimes placed there by pain. His hands looked soft, as if they weren't used enough, and he was too pale. But for all that, this was no invalid. This was the master of the house, and the half of his body that was still alive was just twice as much so as anybody else's. He was smiling now as he greeted his wife and turned to me, and the smile lit his face attractively. There was no earthly reason why I should feel suddenly nervous, or why I should imagine that Eloise de Valmy's voice, as she introduced us, was too taut and high, like an over-tight string. I thought, watching her, she's afraid of him. Then I told myself sharply not to be a fool. This was the result of Daddy's intriguing build-up and my own damned romantic imagination. Just because the man looked like Milton's ruined archangel and chose to appear in the hall like the demon king through a trap door, it didn't necessarily mean that I had to smell sulphur. It was disconcerting to reach downward to shake hands, but I hoped I hadn't shown it. My self-command, as it happened, was a mistake. He said gently, "You were warned about me?" The dark eyes with a question in them slid to his wife standing beside me. I felt rather than saw her small movement of dissent. A glance passed between them, and his brows lifted. He was too quick by half. With a guilty memory of my own secret, I said uncertainly, "Warned?" "About Lucifer's fall from heaven, Miss Martin." I felt my eyes widen in a stare. Was the man a thought-reader? And was he determined I should smell sulphur? Or did he really see himself as the thunder-scarred angel he quoted? Oddly, the last thought made him more human, more vulnerable. Before I could speak, he smiled again, charmingly. "I'm sorry. I shouldn't have tried to be so cryptic. I was referring to the accident that, as you see—" I said hastily and a bit too ingenuously, "I know." I was only surprised because that's what I was thinking myself.
Was it indeed?
His laugh held a tiny note of self-mockery, but I thought he looked pleased. Then the laugh died, and his eyes were on me, intent, appraising. I remembered, perhaps rather late, that I was a servant, and this was my employer. I felt myself colour, and said quickly, almost at random, "Someone told me about your accident. Someone I met on the plane from London."
"Oh? An acquaintance of ours, perhaps?"
"I think so. We talked. When I told her I was coming here, she remembered having met you." "She?" said Eloise de Valmy. I said, "I never knew her name. She was elderly, and I think she came from Lyon or somewhere like that. I don't remember."
Léon de Valmy abandoned the catechism abruptly. "Whoever it was, it's just as well she told you."
He hesitated a moment, looking down at his hands, then went on slowly.
"You must think this very odd of us, Miss Martin, but I believe my wife doesn't care to speak of my deformity. Consequently, it is apt to meet people with a shock. And I myself, even after 12 years, am absurdly sensitive of meeting new people and seeing it in their eyes. Perhaps both my wife and I are foolish about this. Perhaps already you are condemning me as a neurotic. But it is a very human folly, Miss Martin. We all of us spend some of our time pretending that something that is not, and we are not grateful to those who break the dream."
He looked up, and his eyes met mine.
"One day, perhaps, it will cease to matter."
He shrugged, and smiled a little wryly.
"But until then—"
He had spoken quite without bitterness. Only that small wryness touched his voice. But the speech was so little what I would have expected from him that I found myself embarrassed and disarmed, shaken into some stupid and impulsive reply. I said quickly, "No, please, you mustn't mind. Deformity's the wrong word. And it's the last thing anybody'd notice about you anyway. Honestly, it is." I stopped, appalled. From Linda Martin to Monsieur de Valmy, the words would have been bad enough. From the new governess to her employer, they were impossible. I didn't pause then to reflect that it was the employer who had deliberately, it seemed, called them up. I stood, biting my lip, and wishing myself 1,000 miles away. Through my sharp discomfort, I heard myself stammering, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I only meant—"
"Thank you, my dear."
His voice was still grave, but I saw the unmistakable flash of amusement in his eyes. Then he was saying easily,
"It seems, Eloise, that your excessively silly friend Lady Benchley has justified her existence at last in recommending Miss Martin to us. We were indeed lucky to find you, Miss Martin, and we're delighted to welcome you to Valmy. I hope we'll manage to make you feel at home."
He paused. That gleam again.
"Not perhaps quite a felicitous expression. Shall I say rather that I hope Valmy will become a home for you?"
I said, rather stiffly, "Thank you. You're very kind. I was happy enough to have the chance to come, and I'll try my best to—"
"Endeavour to give satisfaction. That's the usual bromide, isn't it? What are you staring at?"
"I'm sorry. It was impertinent of me. It was just—" "Your English is so frightfully good," I said lamely. Damn the man! Was I never to regain my lost poise? I finished the sentence coldly. "Sir." He laughed outright then, a quite delightful laugh that at once conceded a point and abandoned the game, whatever it was. He began then to inquire quite naturally and very kindly about the journey, and my impression of the valley. Madame de Valmy joined in, smiling, and soon, under their renewed phrases of welcome, I found my embarrassment relaxing into naturalness once again. More, into liking. The man's charm was palpable, and he had taken the trouble to turn it on full blast. And I was all the more vulnerable for being tired, lonely, and a bit bewildered. By the time the three of us had talked for a few minutes longer, I was back on top of the world again with my shattered poise restored, and all the tensions and uneasinesses of the past half-hour dismissed as figments. Monsieur and Madame de Valmy were a handsome and delightful couple, and I was going to like them and love living at Valmy and belonging, even in this humble sort, to a family again. Sulphur? Poppycock. But all the same, I reflected, it hadn't taken me long to see what had been implied in that remembered snatch of conversation. You wouldn't, Daddy had said, and I saw what he meant. The man was damnably attractive, no doubt of that. And I used the adverb deliberately. It was the mot juste. And charm or no, the faintest of resentments still pricked me. Léon de Valmy had played a game with me, and I hadn't liked it. I had been shaken into offering pity and comfort where none was needed, and he had been amused. Nor did I attempt to explain, even to myself, why I had launched so unerringly on that sea of lies about the elderly lady from Lyon, or how I knew I would never, never have the courage to tell Léon de Valmy that I spoke French even better than he spoke English, and had understood perfectly what he said to Héloïse when, at length dismissed, I had gone upstairs to meet Mrs. Seddon on the gallery landing. He had said softly, and I knew he was staring after me, "All the same, Héloïse, it is possible that you've made a very great mistake." Chapter 3. The castle hath a pleasant seat, the air nimbly and sweetly recommends itself unto our gentle senses. Shakespeare, Macbeth. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance of Duncan under my battlements. Ibid. My rooms were lovelier than anything I had imagined, certainly than any I'd ever been in. They had tall windows facing west, which gave onto a balcony and the view across the valley. This drew me straight away. I stood leaning on the stone balustrading and looked out over that incredible view. So high-perched we were that I seemed to be looking level at the crest of the Dieudonné forest beyond the Merlon. Below, along the zigzag, the bare tree-tops moved like clouds. The balcony was afloat in a golden, airy space. Soubirous, to the south, glinted like a jewel. I turned. Mrs. Seddon had followed me to the window, and waited, smiling, plump hands clasped under plump bosom. "It's wonderful," I said. "It's a pretty place," she said comfortably. "Though some don't like the country, of course. Myself, I've always lived in the country. Now, I'll show you the bedroom if you'll come this way." I followed her across the pretty sitting-room to a door in the corner opposite the fireplace. "These rooms are built in a suite," she said. "All the main rooms open onto this corridor, the south one. You saw how the balcony runs the whole length of the house? These rooms at the end have been made into the nursery suite, and they open out of one another as well. This is your bedroom." It was, if possible, prettier than the sitting-room. I told her so, and she looked pleased. She moved to a door I hadn't noticed, half concealed as it was in the ivory and gold panelling. "That door's to the bathroom, and Master Philip's bedroom opens off it the other side. You share the bathroom with him. I hope you don't mind." At the Constance Butcher home we had queued for baths. "No," I said, "I don't mind. Beautifully up-to-date, isn't it? Baths behind the panelling. Did all the ghosts leave when the plumbing was put in, Mrs. Seddon?"
"I never heard tell of any," said Mrs. Seddon sedately. "This was a powder closet in the old days. It runs the whole way between the two rooms. They made half of it into a bathroom, and the other half's a little pantry with an electric stove for making nursery tea and Master Philip's chocolate at night. Here's the pantry." The door she opened showed a small, immaculate room which seemed to share the function of pantry and broom closet. Beside the door was an orderly stock of housemaid's tools, vacuum cleaner, stepladder, brushes, mops, and beyond these was a small electric stove in what looked like a very efficiently planned nest of fitted cupboards and gleaming shelves. I must have looked surprised, because she added, "This was always the schoolroom wing. The master and his brothers were brought up here, you see, and then these alterations, with the electricity and all that, were done when Mr. Rowell was born." "Mr. Rowell?" I queried. "The master's son. He lives at Bellyveen. That's the master's place in the Midi." "Yes, I knew about that. I didn't know there was a son, though. Madame de Valmy didn't... well, she didn't talk to me much. I know very little about the family." She gave me a shrewd look, and I thought she was going to make some comment, but all she said was, "No." "Ah, well, you'll find everything out soon enough, I dare say. Mr. Rowell isn't Madame's son, you understand. The master was married before. Mr. Rowell's mother died 22 years ago this spring when he was 8. It's 16 years ago now that the master married again, and you can't blame him at that. It's a big place to be alone in, as you may well imagine." "Not that," said Mrs. Seddon cheerfully, chugging across the room to twitch a curtain into place. "The master was ever one in those days for sitting alone in the house, if you take my meaning. Fair set Europe alight between them, him and his oldest brother, if all tales be true. But there, wild oats is wild oats, and the poor master'll sow no more of them, even if he wanted to, which I doubt he doesn't. And poor Mr. Etienne's dead, God rest him, and long past thinking of the world, the flesh and the devil, or so we'll hope." She turned to me again, a little out of breath with these remarkable confidences. It appeared that Mrs. Seddon, at any rate, didn't share Madame de Valmy's habit of reticence. "And now, would you like to see over the rest of the place, or will you wait till later? You'll be tired, I dare say." "I'll leave it till later, if I may." "It's as you wish." Again the shrewd, twinkling glance. "Shall I send Bert to unpack for you?" "No, thank you." That look meant that she knew quite well that I wouldn't want a maid exploring my meagre suitcase. Far from resenting the thought, I was grateful for it. "Where's the nursery?" I asked. "Beyond Master Philip's bedroom?" "No. His bedroom's the end one, then yours, then your sitting room, then the nursery. Beyond that come Madam's rooms, and the master's around the corner above the library." "Oh, yes. He has a lift there, hasn't he?" "That's so, miss. It was put in soon after the accident. That'd be, let's see, 12 years ago come June." "I was told about that. Were you here then, Mrs. Seddon?" "Oh, yes, indeed I was." She nodded at me with a certain complacency. "I came here 32 years ago, miss, when the master was first married." I sat down on the edge of the bed and looked at her with interest. 32 years? That's a long time, Mrs. Seddon. Did you come with the first Madame de Valmy, then?" "That I did. She was from Northumberland, same as me." "Then she was English," I said, surprised. "Indeed, yes. She was a lovely girl, Miss Deborah. Had been in service at her home ever since she was a little girl. She met the master in Paris one spring, and they was engaged in a fortnight, just like that. Oh, very romantic it was, very romantic. She said to me, she said, 'Mary,' that's me name, Miss Mary, she said, 'you'll come with me, won't you? I won't feel so far from home then,' she said." Mrs. Seddon nodded at me with an easy, sentimental moistening of the eye.
So, seeing as I was courting Arthur, that's Mr. Seddon, myself at the time, I married him and made him go along too. I couldn't let Miss Debbie adventure all by herself to foreign parts, like. Of course not, I said sympathetically, and Mrs. Seddon beamed, settling her arms together under the plump bosom, obviously ready to gossip for as long as I would listen. She gave the appearance of one indulging in a favourite pastime whose rules were almost forgotten. If I had been delighted to see her pleasant English face after the secret countenances of Albertine and Bernard, it was obvious that Mrs. Seddon had been equally pleased to see me. And the governess, of course, wasn't on the prescribed list. This couldn't be called gossiping with the servants. I suppose that for me, Mrs. Seddon was hardly on the prescribed list either. At any rate, I was going to gossip all I could. I prompted her. And then, when your Miss Debbie died, you didn't go back to England? What made you stay on, Mrs. Seddon? As to that, it seemed that she wasn't quite sure herself. Miss Debbie's father had died meanwhile, and the house in England had been sold, while here at Valmy, Mrs. Seddon and her husband had excellent jobs, which the master seemed quite disposed to let them keep. I also gathered that Miss Debbie's interest had lifted them into positions which in another house they might never have filled. Seddon himself had been on my one sight of him, impeccably polished, neutral, and correct. Mrs. Seddon, too, had all the trappings of the competent and superior housekeeper, but her voice and some of her mannerisms had gloriously defying gentility remained the homely and genuine voice and ways of Mary Seddon, erstwhile second gardener's daughter. I listened to a long description of Miss Debbie and others of Miss Debbie's home, father, pony, clothes, jewellery, wedding presents, and wedding guests. When we appeared to be about to launch via how much Miss Debbie's mother would have liked to be at the wedding if only she'd been alive, on a description of Miss Debbie's mother's clothes, jewellery, wedding, and so on, as observed by Mrs. Seddon's mother, then I thought it was time to prod her gently back to foreign parts. And there was Miss Debbie's son, wasn't there? Of course you wanted to stay and look after him. Mr. Raoul? She primed her lips a little. French nurses they had for him. Such a quiet little boy he was, too. A bit like Master Philip here. Very quiet, and never a mite of bother. You'd never have thought... But here she stopped, sighing a little wheezily, and shook her head. Eh, well, miss, he's half foreign, say what you will. There was all rural England in that condemnation. I waited, gravely expectant, but she merely added, maddeningly, but there, I never was one to gossip. And now, if you'll excuse me, I'll have to be getting about me work and leaving you to unpack. Now, miss, if there's anything you want, you've only to ask me or Seddon, and we'll do our best to help you. Thank you very much. I'm awfully glad you're here, Mrs. Seddon, I added naively. She looked pleased. Well, now, that's very nice of you, miss, I'm sure. But you'll soon feel at home and pick things up. I couldn't speak a word of French when I came here first, and now I can talk it as fast as they can. I heard you. It sounded wonderful. I stood up and clicked back the locks of my suitcase. As you say, 30 years is a long time, especially when one's away from home. You didn't feel tempted to go back to England, say, when Monsieur de Valmy married again? Oh, we talked of it, Seddon and I, she said comfortably. But Seddon's that easy-going, and we liked the new madam, and she was satisfied, so we stayed. Besides, I've had the asthma terrible bad since the girl, and say what you like, none of these new-fangled things they give you, anti-hysterics and such like, seem to do me any good. I used to get it terrible bad at home, but up here it cleared up something wonderful. It still comes now and again, but it soon goes off. It's the air. Wonderful healthy it is up here, and very dry. It's certainly lovely. And then, said Mrs. Seddon, after the master had his accident, she wouldn't hear of us going. He couldn't stand changes, you see. I did gather that from what he said to me in the hall. Does he have much pain, Mrs. Seddon? Pain? No. But he has his days, said Mrs. Seddon cryptically. And you can't blame him the way things are. No, of course not. He's bound to get depressed at times. Depressed? She looked at me blankly. The master? I was still trying to equate the self-confessed neurotic with the impression of easy and competent power that Léon de Valmy gave. Yes. Does he get sort of sorry for himself at times? She gave a sound suspiciously like a snort. Sorry for himself? Not him. Mind you, this last few years he's not been just as sweet-tempered as he might be. But he's all there, miss, you may be sure. He'd never be the one to give up because of a little thing like being crippled for life. I think I can see that. In fact, you never think of that when you talk to him. I didn't add, unless he reminds you, but the thought persisted. That's so. She nodded at me again. And he forgets it himself most times. What with that electric chair of his, and the lift, and the telephone to every corner of the place, and that there Bernard to be the legs of him, there's nothing he can't do. But now and then, just like that, something'll bring it home to him, and then... I said, still thinking of the scene in the hall. What sort of thing? Dear only knows. It might be a bad night, or a report coming in that something's gone wrong, or been neglected in some place he can't get to himself to see to it, or something that needs doing and no money to do it with, or Mr. Rowell... As before, she stopped abruptly. I waited. She pulled unnecessarily at a chair cover to straighten it. She said vaguely, Mr. Rowell runs the other estate for him, Bellyveen in the Midi, and there's always trouble over money, and it upsets the master, and besides... Oh, well, he's not often here, which is as it should be, seeing he's the one that reminds the master most often that he's a helpless cripple for all the powerful ways he has with him. I stirred. Reminds him? That's rather beastly. She looked shocked. Oh, not on purpose, you understand. I didn't mean that. It's only that he... Well, Mr. Rowell might be the master like he was 20 years ago, you see. Oh, I see what you mean. He does all the things his father used to like doing. Polo, for instance. She shot me a surprised look. Did they tell you about that? No. I heard it from someone who knew them. Someone I met on the plane. Oh, I see. Yes, that sort of thing. He could put his hand to anything, the master. She smiled reminiscently and a little sadly. Miss Debbie always did say he'd break his neck one day. He was such a one for sport, all sorts, motor cars, horses, speedboats, fighting with swords even. He's got a shelf of silver cups for that alone. Fencing, that's it. But cars and horses were the chief thing. I've often thought he'd break his own neck and everyone else's the way he'd come up that zigzag from the Valmy Bridge. Sometimes, added Mrs. Seddon surprisingly, you'd think a devil was driving him. Like as if he had to be able to do everything, and do it better than anybody else. Yes, I thought, I can believe that. And even crippled, he has to be a crippled archangel. I said, and now he has to sit and watch his son riding and driving and fencing. As to that, said Mrs. Seddon, Mr. Rowell hasn't got the money, which is just as well, or maybe he'd go the same way as his father. And like I said, he's not here very often anyway. He lives at Balliveen. I've never been to Balliveen myself, but I've heard tell it's very pretty. I said, "Oh?" with an expression of polite interest as she began to tell me about Belleville. But I wasn't really listening. I was reflecting that if Raoul de Valmy was really a younger copy of his father, it was probably just as well he visited Valmy only rarely. I couldn't imagine two of Léon de Valmy settling at all comfortably under the same roof. I stirred again. There was that same damned romantic imagination at work still. And what had I to go on, after all? A vague snatch of memory 12 years old, and the impression of an overwhelming personality in some odd way playing with me for its own amusement, for some reason concerned to give me a picture of itself that wasn't the truth. It struck me then, for the first time, that there had been a notable omission from my welcome to the Chateau Valmy, and that was the owner of all this magnificence, the most important of the Valmys, Monsieur le Comte Philippe. And now Mrs. Seddon was preparing to go about her own affairs. She plodded firmly away to the door, only to hesitate there and turn. I bent over my case and began to lift things out onto the coverlet. I could feel her eyeing me. She said, "You, the master, he seemed all right with you, did he? I thought I heard him laugh when I was waiting upstairs for you." I straightened up, my hands full of folded handkerchiefs. "Perfectly all right, Mrs. Seddon. He was very pleasant." "Oh, that's good. I'd like to have been able to have a word with you first and warn you what he sometimes was like with strangers." I could well understand her slightly anxious probing. It was obvious that the emotional temperature, so to speak, of the Chateau Valmy must depend very largely on Léon de Valmy and his days. I said cheerfully, "Thanks very much, but don't worry, Mrs. Seddon. He was awfully nice to me and made me feel very welcome." "Did he now?" Her eyes were anxious and a little puzzled. "Oh, well, that's all right then. I know he was very pleased when Madame's letter came about you, but as a rule he hates changes in the house. That's why we were so surprised when Master Philip's nanny was dismissed after being with the family all those years, and they said a new girl was coming from England." "Oh, yes. Madame de Valmy told me about her." I put the handkerchiefs down and lifted some underwear out of the suitcase. "But she wasn't dismissed, surely? I understood from Madame that she didn't want to live in the wilds at Valmy, and as Madame was in London at the time, Monsieur de Valmy wrote urgently and asked her to find an English governess while she was there." "Oh, no!" Mrs. Seddon was downright. "You must have misunderstood what Madame said. Nanny was devoted to Master Philip, and I'm sure she broke her heart when she had to go." "Oh? I was sure that Madame said she'd left because the place was so lonely. I must have been mistaken." I found myself shrugging my shoulders and hastily abandoned that very Gallic gesture. Maybe she was just warning me what it would be like. But she did seem very anxious to engage someone to teach him English. "Master Philip's English is excellent," said Mrs. Seddon rather primly. I laughed and said, "I'm glad to hear it." "Well, whatever the case, I suppose if Philippe's 9, he's old enough to graduate from a nanny to a governess of sorts. I gathered from Monsieur de Valmy that that was the idea. And for a start, I'm going to try and remember to call the nursery the schoolroom. I'm sure one's too old for nursery when one's 9. "Master Philip's very young for his age," she said, "though there's times when he's too solemn for my liking. But there, you can't expect much after what's happened, poor mite. He'll get over it in the end, but it takes time." "I know," I said. She eyed me for a moment, and then said tentatively, "If I might ask, do you remember your own folks now?" "Oh, yes." I looked across the room and met the kindly inquisitive gaze. Fair was fair, after all. She must be every bit as curious about me as I was about the Valmys. I said, "I was 14 when they were killed, in an air accident like Philippe's. I suppose Madame told you I'd been at an orphanage in England?" "Indeed, yes. She wrote that she'd heard of you through a friend of hers, a Lady Benchley, who comes up every year to Evian, and Lady Benchley thought very highly of you, very highly." "That was very nice of her. Lady Benchley was one of the governors at the orphanage for the last 3 years I was there. Then, when I left to be assistant at a boys' school, it turned out she had a son there. She came up to me on Visitors' Day and talked to me, and when I told her I hated the place, she asked me if I'd ever considered a private job abroad, because this friend of hers, Madame de Valmy, was looking for a governess for her nephew, and had asked her if she knew of anyone from the home. When I heard the job was in France, I jumped at it. I'd always fancied living in France, somehow. I went straight up to London next day and saw her. Lady Benchley had promised to telephone about me, and, well, I got the job." I didn't add that Madame must have taken Lady Benchley's recommendation to be worth a good deal more than it actually was. Lady Benchley was a kindly scatterbrain who spent a good deal of her time acting as a sort of private labour exchange between her friends and the Constance Butcher home, and I doubt if she'd ever known very much about me. And I'd certainly got the impression that Madame de Valmy had been so anxious to find a suitable young woman for the post during her short stay in London that she hadn't perhaps probed as far back into my history as she might have done. Not, of course, that it mattered. I smiled at Mrs. Seddon, who was still eyeing me with that faintly puzzled look. Then all at once she smiled back and nodded, so that the gold chain on her bosom glittered and swung. "Well," she said. "Well." And though she didn't actually add, "You'll do," the implication was there. She opened the door. "And now I really will have to be going. Bert'll be up soon with some tea for you. She's the girl that looks after these rooms, and you'll find she's a good girl, though a bit what you might call flighty. I expect you'll make yourself understood to her all right, and Master Philip'll help." "I expect I shall," I said. "Where is Master Philip?" "He's probably in the nursery," said Mrs. Seddon, her hand on the door. "But Madame particularly said you weren't to bother with him tonight. You were to have a cup of tea, which I may say is tea, though it took nearly 30 years to teach them how to make it, and settle yourself in before dinner, and you'll be seeing Master Philip tomorrow, but not to bother yourself tonight." "Very well," I said. "Thank you, Mrs. Seddon. I shall look forward to that tea." The door shut behind her. I could hear the soft plod of her steps along the corridor. I stood where I was, looking at the door, and absently smoothing the folds of a petticoat between my hands. I was thinking 2 things. First, that I was not supposed to have heard Mrs. Seddon mentioning the lift in her conversation with Madame de Valmy, and that if I was going to make mistakes as easily as that, I had better confess quickly before any real damage was done. The second thing was Mrs. Seddon's parting admonition, not to bother with him tonight. Had that really been Eloise de Valmy's phrase? Not to bother with him? And he was probably in the nursery? I laid the petticoat gently in a drawer, then turned and walked out of my pretty bedroom, across the roses and ivory sitting-room, toward the schoolroom door. There I hesitated a moment, listening. I could hear nothing. I tapped gently on the door, then turned the gilded handle. It opened smoothly. I pushed it wide and walked in. My first thought was that he wasn't an attractive little boy. He was small for his age, with a thin little neck supporting a round, dark head. His hair was black and cut very short, and his skin was sallow, almost waxen. His eyes were black and very large, his wrists and knees bony and somehow pathetic. He was dressed in navy shorts and a striped jersey, and was lying on his stomach reading a large book. He looked small and a little drab on the big luxurious rug. He looked around in inquiry, and then slowly got to his feet. I said in English, "I'm Mademoiselle Martin. You must be Philippe." He nodded, looking shy. Then his breeding asserted itself, and he took a short step forward, holding out his hand. "You are very welcome, Mademoiselle Martin." His voice was small and thin like himself, and without much expression. "I hope you will be happy at Valmy." It came to me again sharply as I shook the hand that this was the owner of Valmy. The thought made him, oddly enough, seem even smaller, less significant. "I was told that you might be busy," I said, "but I thought I'd better come straight along and see you." He considered this for a moment, taking me in with the frankly interested stare of a child. "Are you really going to teach me English?" "Yes," he said. "You do not look like a governess." "Then I must try and look more like one, I suppose." "No, I like it as you are. Do not change." The de Valmys, it seemed, started young. I laughed. "Merci du compliment, Monsieur le Comte." He gave me a swift look upward. There was a glimmer in the black eye, but all he said was, "Do we have a lesson tomorrow?" "I expect so. I don't know. I shall probably see your aunt tonight, and no doubt she'll tell me just what the program is." "Have you seen my uncle?" Was there, or was there not, the faintest of changes in that monotonous little voice? "Yes." He was standing quite still, small hands dangling from their bony wrists in front of him. It came to me that he was, in his own way, as unreachable as Héloïse de Valmy. My task here might not be a very easy one. His manners were beautiful. He wasn't, it was patent, going to be a difficult child in the sense of the word as usually used by governesses. But would I ever get to know him, ever get past that touch-me-not electric fence of reserve? That, and his unchildlike habit of stillness, I had already met in Madame de Valmy. But there the resemblance ended. Her stillness and remoteness was beautiful and poised. This child's was ungraceful and somehow disturbing. I said, "I must go and unpack now, or I'll be late for dinner. Would you like to help?" He looked up quickly. "Me?" "Well, not help exactly, but come and keep me company, and see what I've brought you from London." "You mean a present?" "Of course." He flushed a slow and unbecoming scarlet. Without speaking, he walked sedately past me through my sitting room toward my bedroom door, opened it for me, then followed me into the room. He stood at the foot of the bed, still in silence, staring at my case. I stooped over it, lifted a few more things out onto the bed, then rummaged to find what I had brought. "They're nothing very much," I said, "because I haven't much spare cash. But, well, here they are." I had brought him, from Woolworth's, a cardboard model of Windsor Castle, the kind that you cut out and assemble, together with a box, as big as I could afford, containing a collection of men in the uniform of the Grenadier Guards. I looked a little uncertainly at the silent owner of the Chateau Valmy and handed him the boxes. "An English castle?" he said. "And English soldiers?" "Yes, the kind they have at Buckingham Palace." "With the fur hats to guard the Queen?" "I know." He was still looking raptly at a picture of a full regiment of guards drilling in an improbable fashion. They're not very much," I said. "You see—" But I saw he wasn't listening. He had opened the lid and was fingering the cheap toys inside. "A present from London," he said, touching one crudely painted toy soldier. It came to me suddenly that it wouldn't have mattered if they'd been homemade paper dolls. I said, "I brought you a game, too, called Peggotty. You play it with these pegs. Later I'll show you how. It's a good game." From the schoolroom a girl's voice called, "Philippe! Où es-tu, Philippe?" He started. "It's Berthe. I have to go." He shut the boxes and stood up, holding them tightly to him. He said, very formally, "Thank you. Thank you, mademoiselle." Then he turned and ran to the door. "Me voici, Berthe. Je viens." On the threshold he stopped and swung around. His face was still flushed, and he clutched the presents hard. "Mademoiselle?" "Yes, Philippe?" "What is the name of the game with the pegs?" "Peggotty." "Peggotty. You will show me how to play it?" "Yes." "You will play this Peggotty when I've had my supper before I go to bed?" "Yes." "Tonight?" "Yes." He hesitated as if he were going to say something else. Then instead he went quickly out and shut the door gently behind him. Chapter 4. "Oh, my prophetic soul! Mine uncle?" Shakespeare, Hamlet. However strange and luxurious my new surroundings, life at Valmy soon settled itself into a simple and orderly routine. Every morning, Monsieur Béton, Philip's tutor, arrived, and the two were closeted together till lunchtime. Once my various morning jobs about the schoolroom suite were finished, I could count myself free, and for the first few days I occupied myself happily in exploring the gardens and the nearer woods, or in reading. Hours and hours of reading. A luxury so long denied me at the home that I still felt guilty whenever I indulged in it. The library at the chateau almost certainly contained English books, but since it was Léon de Valmy's private study come office, I couldn't, or wouldn't, ask permission to use it. But I had brought as many of my own books as I could carry, and in the schoolroom there were shelves to the ceiling full of an excellent miscellany, children's books thrust cheek by jowl with English and French classics, and a good deal of lighter reading. I wondered a little at the odd collection, until I saw in some of the volumes the name Deborah Bohan, or the message to Debbie. And once I took down a battered old copy of Treasure Island, to find it inscribed in a flamboyant young hand, Raoul Philippe Saint-Aubin de Valmy. Of course, Léon's son was half English, and had used these very rooms. I found Buchan, too, and Conan Doyle, and a host of forgotten or never-known books that gratefully I devoured, forcing myself to ignore the irrational feeling drilled into me in the 7 years at the home that reading was a waste of time. On one occasion my guilty feeling was justified. When I read French, I read it in secrecy, and once I was nearly caught out over Tristan et Iseult. I was devouring it rapt and oblivious in my bedroom when Berthe knocked, and receiving no reply, came in to dust the room. She noticed nothing, but I cursed myself, and vowed yet again to be careful, and wished for the 100th time that I had never embarked on the silly deception that had seemed at the time to matter so much, and became daily more difficult to confess. I no longer imagined seriously that anyone would mind. Philippe and I got on well together, and Madame de Valmy, in her aloof way, seemed to like me. I was certainly very completely trusted with Philippe's well-being. But I didn't particularly want her to know that I had deceived her, systematically as it were, schemed to deceive her. And, as with all deceptions, the thing grew bigger daily. I had to make myself understood to Berthe, the schoolroom maid, and did this in elementary schoolgirl French, which amused her and even made Philippe smile. Luckily, I never had to do this with my employers. Invariably, in my presence, they spoke with their flawless and seemingly effortless English. And so the days went by, and I said nothing. I dared not risk their displeasure. I loved the place. I could easily cope with the job, and I liked Philippe. He was a very quiet, self-controlled child who never chattered. Every afternoon, unless it rained too hard, we went for a walk, and our English conversation mainly consisted of my comments on the country or the gardens where we took our walks. That electric fence of his was still up. It wasn't a consciously erected barrier. The gift of the toys had won his alliance, if not his heart. But it was there, the obstruction of a deep natural reserve. I imagined that his naturally undemonstrative nature had been made even more so by the sudden loss of his parents, to whom he had never referred. This wasn't a child one could readily get to know. I soon stopped trying, and kept both his and my own attention on things outside ourselves. If I was ever to win his confidence, it would only be done by very gradual and natural degrees, by custom, as it were. And there was, indeed, no reason why I should push my way into his fenced and private world. I had suffered so much from lack of privacy in the home that I deeply respected anybody's right to it, and would have looked on any attempt at intimacy with Philippe as a kind of mental violation. His reserve showed itself not only toward me. Each evening at 5:30, I took him down for half an hour to the small salon where his aunt sat. She would politely put aside her book or writing paper, pick up her exquisite and interminable petit point, and hold conversation with Philippe for the half hour. I say hold conversation advisedly, because that phrase does perfectly imply the difficult and stilted communication that took place. Philippe was his usual quiet and withdrawn self, answering questions readily and with impeccable politeness, but asking none, and volunteering nothing. Madame de Valmy was the one, it seemed to me, who had to violate her personality here. She, also naturally withdrawn, had to unbend, almost to chatter. I suppose, though, that it was I who loathed those half-hours most, and who suffered the most. Madame de Valmy and Philippe talked, naturally, in French, and this exchange I was supposed not to understand. But occasionally she would revert to English, either for my benefit, or to test my pupil's knowledge of that tongue, and then I was drawn into the conversation, and had the awkward task of betraying no knowledge of the exchange in French to which I had just been listening. I don't remember if I made any mistakes. She certainly appeared to notice none, but then she never gave the appearance of more than the most superficial attention to the whole routine. It was, for her, the discharge of a duty to a charge she hardly knew. Madame de Valmy, certainly, couldn't be accused of trying to violate anybody's confidence. Her husband was never there. His only meetings with Philippe seemed to be the purely chance ones of encounters in corridors, on the terrace, or in the gardens. At first I found myself blaming Philippe's uncle for his lack of interest in a lonely and recently bereaved little boy. But soon I realized that it wasn't entirely Léon de Valmy's fault. Philippe systematically avoided him. He would only go down the library corridor with me when we had seen the wheelchair safely out beyond the ornamental ponds, or at the far side of the rosary. He seemed to have the faculty for hearing the whisper of its wheels 2 corridors away, when he would invariably drag at my hand, persuading me with him to vanish out of his uncle's sight. There seemed to be no good reason for this steady aversion. On the 2 or 3 occasions during my first week when we did unavoidably meet Monsieur de Valmy, he was very nice to Philippe. But Philippe was, if possible, more withdrawn than ever. In front of his uncle, the child's reserve appeared to be little more than the sulks. This was natural enough, in a way. In Léon de Valmy's overwhelming presence, anyone as awkward and unattractive as Philippe was bound to be made to feel doubly so, and, consciously or not, to resent it. Moreover, his uncle's tone toward him was kind, with the semi-indifferent indulgence he might have accorded to a not-very-favourite puppy. I could never make out whether Philippe noticed or resented this. I know that on 1 or 2 occasions I found myself resenting it on his behalf. But I still liked Léon de Valmy. Philippe, on the other hand, and this I came only gradually to realize, disliked his uncle very much indeed. That this was irrational, I tried on 1 occasion to tell him. "Philippe, why do you avoid your Uncle Léon?" The Stonewall expression shut down on his face. "Ne comprends pas." "English, please. And you do understand quite well. He's very good to you. You have everything you want, don't you?" "Yes, everything I want, I have." "Well, then." He gave me one of his quick, unreadable looks. "But he does not give it to me." "Who, then? Your Aunt Eloise?" He shook his head. "It is not theirs to give to me. It was my father's, and it is mine." I looked at him. This, then, was it. Valmy. I remembered the little gleam in the black eyes when I had laughingly addressed him as Count de Valmy. This was another thing at which it seemed the de Valmys started young. "Your land," I said. "Of course it's yours. He's keeping it for you. He's your trustee, isn't he?" He looked puzzled. "Trustee? I do not know trustee. He takes care of Valmy till you are older. Then you have it." "Yes, until I'm 15. Is that trustee? Then my uncle Hippolyte is also trustee." "Is he? I didn't know that." He nodded, with that solemn look that sat almost sullenly on his pale little face. "Yes, tous les deux. Both. My uncle Léon for the property, and my uncle Hippolyte for me." "What do you mean?" I asked involuntarily. The gleam in the look he shot me might have been malice, or only mischief. "I heard Papa say that. He said—" "Philippe," I began. But he wasn't listening. He was wrestling with a translation of what Papa had said, only to abandon it and quote in French in a rush that spoke of a literal and all too vivid memory. "He said, 'Léon will keep the place going. Trust him for that. God help Valmy if it was left to Hippolyte.' And Maman said, 'But Hippolyte must have the child if anything happens to us. Hippolyte must look after the child. He is not to be left to Léon. That's what Maman—'" He stopped, shutting his lips tightly over the word. I said nothing. He slanted that look at me again, and said in English, "That is what they said. It means—" "No, Philippe, don't try and translate," I said gently. "I don't suppose you were meant to hear it." "No. But I wish I had not had to leave my Uncle Hippolyte." "You're fond of him?" "Of course. He's gone to La Crecy. I wanted to go with him, but he couldn't take me.
He'll come back soon."
"Yes, but it is a long time."
"It'll pass," I said, "and meanwhile I'll look after you for him, and your Uncle Léon will look after Valmy."
I paused and looked at the uncommunicative little face. I didn't want to sound pompous or to alienate Philippe, but I was, after all, in charge of his manners. I said tentatively, "He does it very well, Philippe. Valmy is beautiful, and he cares for it. Ça se voit. You mustn't be ungrateful." It was true that Philippe had no cause to complain of his uncle's stewardship. Léon seemed to me to spend his whole time, indeed his whole self, on the place. It was as if the immense virility that was physically denied its outlet was redirected onto Valmy. Day after day the wheelchair patrolled the terraces and the gravel of the formal gardens, the conservatories, the kitchen gardens, the garages. Everywhere the chair could possibly go, it went. And in the chateau itself, the hand of a careful master was everywhere apparent. No plan was too large, no detail too small for Léon de Valmy's absorbed attention. It was also true that as Comte de Valmy, Philippe might legitimately claim he was a cipher in his own house. But he was only 9, and, moreover, a Paris-bred stranger. His uncle and aunt did ignore him to a large extent, but his daily routine, with its small disciplines and lack of what one might call cosy family life, was very much the usual one for a boy in his position. I added, rather lamely, "You couldn't have a better trustee." Philippe shot me one of his looks. The shutters were up in his face again. He said politely and distantly, "No, mademoiselle," and looked away. I said no more, feeling myself unable to deal with what still seemed an unreasonable dislike. But one day, toward the end of my second week at Valmy, the situation was, so to speak, thrust on me. Philippe and I had, as usual, been down for our 5:30 visit to Madame de Valmy in the small salon. Punctually at 6, she dismissed us, but as we went, she called me back for some reason that I now forget. Philippe didn't wait, but escaped without ceremony into the corridor. A minute or so later, I left the salon to walk straight into as nasty a little scene as I had yet come across. Philippe was standing, the picture of guilt and misery, beside a table which stood against the wall outside the salon door. It was a lovely little table, flanked on either side by a Louis XV chair, seated with straw-coloured brocade. On one of the hair seats I now saw, horribly, a thick streak of ink, as if a pen had rolled from the table and then across the silk of the chair, smearing ink as it went. I remembered then that Philippe had been writing to his uncle Hippolyte when I had called him to come downstairs. He must have come hurriedly away, the pen still open in his hand, and have put it down there before going into the drawing-room. He was clutching it now in an ink-stained fist and staring white-faced at his uncle. For this time of all times he hadn't managed to avoid Monsieur de Valmy. The wheelchair was slap in the middle of the corridor, barring escape. Philippe, in front of it, looked very small and guilty and defenceless. Neither of them appeared to notice me. Léon de Valmy was speaking. That he was angry was obvious, and it looked as if he had every right to be. But the cold lash of his voice as he flayed the child for his small boy carelessness was frightening. He was using not a wheel, but an atomic blast to break a butterfly. Philippe, as white as ashes now, stammered something that might have been an apology, but merely sounded like a terrified mutter, and his uncle cut across it in that voice that bit like a loaded whip. "It is perhaps just as well that your visits to this part of the house are restricted to this single one a day, as apparently you don't know yet how to behave like a civilized human being." Perhaps in your Paris home you were allowed to run wild in this hooligan manner, but here we are accustomed to—" "This is my home," said Philippe. He said it still in that small, shaken voice that held the suggestion of a sullen mutter. It stopped Léon de Valmy in full tirade. For a moment I thought the sentence in that still little voice unbearably pathetic, and in the same moment wondered at Philippe, who was not prone to either drama or pathos. But then he added, still low, but very clearly, "And that is my chair." There was a moment of appalling silence. Something came and went in Léon de Valmy's face, the merest flick of an expression like a flash of a camera's shutter. But Philippe took a step backward, and I found myself catapulting out of the doorway like a wildcat defending a kitten. Léon de Valmy looked up and saw me, but he spoke to Philippe quietly, as though his anger had never been. "When you have recovered your temper and your manners, Philippe, you will apologize for that remark?" The dark eyes lifted to me, and he said coolly, but very courteously in English, "Ah, Miss Martin, I'm afraid there has been a slight contretemps. Perhaps you will take Philippe back to his own rooms, and persuade him that courtesy toward his elders is one of the qualities that is expected of a gentleman." As his uncle spoke to me, Philippe had turned quickly, as if in relief. His face was paler than ever, and looked pinched and sullen. But the eyes were vulnerable, child's eyes. I looked at him, then past him at his uncle. "There's no need," I said. "He'll apologize now." I took the boy gently by the shoulders and turned him back to face his uncle. I held him for a moment. The shoulders felt very thin and tense. He was shaking. I let him go. "Philippe," I said. He said, his voice thin with a gulp in it, "I beg your pardon if I was rude." Léon de Valmy looked from me to him and back again. "Very well, that is forgotten. And now Miss Martin had better take you upstairs." The child turned quickly to go, but I hesitated. I said, "I gather there's been an accident to that chair, and that Philippe's been careless, but then, so have I. It was my job to see that nothing of the sort happened. It was my fault, and I must apologize too, Monsieur de Valmy." He said in a voice quite different from the one with which he had dismissed Philippe, "Very well, Miss Martin, thank you. And now we will forget the episode, shall we?" As we went, I was very conscious of that still, misshapen figure sitting there, watching us. I shut the schoolroom door behind me and leaned against it. Philippe and I looked at one another. His face was shuttered still, with that white resentment. His mouth looked sulky, but I saw the lower lip tremble a little. He waited, saying nothing. This was where I had to uphold authority. Curtain lecture by Miss Martin. Léon de Valmy had been perfectly right. Philippe had been stupid, careless, and rude. I said, "My lamb, I'm with you all the way. But you are a little owl, aren't you?" "You can't," said Philippe very stiffly, "be a lamb and an owl both at the same time." Then he ran straight at me and burst into tears. After that I did help to keep him out of his uncle's way. Chapter 5. Aye, now the plot thickens very much upon us. Buckingham, the rehearsal. The spring weather continued marvellous. There was still snow on the nearer hills, and the far high peaks that unrolled below the clouds were great dazzling beds of white as yet untouched by the spring. But the valley was green, and yet greener, The violets were out along the ditches, and all the urns and stone tubs that lined the chateau terraces held their constellations of narcissus and jonquil that danced with the wind. Philippe and I went out every afternoon, coated and scarfed against the breeze that blew off the snow. The mountain air seemed to be doing him good. Colour came into the shallow cheeks. He even, occasionally, laughed and ran a little, though for the most part he walked stolidly at my side, and answered in his slow but excellent English my dutiful attempts at conversation. One of our walks was a steep but easy track down through the meadows toward the village. At the foot of the slope, a narrow wooden bridge crossed the Merlon, deep here and placid in its wandering from one wide and gleaming pool to the next. From the bridge, the track led straight through water meadows and budding orchards to the village. On the occasions when it was known that our walk would take us to Soubirous, we were given small commissions to execute there, usually for Mrs. Seddon or Berthe, and sometimes for Albertine, but occasionally for Madame de Valmy herself. One morning, it was the 1st of April, Philippe and I set out for the village soon after breakfast. It was Monday, and as a rule on Monday morning, Monsieur Saint-Aubray, the curé of Soubirous, came up to the chateau to instruct the young comte in Latin, Greek, and the Roman Catholic religion. But Monsieur le curé had twisted an ankle, and since it didn't seem desirable for Philippe to miss his instruction, I took him down to the presbytery beside the church and left him there. It was the first time I had been on my own in the village with time to spare. I stood in the little square outside the church and looked about me. The day was warm. The sunlight, as it beat up from flags and cobbles, was bright and almost hot. There was a white cat sunning itself on top of a low wall, below which someone had planted primulas. The single bistrot had put out its red and black striped awning, and in spite of faded paint and peeling walls, the houses looked gay with their open doors and the coloured shutters fastened back from the windows. A canary in a small cage hanging outside a shop sang lustily. Some small children, black-haired and brown-limbed, were intent on something in a gutter. Outside a food shop, cabbage and cheeses and tired-looking oranges made a splash of colour. A boy on a bicycle shot past me with a yard or so of bread under one arm. It was a pleasant, peaceful, light-hearted little scene, and my own heart was light as I surveyed it. It was a lovely morning. I was free to do as I wished with it for 2 hours. I had some money in my pocket. The shadow of the Constance Butcher Home for Girls dwindled and shrank to nothing in the warm Savoyard light. It was also, as a stray warm breeze stirred fragrance from the primulas and brought a shower of early cherry blossom floating out over the presbytery wall, it was also spring. I walked slowly across the square, made sure that it was only marbles, and not a frog or a kitten that was occupying the children in the gutter, then turned into the pharmacy beside the bistro to carry out what commissions I had for the day. Mademoiselle Martin? The apothecary came out of his dark cave at the back. He knew me well by this time. Mrs. Seddon, in the intervals of antihistamine, seemed to live exclusively on aspirin, and something she called eau de cologne, while I, after half a lifetime of White Windsor, had developed a passion which had to be satisfied frequently for the more exotic soaps. I said gaily, in my most English French, "Oh, good morning, Monsieur Garcin. It is a fine day, is it not? It was a fine day yesterday. It will be a fine day tomorrow, not? I am looking at the soaps, as usual." I said par usuel, and the chemist's thin lips pursed. It was his weekly pleasure to correct my French, always with that pained crab-apple face, and I didn't see why I should deny him anything. "Comme d'habitude," he said sourly. "Plaît-il?" I said, very fluently. He had taught me that one last week. "Comme d'habitude," said Monsieur Garcin, raising his voice as to the slightly deaf. Comme quoi? I do not understand, I said carefully. I was behaving badly, and I knew it. But it was a heavenly day, and it was spring, and Monsieur Garcin was prim and dry, and a bit musty, like herbs that had been kept too long. And besides, he always tried to put me in what he thought was my place. I raised my voice, too, and repeated loudly, I said I was looking at the soaps par usuel. The chemist's thin nose twitched, but he restrained himself with an effort. He looked at me dourly across a pile of laxatives. So I see. And which do you want? He heaved up a box of Roger and Gallet from behind the counter. There is a new box this week. Rose, violet, cologne, sandalwood, clove pink. Oh, yes, please, the clove pink. I love that. A slight gleam of surprise showed in the oyster-like eyes. You know what flower that is? Oeillet mignardis? I said composedly, the name is on the soap, with a picture. Voila. I reached across to pick the tablet out, sniffed it, smiled at him, and said kindly, C'est le plus bon, ça? He rose to that one. Le meilleur. Le meilleur, I said meekly. Thank you, monsieur. You are doing quite well, said Monsieur Garcin magnanimously. And have you any little commissions for your employers today? Yes, if you please. Madame de Valmy asked me to get her medicine, and the tablets, her pills for sleeping. Very well. Have you the paper? Paper? You must give me the paper, you understand. I puckered my brows, trying to remember if Albertine had given me a prescription along with the shopping list. The chemist made a movement of ill-concealed impatience, and his mouth drew up and thinned till it disappeared. He repeated very slowly, as to an imbecile, You must have a paper from the doctor. Oh, I said evilly. A prescription. Why didn't you say so? Well, she didn't give me one, monsieur. May I bring it along next year? Next year? I mean next week. No, he said curtly. I cannot give you the drugs without the prescription. I was already regretting having teased him. I said distressfully, Oh, but Madame asked specially for the medicine. I'll bring the paper as soon as I can, or send it or something. Honestly, I will. Please, Monsieur Garcin, can't you trust me for a day or two? Impossible? No. His bony fingers were rearranging the tablets of soap. And what else do you want? I glanced down at the list in my hand. There were various things on it, listed, luckily for Monsieur Garcin's patience and my own ingenuity, in French. I read them out to him carefully. Someone wanted tooth powder and Dop shampoo. Someone else, I hoped it was a sour-faced Albertine, demanded corn plasters and iodine, and so on to the end, where came the inevitable aspirin, eau de cologne, and what Mrs. Seddon simply listed as my bottle. And Mrs. Seddon's pills, I said finally. The chemist picked up the packet of aspirin. No, I said, the others. I wouldn't know the word for asthma, would I? And I genuinely didn't know the word for antihistamine. The pills for her chest. You got them last week, said Monsieur Garcin. I don't think so. I know you did. His voice was curt to rudeness, but I ignored it. Perhaps, I said politely, she has need of more. She cannot have if she got them last week. Are you sure she did, monsieur? She put them herself on the list today. Did she give you the paper, the prescription? No, I said. He said impatiently, I told you she got them last week. You took them yourself. You were in a hurry, and you handed me a list with a prescription for Madame Seddon. I sent the tablets. Perhaps you forgot to give them to her. I have an excellent memory, me, and I remember handing them to you. Moreover, I have a record. I am sorry, monsieur. I just don't remember. No doubt you're right. I thought... Oh, just a minute. Here's a paper in my bag. Here it is, monsieur, the prescription. Voyez-vous. Is this it? I handed him the paper, carefully keeping anything of "I told you so" out of my voice. Which was just as well, because he said tartly, "This is not for Madame Seddon. It is the paper for Madame de Valmy's heart medicine." Oh! I hadn't realized I had it. It must have been with the list. I came out in a hurry and didn't notice. I'm so sorry. I smiled winningly at him. Then you can give me the medicine after all, monsieur. I'll get the tablets in Tonon on Friday. He shot me a queer look out of those oyster eyes, and then, by way of teaching me, I suppose, that servants shouldn't argue with their betters, he proceeded to put on his spectacles and read the prescription through with exaggerated care. I watched the sunlight beyond the doorway and waited, suppressing my irritation. He read it again. You'd have thought I was Madeline Smith asking casually for half a pound of arsenic. Suddenly I saw the joke and laughed at him. "It's all right, monsieur. It's quite safe to let me have it. I'll see I deliver it promptly where it belongs. I don't often eat digitalis, or whatever it is, myself." He said sourly, "I don't suppose you do." He folded the paper carefully and pushed my purchases toward me. "There you are, then. I'll give you the drops, and perhaps you will also see that Madame Seddon gets the tablets I sent up on Wednesday." As I gathered the things up without replying, I saw him throw me that queer, quick look yet again. "And I must congratulate you on the way your French has improved, mademoiselle," he added, very dryly. "Why, thank you, monsieur," I said coolly. "I try very hard and study every day. In another 3 weeks you won't even guess that I'm English." "Anglaise?" The word was echoed in a man's voice just behind me. I looked around, startled. I'd heard nobody come in, but now realized that a newcomer's large body was blocking the door of the pharmacy, while his enormous shadow, thrown before him by the morning sun, seemed to fill the shop. He came forward. "Excuse me, but I heard you say, 'Je suis Anglaise.' Are you really English?" "Yes." "Oh, that is a relief." He looked down at me half shyly. Seen properly now, and not just as a colossal silhouette framed in the shop door, he still appeared a very large young man. He was dressed in khaki shorts and a windbreaker. His head was bare, and covered with an untidy thatch of fair hair, very fine and thick. His eyes were blue in a tanned face. His hands and legs were tanned too, and on them in the sunlight the fair hair glinted, pale as barley in September. He groped in an inner pocket and produced a tattered old envelope. "I wonder, could you possibly help me, do you think? I've got a whole list of stuff to get, and I was wondering how on earth to ask for it. My French is non-existent, and yours seems terribly good." I said firmly, "My French may sound wonderful to you, but it sounds like nothing on earth to Monsieur Garcin." I sent a bright smile to the chemist, who still watched me sourly from behind the stack of laxatives. No response. I gave it up and turned back to the Englishman, who was saying, unconvinced, "It seems to get results, anyway." He gestured toward my purchases. I grinned. "You'd be surprised what a fight it is sometimes. But of course I'll help, if I can. May I see your list?" He surrendered it relievedly. "This is awfully good of you to let me bother you." He gave his disarmingly shy grin. "Usually I just have to beat my breast like Tarzan and point." "You must be very brave to come holidaying here without a word of French." "Holidaying? I'm here on a job." "Paid assassin?" I asked. "Or only MI5? I beg your pardon." I indicated the list. This? It sounds a bit pointed. I read it aloud. Bandages, 3, 1.5 and 1 inch. Sticking plaster, elastoplast. Burn dressing, boracic powder. You've forgotten the probe. Probe? To get the bullets out. He laughed. I'm only a forester. I'm camping off and on in a hut at 4,000 feet, so I thought I'd set up a first aid kit. Do you intend to live quite so dangerously? You never know. Anyway, I'm a confirmed hypochondriac. I'm never happy till I'm surrounded by pills and boluses and thermometers marked in degrees centigrade. I looked at his 6-foot-odd of solid bone and muscle. Yes, one can see that you should take every care. Do you really want me to struggle with sticking plaster and burn dressings for you? Yes, please, if you'd be so good. Though the only item I'm really sure I shall need is the last one, and I could ask for that myself at a pinch. Cognac? Yes, I see what you mean. Then I turned to Monsieur Gassin and embarked on the slightly exhausting procedure of describing by simple word and gesture articles whose names I knew as well as he did himself. Monsieur Gassin served me reservedly, and, as with Philippe, his reserve sometimes bore strong resemblance to the sulks. I had twice tried the amende honorable of a smile, and I was dashed if I would try it again, so we persevered in chilly politeness to the last but one item on the Englishman's list. At last we had finished. The Englishman, weighed down with enough pills and boluses to satisfy the most highly strung malade imaginaire, stood back from the doorway and waited for me to precede him into the sunlight. As I picked up my own parcels and turned to go, the chemist's voice said, as dry as the rustle of dead leaves, "You are forgetting the drops for Madame de Valmy." He was holding out the package across the counter. When I reached the sunny street, the young man said curiously, "What's biting him? Was he being rude? You're... forgive my saying so, but you're as pink as anything." "Am I? Well, it's my own fault." "No, he wasn't rude. It was just me being silly and getting what I deserved." "I'm sure you weren't. And thank you most awfully for being such a help. I'd never have managed on my own." He gave me his shy grin. "I still have to get the cognac. I wonder if you'd help me to buy that, too." "I thought you said you could ask for that yourself." Well, I rather hoped you'd come with me and let me buy you a drink to thank you for taking all that trouble." "That's very nice of you, but really there's no need." He looked down at me rather imploringly over his armful of packages. "Please," he said. "Apart from everything else, it really is wonderful to talk English to someone." I had a sudden vision of him up in his lonely hut at 4,000 feet, surrounded by pills and boluses and thermometers in degrees centigrade. "I'd like to very much," I said. He beamed. "That's fine. In here. It's Hobson's choice anyway. I think this is the only place apart from the Coq-Ardie half a mile away." The bistro with its gay awning was next door to the pharmacy. Inside it looked dim and not very inviting, but on the cobbles outside there were 2 or 3 little metal tables and some old cane chairs painted bright red. 2 small clipped trees stood sentinel in blue tubs. We sat down in the sun. "What will you have?" He was carefully disposing his life-saving parcels on an empty chair. "Do you suppose they serve coffee?" "Surely." And it seemed indeed that they did. It arrived in large yellow cups, with 3 wrapped oblongs of sugar in each saucer. Now that we were facing one another more or less formally across a café, my companion seemed to have retreated once more behind a rather English shyness. He said, stirring his coffee hard, "My name's Blake, William Blake. On this last he looked up with a trace of defiance. I said, "That's a good name to have, isn't it? Mine's only Belinda Martin. Linda for short. Or for pretty, my mother used to say." He smiled. "Thank you." "For what? Making you free of my name?" "Oh, yes, of course. But I meant for not making a crack about the songs of innocence." "Little lamb who made thee?" "That one, exactly. You'd be surprised how many people can't resist it." I laughed. "How awfully trying. But me, I prefer tigers. No, thank you, Mr. Blake." This to a proffered cigarette. "I don't smoke." "Mind if I do?" "Of course not." Across the spluttering flare of a French match he was looking a question. "If one may ask, what are you doing in Subaru? Not a holiday, I take it?" "No. I'm here on a job, too. I'm governess." "Of course. You must be the English girl from the Chateau Valmy." "Yes. You know about me?" "Everybody knows everybody else hereabouts. Anyway, I'm a near neighbour, as things go around here. I'm working on the next estate, in the plantations west of the Merlon." "Oh," I said, interested. "Dieudonné." "That's it. The chateau, well, it's only a country house, really, a quarter the size of Valmy, lies in the valley a bit beyond the village. The owner's hardly ever there. His name's St. Vere. He seems to spend most of his time in Paris or down near Bordeaux. Like your boss, he gets a lot of his money from his timber and his vineyards." "Vineyards? Valmy?" "Oh, yes. They own chunks of Provence, I believe." "Of course," I said. "Belle vigne." "But that's Monsieur de Valmy's own property, and Valmy isn't. Even he wouldn't spend its income on Valmy." "Even he?" To my surprise, my voice sounded defensive. "I believe he's an awfully good landlord." "Oh, that? Yes, second to none, I imagine. He's pretty highly thought of hereabouts, I can tell you. And the gossip goes that most of the Belvine income did get diverted up here until a few years back. There used to be plenty of money anyway." "There still is," I said. "Or so it seems." "Yes, things are waking up again, I gather. 2 good vintages and you get the roof repaired." He laughed. "Funny how everyone in the place minds everyone else's business, isn't it?" He looked at me. "Governessing. Now, that's a heck of a life, isn't it?" "In storybooks, yes. And I suppose it could be in real life. But I like it. I like Philippe, my pupil, and I love the place." "You're not lonely, so far from home, I mean, and England?" I laughed. "If you only knew. My home in England was 7 years in an orphanage. Governessing or not, Valmy's a wild adventure to me." "I suppose so. Is that what you want, adventure?" "Of course. Who doesn't?" "Me, for one," said Mr. Blake firmly. "Oh? But I thought all men saw themselves hacking their way with machetes through the mangrove swamps and shooting rapids and things. You know, all hairy knees and campfires and the wide, wide world." He grinned. "I got over that pretty young." "And just exactly what is a machete?" "Goodness knows. They always have them. But seriously." "Seriously?" he said. "I don't know. I'd like to get around, yes. I like travel and change and seeing new things, but, well, roots are a good thing to have." He stopped himself there and flushed a little. "I'm sorry. That was tactless." "It's all right. And I do see what you mean. Everybody needs a centre. Somewhere to go out from and come back to. And I suppose as you get older you enjoy the coming back more than the going out." He gave me his shy, rather charming smile.
Yes, I think so. But don't listen to me, Miss Martin. I have a stick-in-the-mud disposition. You go ahead and chase your tigers. After all, you've done pretty well up to now. You've found one already, haven't you?
Monsieur de Valmy? His eyebrows lifted.
You were quick onto that. He is a tiger, then?
You did mean him? Why?
Only that he seems a little fierce and incalculable, by reputation. How'd you get on with him? What's he like?
He's very polite and kind. I'd even say charming. Yes, certainly he's charming. He and Madame seem terribly anxious that I should really feel at home here. I don't see an awful lot of them, of course, but when I do, they're awfully nice. I looked away from him across the square. 2 women came out of the boulangerie and paused to glance at us curiously before they moved off, their sabots noisy on the stones. Someone called shrilly, and the group of children broke up, chattering and screaming like jays. 2 of them raced past us, bare feet slapping the warm cobbles. The clock in the church tower clanged the half-hour. I said, "And what made you come here? Tell me about your job."
"There's nothing much to tell."
He was drawing little patterns on the tabletop with the handle of his spoon. And indeed, the way he told it, his life had taken a very ordered course. A pleasant, reasonably well-to-do suburban home, a small public school, 2 years in the army doing nothing more eventful than manoeuvres on Salisbury Plain, then the university, 4 years hard work with holidays, more or less of the busman variety, in Scandinavia and Germany. Finally, a good degree, and the decision to go on to a further 2 years' research on some conifer diseases, which he proceeded to explain to me very carefully and with much enthusiasm. Far from lacking adventure, it appeared that, what with butt rot, drought crack, larch canker, spruce bark beetle, and things with names like phomopsis and megatismus and even ips, life in a conifer forest could positively teem with excitement. I gathered that Mr. Blake himself was seriously involved with the pine weevil. There was a magnificent infestation of these creatures, Hylobius, mark you, not Pisides, in a plantation west of the Merlon. But here he recollected himself and flushed slightly, grinning at me. "Well, anyway," he finished, "that's why I'm here. I'm busy getting the best of both worlds, thanks to Monsieur de Saint-Vire, who's a remarkably decent chap for a Frenchman." He added, seeming to think this phenomenon worth explaining, "My father knew him in the war. He's given me a job here of a sort. At any rate, I'm paid a bit for doing what's really my own research program anyway. I'm getting some valuable material as well as experience, and I like working in this country. It's small-scale stuff hereabouts, but those people, at any rate the Valmys and Saint-Vires, really do care about their land. But there's a lot to learn." He looked wistful. "Including the language. It seems to escape me somehow. Perhaps I've no ear, but it would be a help." "If you're living alone with thermometers," I said, "I can't see why." "Oh, I'm not up at the hut all the time. I work up there mostly because it's near the plantation I'm on at present, and it's quiet. I keep all my stuff up there, and I sleep there when I'm short of cash." He grinned. "That's quite often, of course. But I do come down to the Coq Hardy pretty frequently. It's noisy, but the boss speaks English and the food's good. Ah, is that your little boy?" From where we were sitting we could see the high wall of the presbytery garden, and now the gate in it opened, and Philippe appeared in the archway, with the broad figure of the curé's housekeeper behind him. "Yes, that's Philippe," I said. "I'll have to go." I got to my feet, and the child saw me, said something over his shoulder to the woman, and then ran across the square in our direction. "I'm glad you waited," I told Madame Rocher you would have gone for a walk. But here you are. Here I am. You're early, aren't you, Philippe? Did Monsieur le Curé get tired of you? I do not know tired of. Ennuyé. He was solemn. No, but he is not very well. He is tired, but not of me. Madame Rocher says I must come away. I'm sorry to hear that, I said. Philippe, this is Monsieur Blake, who works for Monsieur de Saint-Vire. Mr. Blake, the Comte de Valmy. They shook hands, Philippe with the large gravity that sat on him rather attractively. What do you work at, monsieur? I'm a forester. Forest? Oh, yes. There are foresters at Valmy also. I know. I've met one or two of them. Pierre Détruch, Jean-Louis Michaud, and Armand Lestoc. He lives next door to the Cocardi. As to that, said Philippe, I do not know them myself yet. I have not been here very long, vous comprenez? Of course not. I suppose your uncle manages these things. Yes, said Philippe politely. He is my trustee. The look he shot me was merely one of minor triumph that he should have remembered the word, but it tinged the reply with a sort of smug stateliness that brought the beginnings of amusement to Mr. Blake's face. I said hastily, We'd better go, I think. Mr. Blake, thank you so much for the coffee. I'm awfully glad we met. I held out my hand. As he took it, he said quickly, I say, please don't just vanish. When can we meet again? I'm not a very free agent. Sometimes I've a morning, but I don't often get as far as this. Are you free in the evenings? No, not really. Only Fridays and a Sunday here and there. Then that's no good, he said, sounding disappointed. I've arranged to meet some pals of mine this weekend. Perhaps later on. Philippe had given a little tug to my hand. I really must go, I said. Let's leave it, shall we? We're sure to meet. The valley isn't all that big. And thank you again. As we crossed the bridge, I glanced back to see him laboriously gathering up the bandages and the sticking plaster and all the homely remedies which were to reassure life at 4,000 feet. I hoped he would remember to get the cognac. Chapter 6. Something will come of this. I hope it mayn't be human gore. Dickens, Barnaby Rudge. That evening, the quiet run of our existence was broken. Nursery tea was over. The early April dusk had drawn in against the uncurtained windows where lamp and firelight were cheerfully reflected. Philippe was on the hearthrug, playing in a desultory fashion with some soldiers, and I was sitting, as I often did at that time, reading aloud to him, when I heard a car climbing the zigzag. It was a mild evening, and one of the long balcony windows was open. The mounting engine roared, changed, roared again, nearer. As I paused in my reading and glanced toward the window, Philippe looked up. Un auto. Quelqu'un vient? English, I said automatically. Philippe, what are you doing? But he took no notice. He jumped up from the rug while his toys scattered unheeded. Then he flew out of the window like a rocket and vanished to the right along the balcony. I dropped the book and hurried after him. He had run to the end of the balcony where it overlooked the gravel forecourt, and was leaning over eagerly and somewhat precariously. I stifled an impulse to grab him by the seat of his pants, and said instead, as mildly as I could, "You'll fall if you hang over like that. Look, the dashed thing's loose anyway. This coping moved, I'm sure it did." This must be one of the bits they were talking about repairing. Philippe! But he didn't seem to be listening. He still craned forward over the stone coping. I said firmly, "Now come back, Philippe, and be sensible. What's the excitement for, anyway?" The car roared up the last incline and swung with a scrunch of tires across the gravel. She had her lights on. They scythed around through the thin, dark thorns of the rose garden, the flickering spear points of the iron railings below us, the carefully planted pots on the loggia, came to rest on the stable-yard archway, and were switched off. A door slammed. I heard a man's voice, low-pitched and pleasant. Another voice, I supposed the driver's, answered him. Then the car moved off slowly toward the stable-yard, and the newcomer crossed the gravel and mounted the steps to the great door. I waited with mild curiosity for the door to open and the light from the hall to give body, as it were, to the voice. But before this happened, Philippe ducked back behind me and retreated along the balcony toward the schoolroom windows. I turned to see in the set of the thin back and shoulders the suggestion of some disappointment so sharp that I followed him in without a word, sat down again in my chair by the fire, and picked up my book. But Philippe didn't settle again to his toys. He stood still on the hearthrug, staring at the fire. I think he had forgotten I was there. I leafed through a few pages of the book and then said very casually, "Who was it? Did you know?" The thin shoulders lifted. "Monsieur Florimond, I think." "Monsieur Florimond? Do you mean the dress designer?" "Yes. He used to visit us a lot in Paris, and he's a friend of my Aunt Eloise." "Do you know of him in England?" "Of course. Even in the Constance Butcher home we had heard of the great Florimond, whose Aladdin silhouette had been the rage of Paris and New York years before, and had, it was rumoured, caused Dior to mutter something under his breath and tear up a set of designs. I said, impressed, "Is he coming to stay?" "I do not know." His voice sufficiently also expressed that he didn't care. But the general impression of poignant disappointment prevailed so strongly that I said, "Did you expect someone else, Philippe?" He glanced up momentarily, then the long lashes dropped. He said nothing. I hesitated. But Philippe was my job. Moreover, he was a very lonely little boy. Who was it who could expect that headlong welcome from him? I said, "Your cousin Raoul, perhaps?" No answer. "Is anyone else supposed to be coming?" He shook his head. I tried again. "Don't you like Monsieur Florimond?" "But yes, I like him very much." "Then why—" I began, but something in his face warned me to stop. I said gently, "It's time we went down to the salon, petite. I haven't been told not to, so I suppose, guests or not, we'll have to go. Run and wash your hands while I tidy my hair." He obeyed me without a word or look. I went slowly across to shut the balcony windows. In a small salon, a log fire had been lit, and in front of it sat Madame de Valmy and Monsieur Florimond on a rose-brocaded sofa, talking. I looked with interest at the newcomer. I don't know what I expected one of fashion's big five to look like. I only know that the great Florimond didn't look like it. He was vast, baldish, and untidy. His face in repose had a suggestion of tranquil melancholy about it that was vaguely reminiscent of the White Knight, but no one could ever doubt Monsieur Florimond's large sanity. Those blue eyes were shrewd and very kind. They also looked as if they missed very little. He wore his conventional, superbly cut clothes with all the delicate care one might accord to an old beach towel. His pockets bulged comfortably in every direction, and there was cigar ash on his lapel. He was clutching what looked like a Folio Society reprint in one large hand, and gestured with it lavishly to underscore some story he was telling Madame de Valmy. She was laughing, looking happier and more animated than I had ever seen her since I came to Valmy. I realized sharply how lovely she had been before time and tragedy had drained the life from her face. On the thought, she turned and saw myself and Philippe by the door, and the gaiety vanished. The boredom and annoyance that shut down over it were humiliatingly plain to see. I could have slapped her for it, but then realized that Philippe had probably not noticed. He was advancing solemnly and politely on Florimond, who surged to his feet with noises indicating quite sufficient delighted pleasure to counter Eloise's obvious irritation.
"Philippe, this is delightful. How are you?"
"I'm very well, thank you, monsieur."
Yes."
He tapped the boy's cheek.
"A little more colour there, perhaps, and then you'll do. Country air, that's the thing, and the Valmy air suits you by the look of it."
He didn't actually say, "better than Paris," but the words were there, implicit, and Philippe didn't reply. It wasn't easy to avoid mistakes just then with him. Florimond registered this one, I could see, but he merely added amiably,
"Mind you, I don't wonder that Valmy is good for you. When one is lucky enough to have a beautiful young lady as one's constant companion, one must expect to flourish."
The perfect politeness of Philippe's smile indicated how completely this gallant sally went over his head. It had, perforce, since they were speaking French, to go over mine too. I looked as non-committal as I could, and avoided Florimond's eye.
"Eloise de Valmy said from the sofa, 'Don't waste your gallantries, Carlo. Miss Martin's French improves hourly, so I'm told, but I don't think she's reached the compliment stage yet.' Then, in English, 'Miss Martin, let me introduce Monsieur Florimond. You will have heard of him, I don't doubt.'
I said composedly as I shook hands, 'Even in my English orphanage we had heard of Monsieur Florimond. You reached us perhaps some 6 years late, monsieur, but you did reach us.' I smiled, remembering my own cheap ready-made, believe it or not. He didn't pretend to misunderstand me. He made a largely gallant gesture with the book, which was, I saw, the Tale of Genji, and said, 'You, mademoiselle, would adorn anything you wore.' I laughed. 'Even this?' 'Even that,' he said, unperturbed, a twinkle in the blue eyes. 'The size of that compliment,' I said, 'strikes me dumb, monsieur.' Madame de Valmy said, sounding amused now, and more naturally friendly than I had ever yet heard her, 'It's Monsieur Florimond's constant sorrow that only the old and faded can afford to be dressed by him, while the young and lovely buy dresses prêt-à-porter. There's a phrase... My English is slipping in the excitement of talking to you, Carlo. What's the phrase you have for ready-made?' 'Off the peg,' I suggested. 'Yes, that's it. You buy your dresses off the peg and still show us up.' 'Your English is slipping, madame,' I said. 'You're getting your pronouns all wrong.' As she lifted her eyebrows, Florimond said delightedly, 'There, chère madame, a real compliment. A compliment of the right kind, so neat you didn't see it coming, and so subtle that you still do not see it when it has come.' She laughed. 'My dear Carlo, compliments even now aren't quite so rare that I don't recognize them, believe me.' 'Thank you, Miss Martin, that was sweet of you.' Her eyes, as she smiled at me, were friendly, almost warm, and for the first time since I had met her, I saw charm in her, not the easy charm of the vivid personality, but the real and irresistible charm that reaches out halfway to meet you, assuring you that you are wanted and liked.
and heaven knew I needed that assurance. And I was very ready to meet any gesture, however slight, with a response of affection. Perhaps at last. But even as I smiled back at her, it happened again. The warmth drained away as if wine had seeped from a crack and left the glass empty, a cool and misted shell, reflecting nothing. She turned away to pick up her embroidery. I stood with the smile stiffening on my lips, feeling even more sharply than before the sense of having been rebuffed for some reason that I couldn't understand. A moment ago I could have sworn the woman liked me, but now... In the last fleeting glance before the cool eyes dropped to her embroidery, I thought I saw the same queerly apprehensive quality that I had noticed on my first day at Valmy. I dismissed the idea straight away. I no longer imagined that Madame de Valmy feared her husband. On the contrary, without any overt demonstration, it was obvious that the two were very close. Their personalities shared a boundary as light and shadow do. They marched. It was probable, I thought pityingly, and only half comprehendingly, that Héloïse de Valmy's keep-your-distance chilliness was only a byproduct of the sort of samurai self-control that she must have learned to practice elsewhere. With the inability of youth to imagine any temperament other than my own, I felt that life must be a good deal easier for Léon de Valmy himself than for his wife. And her attitude to me, to Philippe as well, must only be part of the general shutdown. It would take time for the reserve to melt, the door to open. That look of hers wasn't apprehension. It was a kind of waiting, an appraisal, no more. It would take time. Perhaps she was still only wondering, as I was, why Léon de Valmy thought she'd made a very great mistake. She was setting a stitch with delicate care. There was a lamp at her elbow. The light shone softly on the thin white hand. The needle threaded the canvas with moving sparks. She didn't look up. "Come and sit by me, Philippe, on this footstool. You may stay 10 minutes. No, Miss Martin, don't slip away. Sit down and entertain Monsieur Florimond for me." The mask was on again. She sat composed and elegant as ever over her needlework. She even managed to appear faintly interested as she put Philippe through the usual catechism about his day's activities and listened to his polite, painstaking replies. Beside me, Florimond said, "Won't you sit here?" I turned gratefully toward him, to find him watching me with those mild eyes that nevertheless seemed to miss nothing. He may have noticed the ebb and flow of invitation and rebuff that had left me silent and stranded. At any rate, he now appeared to lay himself out to amuse me. His repertoire of gently scandalous stories was extremely entertaining, and probably at least half true, and, as I knew his Paris better than he realized, I was soon enjoying myself immensely. He flirted a very little, too. Oh, so expertly, and looked slightly disconcerted, and then delighted when he found that his gallantries amused instead of confused me. He would have been even more disconcerted if he'd known that, in a queer sort of way, he was reminding me of Daddy. I hadn't heard this sort of clever, over-sophisticated chatter since I'd last been allowed in to one of Daddy's drink and verses jamborees 10 years before. I may be forgiven if I enjoyed every moment of the oddly nostalgic rubbish that we talked. Or would have done, if every now and again I hadn't seen Héloïse de Valmy's cool eyes watching me with that indefinable expression which might have been appraisal, or wariness, or, if it weren't fantastic, fear. And if I hadn't been wondering who had reported on the hourly improvement of my French. The entry of Seddon with the cocktail tray interrupted us. I looked inquiringly at Madame de Valmy, and Philippe made as if to get to his feet. But before she could dismiss us, Florimond said comfortably, "Don't drive the child away, Eloise. Now he's said his catechism, perhaps you'll deliver him over to me." She smiled, raising her delicate brows. "What do you want with him, Carlo?" He had finally put down the tail of Genji on the extreme edge of a fragile-looking coffee table, and was fishing in one untidy pocket with a large hand. He grinned at Philippe, who was watching him with that guarded look I hated to see, and I saw the child's face relax a little in reply. "Last time I saw you, my lad," said Florimond, "I was trying to initiate you into the only civilized pastime for men of sense. Ah, here we are." As he spoke, he fished a small board out of one pocket. It was a traveller's chess set, complete with tiny men in red and white. Madame de Valmy laughed. "The ruling passion," she said, her cool voice almost indulgent. "Very well, Carlo, but he must go upstairs at 1:15, no later. Berthe will be waiting for him." That this wasn't true she knew quite well, and so did I. Though the conversation was now in French, I saw her give me a quick glance and kept my face non-committal. It was interesting that I wasn't the only one who schemed to keep Philippe out of his uncle's way. Philippe had dragged his stool eagerly enough across to Florimond's chair, and the two of them were already poring over the board. "Now," said Florimond cheerfully, "let's see if you can remember any of the rules, mon gars. I seem to recollect some erratic movements last time you and I were engaged, but there's a sort of wild freshness about your conception of the game which has its own surprising results. Your move." "I moved," said Philippe demurely, "while you were talking." "Did you, pardieu? Ah, the king's pawn. A classic gambit, monsieur. And I, this pawn. So." Philippe bent over the board, his brows fiercely knitted, his whole small being concentrated on the game, while above him, Florimond, leaning back vast in his chair, with cigar ash spilling down his beautifully cut jacket, watched him indulgently, never ceasing for a moment the gentle, aimless flow of words, of which it was very obvious that Philippe, if indeed he was listening at all, would understand only 1 in 3. I sat quietly and watched them, feeling a warm, almost affectionate glow toward this large and distinguished Parisian who, among all his other preoccupations, could bother to make a lonely small boy feel he was wanted. From the couturier's talk, you would suppose he had nothing to do for the past year but look forward to another game with Philippe. I noticed then that Madame de Valmy wasn't sewing. Her hands lay idle in the tumble of embroidery in her lap. I thought that she was interested in the game, until I saw that she wasn't watching the board. Her eyes were fixed on the back of Philippe's down-bent head. She must have been deep in some faraway thoughts, because when Philippe made a sudden exclamation, she jumped visibly. He gave a little whoop of glee and pounced on the board. "Your queen! Your queen! Regardez, monsieur! I've got your queen!" "So I see," said Florimond, unperturbed. "But will you kindly tell me, Capablanca, by what new law you were able to move your piece straight down the board to do so?" "There was nothing in the way," explained Philippe kindly. "No, but the piece you moved, mon vieux, was a bishop. I'm sorry to be petty about it, but there is a rule which restricts the bishop to a diagonal line. Nugatory, you will say, trifling. But there it is. Medes and Persians, Philippe." "A bishop?" said Philippe, seizing on the one word that made sense. "The ones with the pointed hats," said Florimond tranquilly, "are the bishops."
"Oh," said Philippe. He looked up at his opponent and grinned, not in the least abashed. "I forgot. You can have your queen back, then."
"I'm grateful. Thank you. Now, it's still your move, and I should suggest that you observe again the relative positions of your bishop and my queen."
Philippe concentrated. "There's nothing between them," he said uncertainly.
"Exactly."
"Well? Oh!"
The small hand hastily scooped the lawless bishop out of the queen's path.
"There. I move him there."
Florimond chuckled. "Very wise," he said. "Very wise."
From the way he leaned forward to scan the board through a thoughtful cloud of tobacco smoke, you would have thought he was matched with a master instead of a small boy who didn't even know the rules. I glanced at the clock. 16 minutes past 6. I looked in surprise at Madame de Valmy, whom I'd suspected of a clock-watching nervousness almost equal to my own. She had dropped her hands in her lap again and was staring at the fire. She was 100 miles away. I wondered where. No pleasant place, I thought. I said, "Madame?" She started and picked up her embroidery so quickly that she pricked her finger. I said, "I'm sorry, madame, I startled you. I think it's time I took Philippe upstairs, isn't it?" I had my back to the door, so I neither saw nor heard it open. It was the quick turn of Philippe's head and the widening of the black eyes that told me. Léon de Valmy's beautiful voice said, "Ah, Philippe. No, don't move. Carlo, how delightful. Why don't we see you more often?" The wheelchair glided silently forward as he spoke. For such a quiet entrance, the effect was remarkable enough. Philippe jumped off his footstool and stood staring at his uncle like a mesmerized bird. Monsieur Florimond hoisted himself again to his feet. Héloïse de Valmy dropped her embroidery and turned quickly toward her husband, while I slid out of my place as his chair passed me and retired toward my usual distant window seat. I didn't think Léon de Valmy had noticed me, but Philippe had. He, too, made a movement as if to escape, but was netted, so to speak, with a word. "No, indeed, Philippe. It's all too rarely that I get a chance to see you. We must thank Monsieur Florimond for bringing me in early. Sit down." The child obeyed. The wheelchair slid up beside the sofa and stopped. Léon de Valmy touched his wife's hand. "Your devotion to duty touches me, Héloïse. It does, really." Only an ear that was tuned to it could have detected the taunt in the smooth voice. I saw their eyes meet, and Héloïse de Valmy smiled. And for the second time that evening, I felt the scald of a little spurt of anger. Did they find even half an hour out of the day intolerably much to give to Philippe? And did they have to make it plain? This time, Philippe didn't miss it. I saw the swift upward slant of his lashes at his uncle, and the too familiar sullenness settle on the pale little face, and thought, "Why don't you pick someone your own weight, damn you?" The next second, the incident might have been illusion. Léon de Valmy, obviously in the best of spirits, was welcoming Monsieur Florimond almost gaily. "It's very nice of you to look us up, Carlo. What brought you to Geneva?" Florimond lowered himself once more into his chair. "I came on the track of a material." He made another of his large gestures, this time toward the tail of Genji, which promptly fell onto the floor. "Take a look at those pictures sometime, Héloïse, and tell me if you ever see anything to touch that elegance, that courteous silver-point grace just on the hither side of decadence." "Ah, thank you, mon lapin." this to Philippe, who had quietly picked up the book and was handing it to him.
"Give it to your Aunt Petit. C'est formidable, hein?"
She glanced at it. "What's this, Carlo?"
"A threat to your peace of mind and my pocket," said Léon de Valmy, smiling. "The Mandarin line, or some such thing, I don't doubt. And just on the hither side of decadence at that. I confess I can't see you in it, my dear."
Florimond laughed.
"Only the material, I do assure you, only the material. And that's as much as I shall tell you. Rose Gautier and I have concocted something between us that ought to flutter the dovecotes next November. And I came up to keep a father's eye on it in the making."
He grinned amiably at his host.
"At least that's the excuse. I always try to desert Paris at this juncture if I possibly can."
"How's the collection going?" asked Madame. Florimond dropped a gout of ash down his shirt front and wiped it placidly aside across his lapel.
"At the moment it's hardly even conceived. Not a twitch, not a pang. I shall not be in labour for many months to come, and then we shall have the usual lightning and half-aborted litter to be licked into shape in a frenzy of blood and tears."
Here his eye fell on Philippe, silent on his stool, and he added, with no perceptible change of tone,
"There was thick mist lying on the road between here and Tournon."
Léon de Valmy was busy at the cocktail tray. He handed his wife a glass.
"Really? Bad?" "In places. But I fancy it's only local. It was clear at Geneva, though of course it may cloud up later along the lake. Ah, thank you."
Léon de Valmy poured his own drink. Then, as his chair turned again into the circle around the hearth, he caught sight of the chessboard on the low table. The black brows rose.
"Chess? Do you never move without that thing, Carlo?" "Never. May I hope you'll give me a game tonight?" "With pleasure. But not with that collection of dressmaker's pins, I beg of you. I don't play my best when I've to use a telescope." "It's always pure joy to play with that set of yours," said Florimond, "quite apart from the fact that you're a foeman worthy of my steel, which is one way of saying that you beat me 4 times out of 5.
Léon de Valmy was surveying the board.
"It would certainly appear that Red was playing a pretty short-sighted game in every sense of the word. I knew you weren't chess-minded, Eloise, my dear, but I didn't know you were quite that bad."
She merely smiled, not even bothering to deny it. There was no need anyway. He knew who had been playing, and Philippe knew he knew.
"Ah, yes," said Florimond calmly. He peered at the miniature men. "Dear me, I have got myself into an odd tangle, haven't I? Perhaps I need spectacles." "You're quite right, my dear Léon. It's a mistake to underrate one's opponent. Never do that."
The big hand shifted a couple of men with quick movements. The mild, clever face expressed nothing whatever except interest in the Lilliputian manoeuvres on the board. I saw Léon de Valmy glance up at him swiftly, and the look of amusement that came and went like the gleam on the underside of a blown cloud.
"I don't."
Then he smiled at Philippe, silent on his stool.
"Come and finish the game, Philippe. I'm sure your aunt won't drive you upstairs just yet."
Philippe went, if possible, smaller and more rigid than before. I'd rather not, thank you."
Léon de Valmy said pleasantly, "You mustn't allow the fact that you were losing to weigh with you, you know."
The child went scarlet. Florimond said, quite without inflection,
"In any case, we can't continue. I disarranged the pieces just now. The situation wasn't quite as peculiar as your uncle supposed, Philippe, but I can't remember just what it was. I'm sorry. I hope very much that you'll give me the pleasure of a game another time.
You do very well." He pushed the board aside and smiled down at the child, who responded with one quick upward look. Then he leaned back in his chair and, smiling amiably at his host, launched without pausing straight into one of his improbable stories, thus effectively forcing the general attention back to himself. Philippe remained without moving, small on his stool, the picture of sulky isolation. I watched him, still feeling in my damn them mood. He must have felt my glance, because eventually he looked up. I winked at him and grinned. There was no answering gleam. The black lashes merely dropped again. Then the door opened, and Seddon, the butler, came in. He crossed the floor to Madame de Valmy's side. "Madame, a telephone message has just come through from Monsieur Raoul." I saw her flash a glance at her husband. "From Monsieur Raoul? Yes, Seddon." "He asked me to tell you he was on his way up, madame." The base of Léon de Valmy's glass clinked down on the arm of his chair. "On his way? Here? When? Where was he speaking from?" "That I couldn't say, sir. But he wasn't at Belleville. He said he would be here some time tonight." A pause. I noticed the soft, uneven ticking of the lovely little clock on the mantel. Then Florimond said comfortably, "How very pleasant. I don't know when I last set eyes on Raoul. I hope he'll be here for dinner." Seddon said, "No, monsieur. He said he might be late, and not to wait for him, but that he would get here tonight." Léon de Valmy said, "And that was all the message?" "Yes, sir." Madame de Valmy stirred. "He didn't sound as if there was anything wrong at Belleville." "No, madame, not at all." Florimond chuckled. "Don't look so worried, my dear. They've probably had a week of the Mistral, and he's decided to cut and run for it. The original ill wind." "He doesn't usually run in this direction," said his father very dryly. "Very well, Seddon. Thank you." Madame de Valmy said, "Perhaps you'll be good enough to see Mrs. Seddon straight away about a room." "Of course, madame." Seddon, expressionless as ever, bent his head. I saw Eloise de Valmy glance again at her husband. I couldn't see his face from where I sat, but she was biting her bottom lip, and to my surprise she looked strained and pale. A nice gay welcome for the son of the house was, it appeared, laid on. Him and Philippe both. As a cosy family home, the Chateau Valmy certainly took some beating. The Constance butcher wasn't in it. Then the central chandelier leapt into a lovely cascade of light. Seddon moved forward to draw curtains and replenish drinks. Glasses clinked, and someone laughed. Philippe moved cheerfully to help Florimond pack away the tiny chessmen. And in a moment, it seemed, under the bright light, the imagined tensions dissolved and vanished. Firelight, laughter, the smell of pine logs and schiaparelli, the rattle of curtain rings, and the swish as the heavy brocades swung together. It was absurd to people the lovely Chateau Valmy with the secret ghosts of Thornfield. The Demon King turned his handsome grey head and said in English, "Come out, Jane Eyre." I must have jumped about a foot. He looked surprised, then laughed and said, "Did I startle you? I'm sorry. Were you very far away?" "Pretty far. At a place in Yorkshire called Thornfield Hall." The black brows lifted. "So, we're en rapport. No wonder you jumped." He smiled. "I shall have to be careful. And now, will you take your charge away before Monsieur Florimond corrupts him with vermouth?" "No, Philippe, I do assure you, you won't like it. Now, make your adieu, in English, please, and go." Philippe was on his feet in a flash, making those adieux correctly, if rather too eagerly. I think I was almost as thankful as he was when at length, his hand clutching mine, I said my own quiet good nights and withdrew. Léon de Valmy's "Good night, Miss Heir," with its wholly charming overtone of mockery, followed me to the door. Philippe was a little subdued for the rest of the evening, but on the whole survived the ordeal by uncle pretty well. After he was in bed, I dined alone in my room. It was Albertine, Madame de Valmy's sour-faced maid, who brought my supper in. She did it in tight-lipped silence, making it very clear that she was demeaning herself unwillingly. "Thanks, Albertine," I said cheerfully, as she set the last plate down just a shade too smartly. "Oh, and by the way—" The woman turned in the doorway, her sallow face not even inquiring. She radiated all the charm and grace of a bad-tempered skunk. "Well?" "I wondered if you can remember whether I got Mrs. Seddon's tablets for her last week or not," I said. "No," said Albertine, and turned to go. "Do you mean I didn't, or do you mean you don't remember?" She spoke sourly over her shoulder without turning. "I mean I do not know. Why?" "Only because Mrs. Seddon asked me to get the tablets today, and Monsieur Garcin said he gave them to me last week. If that's the case, you'd think I must have handed them to her with her other packages. I've no recollection of them at all. Do you know if there was a prescription with the list you gave me?" The square shoulders lifted. "Perhaps. I do not know." The shallow black eyes surveyed me with dislike. "Why do you not ask her yourself?" "Very well, I will," I said coldly. "That will do, Albertine." But the door was already shut. I looked at it for a moment with compressed lips, and then began my meal. When some little time later there came a tap on the door, and Mrs. Seddon surged affably in, I said, almost without preamble, "That Albertine woman, what's biting her? She's about as amiable as a snake." Mrs. Seddon snorted. "Oh, her. She's going about like a wet month of Sundays because I told her to bring your supper up. Bert's helping Mariette get a room ready for Mr. Rowell, seeing as how Mariette won't work along with Albertine anyhow, and she's as sour as a lemon if you ask her to do anything outside Madame's own rooms. Her and that Bernard, they're a pair. It's my belief he'd rob a bank for the master if asked, but he'd see your nose cheese and the rats eating it before he'd raise a little finger for anybody else." "I believe you. What I can't understand is why Madame puts up with her." "You don't think she has that sour milk face for Madame, do you? Oh, no, it's all niminy-piminy butter won't melt there, you mark my words." Conversation with Mrs. Seddon was nothing if not picturesque. "But she's like that with everyone else in the place, bar Bernard, and it's my belief she's as jealous as sin if Madame so much as smiles at anybody besides herself. She knows Madame likes you, and that's the top and bottom of it, dear, believe you me." I said, surprised, "Madame likes me? How do you know?" "Many's the nice things she said about you," said Mrs. Seddon comfortably. "So you don't have to fret yourself over a bit of lip from that Albertine." I laughed. "I don't. How's the asthma? You sound better." "I am that. It comes and goes. This time of year it's a nuisance, but never near so bad as it used to be. I remember as a girl Miss Debbie's mother saying to me—" I stopped that one with the smoothness of much practice. "I'm afraid Monsieur Garcin wouldn't give me the antihistamine today. He said I got it last week. Did I give it to you, Mrs. Seddon? I'm terribly ashamed of myself, but I can't remember. Do you know if it was with the other things I got for you? There was some Nestle's chocolate, wasn't there? And some buttons, and some cotton wool. And was it last week you got your watch back from the repairers?" Was it now? Maybe it was. I can't mind just now about the pills, but I know there were a lot of things, and the pills may have been with them. She laughed a little wheezily. I can't say I took much notice, not wanting them till now, but Mr. Garsang's probably right. He's as finicky as the 5 times table, and about as lively. I'll have a look in my cupboard tonight. I'm sorry to give you the bother, dear. Oh, that doesn't matter. I did get you the aspirins and the eau de cologne. They're here with your change. Oh, thanks, dear. Miss, I mean. I said, is Monsieur Florimond staying, or is he only here for dinner? He only came for dinner, but I dare say he'll stay on late to see Mr. Rowell. It might yet be they'll ask him to stay the night if the fog gets any thicker. I got up and went over to the balcony windows. I don't see any fog. It seems a fine enough night. Eh? Oh, yes. I think it's only down by the water. We're high up here. But the road runs mostly along the river, and there's been accidents in the valley before now, in the mist. It's a nasty road, that, in the dark. I can imagine it might be. I came back to my chair, adding with a memory of the recent uncomfortable session in the drawing-room. Perhaps Monsieur Raoul won't get up here after all tonight. She shook her head. He'll come. If he said he was coming, he'll come. She eyed me for a moment and said, Was there anything said downstairs, like? Nothing. They wondered what brought him, that was all. We've not much call to wonder, she said darkly. There's only one thing will make him set foot in the place, and that's money. Oh, I said, rather uncomfortably. There were limits to gossip, after all. I got the impression it might be some business to do with Bellevigne. Well, said Mrs. Seddon, that's what I mean. It's always Bellevigne and money. She sighed. I told you Mr. Rowell manages it for him, and now and again he comes up and talks to him about it, and then... She sighed again. There's words. It's trouble every time, what with Mr. Rowell wanting money for Bellevigne, and the master wanting it for Valmy, and before you know where you are, it's cat and dog. Or maybe I should say dog and dog, because nobody could say Mr. Rowell's like a cat, the horrible sneaking beasts. But a dog fight it's always been, ever since Mr. Rowell was big enough to speak up for himself, and he must be a careful landlord, I said hastily. Oh, I don't deny he makes a good job of Bellevigne. He's too like his father not to, if you see what I mean. But they do say he rackets about the place plenty between times. There's stories. You can't believe everything you hear, I said. No, indeed, that's true, said Mrs. Seddon, a shade regretfully. And especially when it's about Mr. Rowell, if you follow me, miss. Because he's the sort that'd get himself talked about if he lived in a convent, as the saying is. I'm sure you're right, I said. And where does he get the money? I ask you that. Mrs. Seddon was now fully and enjoyably launched. Where did he get the car he was driving last time he was here? As long as the Queen Mary, and a horn like the last trump. And so I ask you, where? Well, I said mildly. Where? Ah, said Mrs. Seddon darkly. You may well ask. I heard the master ask him that very question, sharp-like, the last time he was here. And Mr. Rowell wouldn't tell him. Just passed it off in that way he has, with something about a lucky night and a lucky number. I laughed. It sounds to me as if he won it at roulette. Good luck to him. She looked a little shocked. Well, miss, I don't say as how I think a little flutter does any harm, and I'm as partial to a nice game of whist as anyone. But, well, many's the time I wonder what Miss Debbie would have said Many's the time she said to me, 'Mary,' she said." "Forgive me," I said quickly, "but it's time for Philippe's chocolate. I left him reading in bed, and I must put his light out." "Eh? Oh, yes, to be sure. How time goes on, doesn't it? And it's long past time I ought to be seeing if Bert and Mariette have put that room properly to rights." She heaved herself onto her feet and plodded to the door, which I opened for her. "Have they remembered the milk?" "It was on the tray." "Ah, yes. That Bert, now, do you find she does her work all right, miss? If there's anything to complain of, you must be sure to let me know." "I've no complaints," I said. "I like Bert very much, and she keeps the rooms beautifully. You've only to look in the pantry here." She followed me into the tiny pantry, where the light gleamed on the spotless enamel of the little stove, and saucepan, beaker, and spoon stood ready. I poured milk into the pan, set it on the stove, and switched on. Mrs. Seddon ran a practised eye over the tiny room, and an equally practised finger over the shelf where the tins of chocolate, coffee, and tea stood, and nodded her head in a satisfied manner. "Yes, Bert's a good girl, I must say, if she'll keep her mind on her work instead of running after that there Bernard." "The sugar's here, miss." "No, not that. I used the glucose for Philippe, you remember. That's his special tin, the blue one." "Oh, thank you. Do you mean to tell me there's something between Berthe and Bernard? I hope it's not serious. It would be an awful pity. He's too old for her. And besides—" I stopped, but she took me up. "Well, miss, you never said a truer word. A pity it is. If that Albertine wasn't his sister born, I'd have said, why not them? They wouldn't spoil two houses, and them as alike as two hogs in the same litter. A sour-faced, black-of-eyes sort of chap he is and all, for a bonny young girl like Bert to be losing her head over. But there, human nature's human nature, believe it or not, and there's nothing we can do about it. What are you looking for now?" "The biscuits. They've been moved." "Oh, here they are." I put 3 into Philippe's saucer, looking sidelong at Mrs. Seddon. Extra rations tonight. It was a slightly sticky session in the drawing-room. "That's right. He could do with a bit of spoiling, if you ask me. And now I'll have to go, really. I've enjoyed our little chat, miss. And I may say that Seddon and me, we think that Philip's a whole lot better for having you here. He likes you, that's plain to see. And it's my belief that what he needs is somebody to be fond of." I said softly, half to myself, "Don't we all?" "Well, there you are," said Mrs. Seddon comfortably. "Not but what his other nanny wasn't a very nice woman, very nice indeed, but she did baby him a bit, say what you will, which was only natural, seeing as how she'd brought him up from a bairn in arms. Maybe the master was right enough, like you said, in thinking he ought to have a change, especially after losing his mam and dad like that. Poor bairn. And you're making a grand job of him, miss, if you'll excuse the liberty of me saying so." I said with real gratitude, "It's very nice of you, thank you." I lifted Philippe's tray and grinned at her over it. "And I do hope all goes well downstairs. At least there's one person who'll be pleased when Mr. Raoul arrives." She stopped in the doorway and turned, a little ponderously. "Who? Mr. Florimond? Well, I couldn't say." "I didn't mean him. I meant Philippe." She stared at me, then shook her head. "Mr. Raoul hardly knows him, miss. Don't forget, Philippe only came from Paris just before you did, and Mr. Raoul's not been over since he was here." "Then Monsieur Raoul must have seen something of him in Paris, or else when he was with Monsieur Hippolyte." "He didn't, that I do know." And I'd go bail him and Mr. Rowell hardly ever saw each other in Paris. Paris, said Mrs. Seddon, reverting to form. Paris. He'd not be the one to bother with Philip there. He had other kettles of fish to fry in Paris, you mark my words. But when we heard the car coming up the zigzag tonight with Monsieur Florimond, Philippe flew out onto the balcony like a rocket. And he certainly wasn't hoping to see him. He looked desperately disappointed. More than that, really. Blighted would almost describe it. Who else could he be looking for if it wasn't his cousin Raoul? Then I looked at her, startled, for her eyes, in the harsh light, were brimming with sudden, easy tears. She shook her head at me and wiped her cheeks with the back of a plump hand. Poor bairn, was all she would say. But presently, after a sniff or two and some action with a handkerchief, she explained. The explanation was simple, obvious, and dreadful. He never saw them dead, of course, nor he wasn't allowed to go to the funeral. And it's my belief and Seddon's that he won't have it they're really gone. They were to have driven back from the airport, you see, and he was waiting for them, and they never came. He never saw no more of them. It's my belief he's still waiting. That's dreadful, I swallowed. That's dreadful, Mrs. Seddon. Yes. Every car that comes up, he'll fly out yonder. I've seen him do it. It's lucky there's not more coming and going than there is, or he'd do it once too often and end up on the gravel on his head, or else stuck on those spikes like a beetle on a pin. I shivered. I'll watch him, I said. You do, said Mrs. Seddon. Fourth Coach. Chapter 7. A being, erect upon two legs and bearing all the outward semblance of a man, and not of a monster. Dickens, Pickwick Papers. Philippe was already asleep, curled in an extraordinarily small bundle under the bedclothes. The light was still on, and his book had slid to the floor. Something was clutched in his hand, and I drew the sheet aside to see what it was. One of the Queen's soldiers with the fur hats. I picked up the book, straightened the bedclothes, turned off the light, and went softly out, taking the unwanted chocolate back to the pantry. Back in my room, I walked straight through it onto the balcony, letting the curtains fall behind me to cut off the light. The night was calm and unexpectedly warm. There was still no sign of fog, but I thought that I could see a paler darkness away in the valley's depths. The damp of spring hung in the air. An owl called below me, down in the woods. Called again. Its muted melancholy found too ready an echo in me. I felt tired and depressed. Too much had happened today, and the pleasant things, the morning's encounter with William Blake, my gay little flirtation with Florimond in the salon, had somehow faded back out of mind and left me with this queerly flattened feeling. I know what it was, of course. I'd lived with loneliness a long time. That was something which was always there. One learns to keep it at bay. There are times when one even enjoys it. But there are also times when a desperate self-sufficiency doesn't quite suffice. And then the search for the anodyne begins. The radio, the dog, the shampoo, the stockings to wash, a tin soldier. I bit my lip and took myself sharply to task. Just because I had had two pleasantly off-duty encounters, not to mention a cosy and entertaining gossip with the housekeeper, I didn't have to feel let down and left out when they were over and I had to put in the evening by myself. I didn't have to stand here glooming at the spring dusk and picturing myself for the rest of my life relegated to the edge of the room, the frame of the conversation piece. And what did I want, for heaven's sake? To retreat on the illusion that Florimond's courtesy had created, that he and I and Madame de Valmy could share a fireside on equal terms? To be where Madame de Valmy was? Where I might still have been if the thing that happened 10 years ago hadn't happened? Well, that was out, and the sooner I accepted once and for all the fact that the jamboree was over, the sooner I would stop riding this uneasy seesaw of moods and memories. I turned deliberately and walked along to the southern end of the balcony until I stood above the salon. The light from the long windows, muted by gold curtains, streamed softly across the loggia and out onto the terrace. The bare rose bushes stood out, thorn and twig, in a naked mesh netting the light. Their shadows raked away like bosoms over the freshly dug beds. One window had been opened to the mild night, and here the light streamed out boldly, and with it the sound of talk and laughter. I could imagine the spurting glow of the log fire, the gleam of rummers, the smell of coffee and brandy and cigars. "Good night, Miss Eyre." Amusement supervened, and with it sanity. I grinned to myself as I walked softly back to my own window. If I did have to spend the rest of my life sitting in the corner of someone else's drawing room, knitting and wearing black bombazine, whatever that was, then by God it would be the best bombazine, the very best bombazine. Ignoring the anodynes of book, radio, and stockings to wash, I got my coat and went out. I went down the zigzag very slowly, for in the faint moonlight the slope was deceptive, and the slight dampness made the surface slippery. There was a way down through the wood itself, a steep track of alternate step and slope that short-circuited the zigzag, but it would have been too dark under the trees, so I avoided it and kept to the road. The air was very still. Below me, in the valley depths where the river ran, I could see quite distinctly now the pale drift of mist. The owl cried again once, very sadly, from the wood. There was a strong, wet smell of earth and growing things, the smell of spring. Not softness, not balm and blossoms, but something harsh and sharp that pierced the senses as the thrust of new life broke the ground. The cruelest month breeding. Lilacs out of dead land. Yes, that was it. That was it. Not for the first time I was sharply grateful to Daddy for making poetry a habit with me. The best words in the best order. One always got the same shock of recognition and delight when someone's words swam up to meet a thought or name a picture. Daddy had been right. Poetry was awfully good material to think with. Something rustled in last year's beech leaves, and poetry fled, as, absurdly, I remembered that there were still bears in France, and boars, and probably wolves. And werewolves and vampires too, no doubt. By mocking myself, I got at length safely down to river level and the bridge to the main road. The bridge was an elegant affair of the 18th century, with carved balustrading that opened in graceful curves toward the river banks. The mist was thick here, but only in patches. Where I stood it was waist-high, but beyond the parapet to my right it slanted down like a snowbank to lie low over the water, pinned through here and there by spikes of bulrush and the black spars of dead boughs. The water itself was invisible. The sound of it was dark and deep, a lovely liquid undertone to the night. The owl's breathy call fell less sadly now, less hollowly through the dim boughs. I stood still in the centre of the bridge, my hands deep in my pockets, and gazed up at the steeply wooded slope on the other side of the main road. Rank upon rank of pines, I knew, crowded up those rocky heights, with here and there a bare crag jutting through, where in daylight the hawks mewed and circled. Now, in the faint moonlight, the forest was no more than a looming darkness, a towering cloud faintly luminous where the crescent moon feather-edged the rims of the pines. The scent drifted down, spicy and sharp, and somehow dark like the pines themselves. A car was coming up the valley. I heard the sound of the engine grow and fade, and grow again as the curving road and the mist cut off and distorted the sound. It came round Belle-Surprise, high above the mist, before I saw its lights. I saw them turn then, tilt, and drive down into the darkness, to bend this way and that among the trees, brightening and then blurring as the fog clouds blunted them. I watched the stems of the trees outline themselves sharply against the light, to reel away like logs tumbling over a waterfall, then swoop back and up into the towering shadow behind the glare, where still the tree stems blanched, drifted, and darkened. Only a late truck driving up to Soubirous. The headlights went steadily past the end of the bridge, and the mist tossed and whirled in the red of the tail lamp. I was turning to go back up the zigzag when my eye was caught by a tiny light high up among the Dieudonné trees. A minute before it hadn't been there, but now it pricked through the cloud of pines like a small yellow star. I stopped and looked up at it. The trees along the roadside were busy in their ghostly dance as another truck roared up the valley. But that tiny light hung there, high above them, warm and steady. No, not a star, a planet, and lived on at that. It might very well not be William Blake's little hut at 4,000 feet, but somehow I thought it was. I smiled to myself, picturing him sitting up there with his bandages and boluses. What was a bolus? And thermometers in degrees centigrade. The second truck thundered past the end of the bridge. And the cognac. Had he remembered the cognac? I hadn't noticed the car travelling quietly behind the enormous truck. I didn't see it until it turned sharp onto the narrow bridge and came at me like a torpedo. It was an easy corner, and he took it fast. The main beam leaped out and pinned me full in the glare. I heard his brakes shriek as they bit metal. I jumped for the edge of the road. The lights lurched and tires screeched and ripped the tarmac. 1 yard. That was all the leeway he had. Something grabbed at me, tore. I slipped on the greasy road and fell flat in the gutter under the parapet as the car went by with 1.5 feet to spare and screamed to a skidding halt beyond the bridge. The engine cut. The door slammed. Léon de Valmy's voice said, "Where are you? Are you hurt? I didn't touch you, did I?" Quick footsteps sounded on the tarmac. "Where are you?" I had risen to my knees in the wet gutter and was holding rather hard to the parapet. At the sound of the footsteps and that familiar voice, I thought I must have been hit and gone mad. I was blind, too. I couldn't see anything, anyone. I was blinking in a dazed sort of panic as I pulled myself shakily to my feet. I wasn't blinded after all. The mist sank and dwindled and swirled waist-high again as I turned, leaning back for support against the parapet. Nor was I mad. The man who was striding toward me in the moonlight was not Léon de Valmy, though 30 years ago Léon de Valmy had probably looked exactly like him. As with his father, my first impression of Raoul de Valmy was that he was remarkably good-looking, but where age and illness had given the older man's looks the fine-drawn, fallen angel quality he had mocked to me on our first meeting, there was nothing in the least fine-drawn about Raoul. He merely looked tough, arrogant, and at the moment, furious. It wasn't exactly the time to judge whether he possessed the charm which his father could apparently radiate at will, though his personality certainly made, this without irony, as strong an impact. But the difference was there again. Where Léon de Valmy kept himself banked down, so to speak, and burning secretly, Raoul was at full blaze. And just now he was blazing with something more than personality. He was as shaken as I was, and it had made him angry. I sat down suddenly on the parapet and waited. He loomed over me, tall and formidable-looking in the misty moonlight. Tall, dark, and handsome. The romantic cliché repeated itself in my head, so automatically and irresistibly that I braced myself to dislike him on sight. He said sharply, "Are you hurt?" "No." "Did I hit you?" "No." "Not even touch you?" I was smoothing my coat down with unsteady fingers. No. "You're sure you're all right?" Yes, thank you." I heard his breath expelled in quick relief. He relaxed, and his voice warmed then into anger. "Then will you kindly tell me what the bloody hell you were doing standing in the middle of the road in a fog? You came damn near being killed, and if you had, you'd have deserved it." Shock was reacting on me too, and I wasn't used to being sworn at. I stopped fussing with my clothes and lifted my head to glare straight back at him. "It's not a public road, and I've a perfect right to stand in the middle of it, or sit in the middle of it, or lie in the middle of it if I want to. I wasn't expecting you. At least I'd quite forgotten you were coming. And in any case, you've no business to come at that speed, whether it's a private road or not." There was a fractional pause during which I had the impression that he was distinctly taken aback. Then he said mildly, "I was only doing 50, and I know the road like the back of my hand." 50? I heard my voice rise to a squeak and was furious. "Why, that's—" "Oh, kilometers, of course." "What else?" "It's still too fast, and there was mist." "I could see the way quite well, and that car sits down on the corners like a broody hen." He was beginning to sound amused, and that made me angrier. I snapped. "Broody hen or no, it very nearly ran me down." "I'm quite aware of that, but I would hardly expect to find anyone standing on the bridge at this time of night." He stopped, and then went on, the amusement now clear in his voice. "I'm damned if I see why I should have to stand here defending myself for not having run you over. Perhaps now you'll be good enough to tell me why you consider you've a perfect right to stand, or was it lie down, in the middle of this particular private road. This is the Valmy estate, you know." I was busy wiping my muddy hands on a handkerchief. "Yes," I said, "I live here." He made a little movement of surprise, and I saw his eyes narrow on me in the moonlight. "Surely," he said, "you're not one of the, servants?" "In a way," I said. "I'm Philippe's governess." "But," said Raoul de Valmy slowly, "they told me she was to be an English girl." I felt as if he had dealt me a sharp blow in the stomach. For the first time I realized that the whole of the exchange had been in French. Literally thrown off my balance as I had been, I had answered him without thinking in the tongue that he had first used. I said feebly, I forgot." "You are English?" he said, in a tone of great surprise. I nodded. "Linda Martin from London. I've been here 3 weeks." His voice was a little dry. "Then allow me to congratulate you on your progress, Miss Martin." But this second shock had shaken me quite out of all composure. The dry note in his voice was so like Léon de Valmy's that I found myself saying, in a taut little voice that was pitched a shade too high, "You must know perfectly well that I haven't learned all my French in the last 3 weeks, Monsieur de Valmy. So don't add insult to injury by baiting me as well as knocking me down." This was palpable injustice, and I half expected the annihilation I deserved. But he merely said,
"I'm sorry. And now do you feel recovered enough to move? I shouldn't keep you here talking any more. You must have had a nasty shaking. We'll get into the car, and I'll drive you up to the house."
Like his father, he knew how to disarm. I found myself obediently sliding off the parapet to my feet, while he put a steadying hand under my elbow. "I'm all right," I said. But when I tried to move toward the car, I found that my knees were very shaky still, and I was thankful for his support. He said quickly, "You're limping. You are hurt." I found myself reassuring him. "Not by you. I slipped and fell when I tried to jump out of the way. It's only a bumped knee or something. Honestly, that's all." He said, sounding worried,
"Well, I think the sooner I get you up to the chateau and find you a drink, the better. You'll have to get in by the driver's door, I'm afraid. The other one's rather difficult of access just at present."
This was, I saw, only too true. The big car, in swerving to avoid me, had skidded slightly on the damp tarmac and run up onto the right-hand verge of the road beyond the bridge. The verge at this point was a muddy grass bank, mercifully not very steep, but quite steep enough to cant the car at a crazy-looking angle. I looked at it guiltily, and then up at Raoul de Valmy's impassive face. It isn't damaged, is it?"
"I don't think so. Would you rather wait on the road while I straighten her out, or had you better get in and sit down?"
"I think, if it's all the same to you, I'll sit down."
"Of course."
He opened the near side door. I got in, with just a little difficulty, as my knee was undoubtedly stiff, and got myself somehow past the wheel and into the passenger's seat. He leaned into the car and groped in the darkness under the dash. There was a click, and the headlamps flashed on, so that just in front of the car, the first bend and slope of the zigzag strode forward at us, a ragged white wall of tree and rock, not 6 feet from the front bumper. He didn't even glance at it.
"Just a minute," he said.
He slammed the door and went around to the back of the car. I closed my eyes to shut out the sight of that looming rock wall, and lay back in the deep seat, relaxing as well as I could. The car was very big and very comfortable, even tilted as it was at that odd angle. It smelled faintly of cigarettes and expensive leather. I opened my eyes again. In the light reflected back off the rock ahead, the bonnet gleamed long and black. Plenty horses under that, I thought, and remembered Mrs. Seddon's description. As long as the Queen Mary, and a horn like the last trump. I wondered what Raoul de Valmy's lucky number was. I settled my shoulders back in the luxurious seat. The shaky feeling had almost gone. Suddenly, out of nowhere, I remembered something I had once heard at the Constance Butcher, a piece of servant girl's law which had amused me at the time, and now came back with an added point. If you ever get run over, be sure and pick a Rolls-Royce. Well, there was something in that, I reflected. And a Cadillac was perhaps not a bad second choice, especially when it had as good a driver as Raoul de Valmy at the wheel. Now that the first shock had subsided, I realized perfectly well how near I had been to being badly hurt through my own silliness. Moreover, it was no thanks to me that Monsieur Raoul's expensive Cadillac hadn't smashed itself against the parapet. I became aware that Raoul de Valmy was still behind the car. I peered back through the swirls of mist to see him bending over a rear wing while a flashlight moved slowly over the metal. I bit my lip, but before I could speak, he had straightened up, switched off the torch, and come swiftly around to the driver's door. He slanted a quick look at me as he slid in beside me. "All right?" I nodded.
"We'll soon get you home. Hold tight." He touched the starter button, and the engine snarled to life. He thrust the big car very gently forward and to the left. She moved, jerked, hesitated, and then the front wheels swooped down with a plunge to the level of the road. The back wheels seemed to mount for a moment, then slid down after them, and the car rolled onto the level road and stopped there, rocking gently on her superb springs. "Et voilà," said Raoul de Valmy, and smiled at me. As his hand moved on the handbrake, I said in a small voice, "Monsieur de Valmy." The hand paused. "Yes?" "Before you take me back, I'd like to apologize. I'm most awfully sorry. Really I am." "Apologize? And for what? My dear ma'am." I said, "Don't be so nice about it, please. I know it was really my fault, and you're making me feel a worm." I heard him laugh, but I went on doggedly and not very clearly. "I had no business to be in the road, and you saved my life by doing what you did, and then I went and was rude to you, and you were nothing but nice to me when 99 drivers out of 100 would have blasted me from here to Madagascar. And it's true. I do feel a worm. An utter crawling worm. And—" I took breath and finished idiotically, "if you've damaged your car, you can stop it out of my wages." He was still laughing at me. "Thank you. But it's not damaged, as it happens." "Is that the truth?" I asked suspiciously. "Yes, not a scratch. I thought I heard something as she skidded, but it was only a bit of a fallen branch hitting the wheel. Not a mark. So, no apologies, please, Miss Martin. If anybody should apologize, it's I. I believe I swore at you. I'm sorry." "That's all right," I said a little awkwardly. We were both a bit shaken up, I suppose. I didn't quite know where I was or what I was saying. He said nothing. He seemed to be waiting. He made no move to start the car. I stole a sidelong look at him, and saw that he was watching me steadily with the amusement gone from his face. It was an oddly daunting look, and though he had been much nicer to me than I deserved, I found that I was gripping my hands between my knees to give myself courage to go on. I said, "I knew so little about what I was saying that I'm afraid I gave myself away to you." "When you spoke to me in French?" It wasn't a question. "Yes." His hand moved to the ignition, and the engine died. He cut off the headlights so that the car stood islanded in the little glow of side and tail lamps. He half-turned toward me, his shoulder propped back against the door. I couldn't see his face now, and his voice told me nothing. He said, "This is interesting. So I was right." "That they didn't know I was partly French when I got the job?" "Yes." He said, "I'm not your employer, you know. You don't have to explain. But as a matter of curiosity, do I understand that you did deliberately deceive my father and Madame de Valmy over this?" I'm afraid so." "Why?" "Because I wanted the job." "But I don't see why." I pressed my hands tightly together and said carefully, "I needed the job. I'll try and tell you why, though I don't suppose you'll understand." He started to say something, but I went on quickly and not very coherently. "I'm partly French, and I was brought up in Paris. When I was 14, Maman and Daddy were killed in a plane crash. Daddy was writing a script for a film to be made in Venice, and Maman went with him for the holiday. The details don't matter. But I finished up in an orphanage in London. I don't know if you've ever been inside an orphanage." "No." "Well, the details don't matter there either. They were very kind to me. But I wanted, to live,
to find some place in the world that was mine, and somehow I seemed to be getting nowhere. My schooling was all to blazes, what with the war and everything, so I can't do much. But I got a job at a small private school. I wasn't very happy there either. Then when one of our governors heard that Madame de Valmy wanted an English governess, it seemed like a gift from heaven. I told you I'm not qualified to do much, but I can look after children, and I knew I could make a good job of Philippe's English, and I thought it would be so wonderful to be in France and living in a real home again. He said very dryly, "So you came to Valmy?" "Yes, that's all." There was a pause. He said, "I do understand, I think. But there was no need to explain all this to me, you know. I've no right to question you." I said shyly, "I felt I sort of owed you something. And you did ask me why I wanted the job." "No. You misunderstand me. I asked you why you had deceived my father and Eloise about it." I began rather stupidly, "I told you." "I should have said, rather, why you had to deceive them. I'm not concerned in the least with the fact that you did do so." I caught the glimmer of a smile. "I merely find myself wondering why it was necessary. Are you trying to tell me that you concealed the fact you were partly French because you wouldn't in that case have got the job?" Yes, more or less." A little silence. "Indeed." "It wasn't put like that," I said hastily. "Not said in so many words, but I honestly did get the impression that it might have mattered. I mean, once we'd got past the point where I should have told Madame de Valmy, I couldn't very well go back and confess, or she'd have thought there was something queer about me, and she'd never have looked at me. And she'd made rather a lot of the fact that I wouldn't be tempted to lapse into French when I was talking to Philippe. I'm supposed always to talk to him in English, you see. I didn't really see that it mattered myself, because I could have taken care to speak English with him anyway, but, well, she was so emphatic about it that I just let it slide. I know I was silly. I finished miserably. And it's such a stupid little thing, but there it is." "And I suppose I'm to understand," he said, still rather dryly, "that they still don't know?" "Yes." "I see." To my relief, he was beginning to sound amused again. "Haven't you found that such a deception— I'm sorry I started by using such a harsh term for it— has its socially embarrassing moments?" "You mean overhearing things I'm not meant to?" "No, because Monsieur and Madame's manners are too good." Here he laughed outright, and I said rather confusedly, "I mean, when I meet them without Philippe, they always talk English. And when I take Philippe to see them, they talk about his lessons, which I know about anyway. And in any case, I don't listen." He said, "Well, I should stop worrying about it. As far as I can see, it can hardly matter one way or the other." He turned in his seat and started the engine. The lights sprang up. I could see him smiling. "And I certainly didn't mean to add insult to injury by turning this into an inquisition. Forgive me. It's not my affair." "Monsieur," I said quickly, in a rather small voice. "Yes?" I wonder if you'd not— I floundered and stopped. He gave me a quick glance. "You wondered if I'd not give you away?" "Yes, please," I added, feeling even smaller. There was a fractional pause. "For what it's worth," said Raoul de Valmy slowly, "I shan't. And now I think we'd better make tracks." The car moved forward and took the first slope at a decorous speed. He drove in silence,
and I had time to reflect with wry surprise that shock produces some very odd after-effects. What on earth had impelled me to blurt out that naive and stumbling betrayal on my pathetic needs to Raoul de Valmy's no doubt hard-bitten sophistication? Daddy and Maman, they were very kind to me at the orphanage. What did it matter to him? A dreary little fool, that was what he'd think of me. And that's what I was, anyway, I thought, remembering my depression of earlier that evening. I bit my lip. What did it matter, anyway? He probably hadn't even been listening. He had more important things than Philippe's governess on his mind. Belvine, for instance, or whatever had driven him up to see his father in the face of what appeared to be his normal welcome at the chateau. I found myself remembering Florimond's presence with a species of relief, and then felt amused. Raoul de Valmy would hardly need the same kind of protection as Philippe. I said, "Monsieur Florimond's here this evening." "Oh? Is he staying long?" "I think he only came to dine, but if the mist gets thicker, he'll probably stay." "Ah," said Raoul, "that's something else to put down to the fog's account. It's an ill wind, they say." I was still working that one out when the Cadillac swung off the last rise and came to a whispering halt at the foot of the steps. Seddon was crossing the hall as we came in. He turned when he saw Raoul and came hurrying to meet him. Then his eye fell on me, and a slight twitch of dismay crossed his impassive features. "Mr. Raoul? Miss Martin? Has there been an accident?" "I nearly ran Miss Martin over on the Valmy bridge. I suggest that you get her some brandy now and send someone upstairs." "No, please," I said quickly. "I don't want any brandy. I'm all right now, Seddon. Mr. Raoul never touched me. I slipped and fell as I was getting out of the way. It was all my fault. I'll just go and have a bath, then make some tea in the pantry." Seddon hesitated, glancing at Raoul, but I said firmly, "It's all right, really it is. I don't want a thing." "Well, miss, if you're sure." He looked at Raoul. "I'll have your things taken straight up, sir. You're in your usual room." "Thank you. How are you, Seddon? And Mrs. Seddon? The asthma keeping away?" "Yes, thank you, sir. We're both well." "That's fine. I'll come upstairs in a moment. Where's everyone? The small salon?" "Yes, sir. Monsieur Florimond is here, sir, and he's staying the night. Shall I tell Madame you've arrived?" "If you will. Say I'll join them in a few minutes." "Very good, sir." And with a final glance at me, he went. As I turned to follow him, Raoul said, "You've torn your frock." I looked down, unable to suppress a movement of dismay. My coat was open. At the hem of my frock, a tear showed. "Oh, yes, I remember now. I felt it catch on something. But it's nothing much. It'll mend." He was frowning. "The bumper must have caught you. I really am most—" "Raoul!" The voice came from behind me. I jumped and spun around. Raoul must have been inured to his father's methods of approach, for he merely turned and said, "How do you do, sir?" and held out a hand. As Léon de Valmy took it, his brilliant dark gaze turned to me. "What's this? Did I hear something about a bumper catching you?" I said, "It's nothing." "Miss Martin and I," said Raoul, smiling, "met rather abruptly down on the Valmy bridge." His father's eyes went to the torn hem of my frock, went lower to a laddered stocking and the stain of a muddy graze on my leg. "You mean you knocked her over?" I said quickly, "Oh, no, nothing like that. I fell down and bumped my knee, that's all. Monsieur Raoul didn't touch me. That tear wasn't done by falling down. That stuff's been ripped." Was it done by that damned great car of yours, Raoul?
Temper flicked suddenly, patently, through the words like a whip. For a moment I was reminded of the way I had heard him speak to Philippe, pilloried beside the yellow brocaded chair. And damn it, Raoul was, 30? I felt myself going hot with embarrassment and glanced at him. But this was not Philippe. He merely said, unruffled, "I imagine so. I'd only just noticed it. I was abasing myself when you came in." He turned back to me. "Miss Martin, I really am most terribly sorry." "Oh, please," I cried. "It was nothing. It was my own fault." Monsieur de Valmy said, "What were you doing down on the bridge at this time of night?" "I went out for a walk," I said. "It was damp in the woods, so I went down the road." "What happened?" Raoul began to speak, but I said hastily, "I stopped in the middle of the bridge. I was going to turn back, and I stood for a minute or two listening to the water. It was a silly thing to do because there was a drift of mist there over the river, and Monsieur Raoul ran slap into it. But I'd forgotten he was coming." "Forgotten?" I looked at him in faint surprise. Then I remembered that the conversation in the salon had been in French. I said steadily, hoping my colour hadn't risen, "Mrs. Seddon told me this evening that he was coming." "Ah, yes." The dark eyes were unreadable under the heavy black brows. He looked at Raoul. "And then?" I said quickly, "So of course Monsieur Raoul didn't see me. He couldn't have seen me till he was just about running me down. It was entirely my own fault, and I'm lucky to get away with a bruise and a torn frock. If it was the car that tore it, that's all it touched, honestly. The bruise I got myself, slipping and falling in the gutter." Léon de Valmy was still frowning. "That's a bad corner, as we all know." The cutting edge was back on his voice. "Raoul, if you must come up that road on a night like this—" Raoul said gently, "I have already told Miss Martin how sorry I am." Something sparked inside me. My employer had a perfect right to catechize me, but not to make his son look a fool in front of me. And I'd seen a little too much of his tactics tonight already. I said hotly, "And I have explained to Monsieur Raoul that the fault was mine, and mine only. So please may we drop the subject. It isn't fair that he should be blamed. If he'd been any less brilliant a driver, I'd have been killed." I stopped. I had seen the faintest, least definable shade of amusement in Raoul's face, and in his father's something that was, less mistakably, anger. He said smoothly, but with the edge still on the carefully pedantic words, "A brilliant driver should not have to call upon his skill to that extent at such a dangerous corner." Raoul smiled at him and said very pleasantly, "The corner was relaid last autumn, by the Bellevine estate, remember? And are you sure you're qualified to criticize my driving? You forget that both roads and cars have altered considerably since you were last able to drive." In the sharp little silence that followed, I saw the lines around Léon de Valmy's mouth deepen, and the white hands moved on the arms of the chair. He said nothing. Raoul smiled lazily down at him. No, this wasn't Philippe. No wonder he'd been amused when I wild-catted to his defence. I thought with an absurd rush of pleasure, that for Philippe, Monsieur the Demon King. Raoul turned to me and said easily, "Are you sure you won't have something sent up to you, Miss Martin?" "Quite sure." I looked from one to the other a bit uncertainly. Good night, Monsieur de Valmy. Good night, Monsieur Raoul. I went quickly upstairs, leaving the two of them together. Fifth Coach, Chapter 8. Thou art more deep-damned than Prince Lucifer. There is not yet so ugly a fiend of hell as thou shalt be if thou didst kill this child. Shakespeare, King John. Next day, all traces of mist had gone, and the trees moved lightly in their Lenten green. Since the winds of March had whipped some of the buds into tiny leaf, our favourite walk had been the way through the woods that stretched northward down the valley, and this afternoon we went that way again. We started down the path that short-circuited the zigzag. For all its steepness, it wasn't bad walking, as the path itself was ribbed across with sunken logs to give a foothold, and the occasional flights of steps were in good repair, with wide, flat treads scored and clear of moss. Here and there the path crossed a trickle of water. Sometimes the bridge was only a step, a slab of stone over a mossy trough where water chuckled. But in places, some streamlet had cut deeply through the rock into miniature cascades, spanned by sturdy little bridges no more than 2 planks' width, with a single handrail of untrimmed pine. It was on these bridges that Philippe loved to linger, gazing down at the ferns and grasses swaying in the wind of the cascade, and counting what he fondly imagined to be the fish attempting to leap up the spray. This morning we hung happily together over the biggest of the pools, where fingers of bright sunlight probed the ferns and made an iridescent bloom of fine spray. 3, said Philippe triumphantly. Voila! Did you see her? Beside the stone there, where the waves are. I peered down at the whirling pool some 15 feet below us. I can't see anything. And it's not her, Philippe. It was. Truly it was. I am seeing her. I'm sure you are. But a fish isn't her, it's it. A trout is her in French, said Philippe firmly. It was a great source of pride to him that my French was worse than his English. No doubt, I said, but not in English. Oh, look, there's one, Philippe. Definitely I saw her. It, jump. 4. Philippe knew when to pursue his triumphs and when to hold his tongue. 4.5. Because I do not know if that shadow is a truite, trout, or a shadow. He gripped the rail and leaned over, peering eagerly down. Let's go on, I said. If it's still there when we come back, it's a shadow. Let's go down into the big wood again. He turned obediently off the bridge onto the wide level path that led along the hillside deeper into the trees. All right. To look for wolves? Wolves? He was trotting ahead of me. He turned, laughing. Mademoiselle, you sounded quite frightened. Did you think there were really wolves? Well, He gave a crow of laughter and a comic little skip that shuffled up last year's dead leaves. You did! Well, I said, I've never lived in a place like this before. For all I know, Valmy might be crawling with wolves. We have got bears, confided Philippe, in the tone of one inviting congratulations. He looked earnestly up at me. We truly have. This is not a blague. Many bears of a bigness incredible. His scarlet-gloved hands sketched in the air something of the dimensions of an overgrown grizzly. I have never seen one, vous comprenez, but Bernard has shot one. He told me so. Then I hope to goodness we don't meet one today. They are asleep, said Philippe comfortingly. There is no danger, unless one treads on them where they sleep. He jumped experimentally into a deep drift of dead leaves, sending them swirling up in bright flakes of gold. The drift was, fortunately, bearless. "They sleep very sound," said Philippe, who appeared to find it necessary to excuse this failure. "With nuts in the pocket, like an écureuil." "Squirrel." "Squirrel." "Perhaps you prefer that we do not look for bears?" "I would really rather not, if you don't mind," I said apologetically. "Then we will not," he said generously. "But there are many other things to see in the woods, I think. Papa used to tell me of them. There is chamois and marmotte and the foxes, oh, many. Do you think that when I have 10 years... When I am 10? When I am 10 years, I can have a gun and shoot, mademoiselle? Possibly not when you're 10, Philippe, but certainly when you're a bit older. 10 is old. It may be old, but it's not very big. You wouldn't be of a bigness... I mean, you wouldn't be big enough to use the right gun for a bear. Squirrels, then. Squirrel. Squirrel. I could have a small gun for squirrel when I'm 10? Possibly, though I should doubt it. In any case, it's what they call an unworthy ambition. Plaît-il? He was still jigging along slightly in front of me, laughing back over his shoulder, his face for once flushed and bright under his scarlet woolen ski cap. He said cheekily, "English, please." I laughed. I meant that it's a shame to shoot squirrels. They're charming. Charming? No, they are not. They eat the young trees. They cause much work, lose much money. The foresters say it. One must shoot them. Very French, I said dryly. I am French, said Philippe, skipping gaily on ahead. And they are my trees. And I shall have a gun when I am older and go out every day to shoot the squirrels. Look, there's one. Bang! He proceeded with gestures to shoot down several squirrels very loudly, singing meanwhile an extremely noisy and shapeless song whose burden was something like, "Bang, bang, 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 got you, bang, bang, bang." "If you don't look where you're going," I said, "it'll be you who'll... Look out, you silly chump." Then 3 things happened, almost simultaneously. Philippe, laughing back at me as he jigged along, tripped over a tree root and fell headlong. Something struck the tree beside him with the sound of a hand smacking the back, and a fraction later the sharp crack of a rifle split the silence of the woods. I don't know how long it took me to grasp just what had happened. The unmistakable crack of the gun and the child's body flat in the path. For one heart-stopping moment, terror zigzagged like pain through my blood. Then, even as Philippe moved, the significance of that sharp smack on the tree's bole struck me, and I knew he was not hit. I found myself shouting into the silent woods that sloped above us. "Don't shoot, you fool! There are people here!" Then I was beside Philippe, bending over him, making sure. The bullet hadn't touched him, of course, but when I looked up and saw the hole in the tree just above where he lay, I realized how nearly he had been missed. The silly little jiggling song that tripped him up had saved his life. He lifted a face from which all the bright gaiety and colour had gone. There was mud on one thin little cheek, and his eyes were scared. It was a gun. Something hit the tree. A bullet. He spoke, of course, in French. This was no moment to insist either on his English or my own false position. In any case, he had just heard me shouting in French at the owner of the gun. I put my arms around him and spoke in the same tongue. Some silly fool out with a rifle after foxes. Did one shoot foxes with a rifle? It's all right, Philippe. It's all right. A silly mistake, that's all. He'd hear me shout, and he'll be far more scared than we were. I smiled at him, and got up, pulling him to his feet. I expect he thought you were a wolf. Philippe was shaking too, and I saw now that it was with anger as much as fright. He has no business to shoot like that. Wolves don't sing, and in any case you don't shoot at sounds. You wait till you can see. He is a fool, an imbecile. He should not have a gun. I shall get him dismissed. I let him rage on in a shaken, shrill little voice, a queer and rather touching mixture of scared child and angry Comte de Valmy. I was scanning the slopes of open wood above us for the approach of an alarmed and apologetic keeper. It was quite a few seconds before I realized that the wood was apparently empty. The path where we walked ran between widely spaced trees. Above us sloped some 100 yards of rough grass, an open space of sunlight and sparse young beeches, where brambles and honeysuckle tangled over the roots of felled trees. At the crest of the rise was a tumble of rock and the dark ridge of a planted forest. Nothing moved. Whoever was at large there with a rifle had no intention of admitting the recent piece of lunatic carelessness. I said, my jerking heart shaking my voice a little, "You're right. He shouldn't be allowed out, whoever he is. You wait here. Since he won't come out, I'm going to see." "No!" It was no more than a breath, but he caught hold of my hand and held it fast. "But Philippe... Now look, son, you'll be all right. He's miles away by now and getting further every second. Let me go, there's a good chap." "No!" I looked up through the empty wood, then down at the small, pinched face under the scarlet cap. "All right," I said. "We'll go home." We were hurrying back the way we had come. I still held Philippe's hand. He clutched at me tightly. I said, still shaken and angry, "We'll soon find out, Philippe, don't worry, and your uncle'll dismiss him. Either he's a careless fool who's too scared to come out, or he's a lunatic who thinks that sort of thing's a joke. But your uncle can find out. He'll be dismissed, you'll see." He said nothing. He half trotted, half shuffled along beside me, silent and sober. No skipping now, or singing. I said, trying to sound calm and reasonable above the blaze inside me, "Whatever the case, we're going straight to Monsieur de Valmy." The hand tucked in mine twitched slightly. "No." "But, my dear Philippe..." I broke off and glanced down at the averted scarlet cap. "All right, you needn't, but I must. I'll get Berthe to come and give you some 5 o'clock, and stay with you till I get back to the schoolroom. I'll ask Tante Eloise if she'll visit you upstairs instead of making you go down to the salon. And then we'll play Peggotty till bedtime. How's that?" The red cap merely nodded. We trudged on in silence for a bit. We came to the bridge where we had counted the trout, and Philippe walked straight over it without a glance at the pool below. The blaze of anger licked up inside me again. I said, "We'll get the stupid criminal fool dismissed, Philippe. Now stop worrying about it." He nodded again, and then stole a queer little look up at me. "What is it?" "You've been talking French," said Philippe. "I just noticed." "So I have." I smiled at him. "Well, I could hardly expect you to remember your English when you were being shot at like a scavirel, could I?" He gave the ghost of a little smile. "You say it wrong," he said. It's Squirrel. Then, quite suddenly, he began to cry. Madame de Valmy was alone in the rose garden. Early violas were already budding beside the path where she walked. There were daffodils out along the edge of the terrace. She had some in her hands. She was facing in our direction, and she saw us as soon as we emerged from the woods. She had been stooping for a flower, and she stopped in mid-movement, then slowly straightened up, the forgotten daffodil trailing from her fingers. Even at that distance, we were still some 100 yards away, she must have been able to see the mud on Philippe's coat, and the general air of dejection that dragged at him. She started toward us. "Philippe! What in the world has happened? Your coat! Have you fallen down? Miss Martin!" Her voice was sharp with real concern. "Miss Martin! Not another accident, surely?" I was breathless from the hasty ascent and still angry. I said baldly, "Someone shot at Philippe in the wood down there." She had been half bending toward the little boy. At my uncompromising words, she stopped as if she'd been struck. "Shot? At Philippe?" "Yes. They only missed him because he tripped and fell. The bullet hit a tree." She straightened up slowly, her eyes on my face. She was very pale. "But this is absurd. Who could—" "Did you see who it was?" "No." "He must have known what had happened, because I shouted. But he didn't appear." "And Philippe?" She turned shocked eyes to him. "Comment ça va, petit? On ne t'a fait mal?" A shake of the red cap and a quiver of the hand in mine were the only answers. My own hand closed on his. "He fell down," I said. "But he didn't really hurt himself. He's been very brave about the whole thing." I didn't feel it necessary to insist in front of the child that, but for that tumble, he would probably now be dead. But Madame de Valmy understood that. She was so white that I thought she would faint. The pale eyes watching Philippe held a look unmistakably of horror. So she did care after all, I thought, surprised and a little touched. She said faintly, "This is terrible. Such carelessness. Criminal carelessness. You saw nothing." I said crisply, "Nothing. But it shouldn't be too hard to find out who it was. I'd have gone after him then and there if I'd been able to leave Philippe. But I imagine Monsieur de Valmy can find out who was in the woods this afternoon. Where is Monsieur, Madame?" "In the library, I expect." She had one hand to her heart. From the other the daffodils fell in an unheeded scatter. She really did look dreadfully shocked. This is a dreadful thing. Philippe might have... "I think," I said, "that I'd better not keep him out here. Will you excuse us from coming down tonight, Madame? Philippe had better have a quiet evening and early bed." "Of course, of course. And you too, Miss Martin. You have had a shock." "Yes, but I'm angry too, and I find it helps. I'll go and see Monsieur de Valmy as soon as I've taken Philippe in." She was nodding in a shocked, half-comprehending way. Yes, of course. Monsieur de Valmy will be terribly annoyed. Terribly annoyed." "I hope," I said grimly, "that that's an understatement. Come on, Philippe. Let's go and find Berthe. Madame?" As we left her, I glanced back to see her hurrying away toward the corner of the terrace. To tell Léon de Valmy herself, no doubt. Well, the sooner the better, I thought, and swept Philippe into the house and upstairs to the haven of the schoolroom. Berthe was in the pantry, busy with some cleaning. After a swift explanation that shocked her as much as it had Eloise, I would have left Philippe with her, but he clung to me and looked so suspiciously like crying again that I stayed with him. Madame de Valmy had certainly taken the tale straight to her husband, who would, no doubt, put the necessary machinery in motion to discover the culprit. For me, Philippe was the first concern. So I stayed with him and talked determinedly light-hearted nonsense to distract him, till at length, fresh from a hot bath, he was safely ensconced with a book on the rug by the schoolroom fire. He made no objection when Berthe brought in her mending, and prepared to keep him company while I went down to see his uncle. Léon de Valmy was alone in the library. I hadn't been in the room before. It was a high room lit with 2 long windows, but warmed and made darker by the oak bookshelves lining it from floor to ceiling. Above the fireplace, a huge portrait glowed against the panelling. My first glance told me that it was a young portrait of Raoul de Valmy, looking very handsome in riding clothes, one hand holding a whip, the other the bridle of a grey Arab pony with large, soft eyes and a dark muzzle. I wondered why his father kept it there. Below the portrait, a log fire burned in the open hearth, which was flanked by a single armchair. The room contained, apart from its thousands of books and a big desk beside one window, very little furniture. I realized the reason for this as Léon de Valmy's wheelchair turned from a side table where he had been leafing through a pile of papers and glided toward the fire, there to stop in the vacant place opposite the single armchair. "Come and sit down, Miss Martin." I obeyed him. The first rush of my anger had long since ebbed, but nervousness tightened my throat and made me wonder a little desperately how to start. Not that there was anything even slightly intimidating about him today. His voice and face were grave and friendly as he turned toward me. It came to me then, with a sense of almost physical shock, that the portrait above the mantel was not of his son, but of Léon himself. He must have caught my involuntary glance upward, for his own followed it. He sat in silence for a moment, regarding the picture somberly. Then he turned to me and smiled. "It seems we are an ill-starred race, we Valmys." There was the same wryness in voice and smile that I remembered from our first encounter. The slightly dramatic phrasing, no less than the repeated and deliberate reference to a state he ostensibly wanted ignored, jarred on me sharply. Did he see everything, then, purely in relation to his own misfortune? I said nothing, but looked away from him. He said, "I am told we have barely escaped another tragedy this afternoon." I looked up. Another tragedy? I said stolidly, "Has Madame de Valmy seen you?" She came straight to me. She was very much shocked and upset. It has made her ill. Her heart, I'm afraid, is not robust. He paused, and the dark eyes scanned my face. There was nothing now in his own but gentleness and concern. "You too, Miss Martin. I think you had better have a drink. Sherry? Now, suppose you tell me what happened." He reached a hand to the tantalus at his elbow. "Thank you." I took the glass gratefully. My nervousness had gone. I was left with an empty feeling of reaction and fatigue. In a voice drained of any emotion, I told him briefly of the afternoon's events. "Do you know who was out with a gun today?" I asked in conclusion. He lifted his sherry glass. "Offhand, no. Armand Lestock told me. No, that won't do. He went to Soubirous this afternoon to the sawmill. In any case, Armand is never careless with a gun." "But you'll be able to find out, won't you? He shouldn't be allowed—" "I am doing my best." A glance. "My active work is mainly done by telephone. And when I do find out, he'll be dismissed." He was turning the glass around and around in his long fingers, watching the gleam and shift of the firelight in the amber liquid. Behind him, the mellow brown and gold of the books glinted in the firelight. Outside, the dusk fell rapidly. The windows were oblongs of murky grey. Soon Seddon would come to draw the curtains and turn on the lights. Now, in the flickering glow of the logs, the room looked rich and pleasant, even in this book-lined bay where the fire burned, cosy. I said, "Someone's been out already to look around?" He glanced up. "Of course. But the chances are that the culprit would make straight back when he saw what he had done, or nearly done. He wouldn't want to be caught out with the gun." He gave a little smile. "You do realize that whoever it is going to take quite a bit of trouble to cover his tracks, don't you? Good jobs aren't as easy to get as all that around here." "If he's been going to come forward, he'd no doubt have come running when he heard me shout," I said. "But I quite see why he's scared to. It might even be a question of police proceedings." The dark brows rose. "Police? If there had actually been an accident, yes. But as it is—" "I don't think it was an accident." He looked considerably startled. "What in the world are you suggesting, then?" Then, as I made no immediate reply, he said, in a voice where anger flickered through derision and disbelief, "What else, Miss Martin? What else? Deliberate murder?" Mockery, but through it I felt anger meeting me, palpable as the beat of a hot wind. The words bit through the air between us. I merely gaped at him, surprised. Then it drew off. He said, his voice smooth and cold, "You're being a little hysterical, aren't you? Who would want to kill a child? Philippe has no enemies." No, I thought, and no friends either, except me. I sat up and met Léon de Valmy's hard stare. I said coolly, "You take me up too quickly, Monsieur de Valmy. I wasn't suggesting anything quite as silly as that. And I'm not hysterical." His mouth relaxed a little. "I apologize, but you gave me a shock. Go on, explain yourself." I drank sherry, regarding him straightly. "It's only that I can't quite see how it could have been pure accident. The place was so open, and he must have been able to hear us fairly easily. I think it was some silly prank, some youth perhaps showing off or trying to startle us. And he got nearer than he meant to, and then was so scared of what he'd done that he made off." "I see." He was silent for a moment. "You had better fill in the details for me. Exactly where were you?" "We went down the path that shortcuts the zigzag toward the Valmy Bridge. We left it about halfway down, where you cross a deep ravine and turn right down the valley." "I know it. There's a cascade and a trout pool." Some fleeting surprise must have shown in my face, for he said quietly, "I have lived at Valmy all my life, Miss Martin." It was an almost physical effort to keep from looking at the picture above our heads. I said quickly, "Of course. Well, you know how the path runs along the hillside down the valley? After about half a mile it's quite wide and flat, and there are thick trees on the left going down toward the river. But on the right, above you, they thin out." "I know. An open ride with grass and beach rising to a ridge of rock. Above the rock is the planted forest." I nodded. "The pines are about 20 feet high now, and very thick. We were going along the path. Philippe was singing and hopping about ahead of me, not looking where he was going." "Fortunately, it seems," said Léon de Valmy dryly. "Yes. Well, just as he tripped and fell flat, a bullet went slap into the tree that had tripped him, and I heard the report from above us, to the right."
From the ridge?
I suppose so. It was the best cover, and where it happened there was nothing between us and the ridge except brambles and a few stumps covered with honeysuckle.
You saw nothing?
Nothing. I shouted, and then, of course, I had to attend to Philippe. I suppose I assumed that whoever it was would have had a bad fright and would have come pelting down to see if we were hurt. But he didn't. I'd have gone up to investigate, only I thought I ought to get Philippe straight home. He was watching me curiously.
You would have done something as dangerous as that?
Of course. Why not? He said slowly,
You are a courageous young woman, are you not?
Where's the courage? We both know it couldn't have been deliberate. Why should I be afraid of a fool? A pause. Then all at once his face lighted with that extraordinarily charming smile.
A young woman might well be afraid to approach a fool armed with a rifle. Don't be angry with me, mademoiselle. It was meant as a compliment.
I'm sorry. I swallowed and said as an afterthought, Thank you. He smiled again.
Tell me, just how much do you know about guns?
Nothing whatever.
I thought as much. You seem, when you talk of an accident, to be picturing a singularly unlikely one. You think, in fact, that this fool with the gun fired more or less at random through the trees at a barely seen target, or even at a sound?
Yes. And I can't quite see how he didn't know.
Exactly. The place was open, and you said Philippe was shouting or singing.
Yes. That's why I thought it must have been meant as a joke.
Some unauthorized youth with a talent for excitement. Hardly. No, the explanation's far simpler than that. An accident with a gun usually only means one thing. A carelessly held gun. A stumble, as Philippe stumbled, over a stone or a root. And the gun goes off. I think myself that he must have seen Philippe fall and have thought he had hit him. So he panicked and ran away.
Yes, of course. That does seem to be the answer.
Well, you can be sure it'll be looked into. The culprit may even come forward when he hears that no damage was done, but personally, I don't think he will.
The long fingers toyed with the glass. He said kindly, It could surely not be amusement that so faintly warmed his voice.
My poor child, you've had a strenuous couple of days, haven't you? We're very grateful to you, my wife and I, for your care of Philippe. I'm sorry it's been such a frightening burden today.
It's not a burden, and I'm very happy here.
Are you? I'm glad. And don't worry any more about this business. After all, whether we find the man or not, it's not likely to happen again. Has Philippe got over his fright?
I think so.
There's no need to call a doctor or take any measures of that kind.
Oh, no. He's perfectly all right now. I doubt if he really knows how near it was. He seemed quite happy when I left him, but I did have to promise to go back and play a game before bedtime.
Then I won't keep you. But finish your sherry first, won't you?
I obeyed him, then set the glass down and said carefully, Monsieur de Valmy, before I go, I have a confession to make. An eyebrow lifted. I was right. It was amusement. I said, No, I'm serious. I've been deceiving you and Madame de Valmy, and I can't do it any longer. I've got to tell you.
The glint was still there. He said gravely, I'm listening. How have you deceived us?
I said, in French, This is how I've deceived you, monsieur. Ever since I came into the house, and I think it's high time I came clean. There was a short silence.
I see, he said. "Not just good French, either. The French of France, Miss Martin. Well, let's have it. Come clean." The murder was out. It was over. My useless deception was confessed, and nothing had happened except that Léon de Valmy had laughed rather a lot, not only at the shifts I had been put to, but at the idea that my job should be contingent on an ignorance of French. Shamefacedly I laughed with him, only too ready, in my relief, to admit my own folly, but somewhere, deep inside me, something was protesting faintly, But now the Demon King laughed good-temperedly and thankfully. I laughed with him. It was into this scene of hilarity that Raoul de Valmy came a few moments later. I didn't hear him come in until he said from the door, "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were engaged." "It's all right," said his father. "Come in." With a click, the lights sprang to life. Raoul came around the bookcase into the bay where we sat. "I've just got in," he began, then saw me sitting, sherry-glass in hand, and paused. "Good evening, mademoiselle." He glanced from me to his father. "I believe you wanted to see me, sir." I put down my glass and got quickly to my feet. "I was just going," I said. I spoke in French, and I saw Raoul's brows lift, but he made no comment. Then I paused, glancing back diffidently at my employer. "Perhaps Monsieur Raoul has found something about the shooting. Has he been out to look for this man?" "No," said Monsieur de Valmy. He nodded a pleasant dismissal. "Well, Miss Martin, thank you for coming. Good night." "Shooting?" said Raoul sharply. He was speaking to me. I hesitated and looked uncertainly at Monsieur de Valmy. Raoul said again, "What's this about shooting? Who should I have been looking for?" "Oh," I said awkwardly. I had, after all, been already dismissed from the library. "I thought perhaps—" "Then you don't know what happened this afternoon?" Raoul had moved between his father's chair and the fireplace and was reaching for the sherry decanter. "No." "What did happen?" Léon said coldly, "Some fool out with a rifle in the woods has narrowly missed killing your cousin." Raoul's head jerked up at that. Some sherry splashed. "What? Philippe? Someone shot at Philippe?" "That's what I said." "Was he hurt?" "He wasn't touched." Raoul straightened, glass in hand, his shoulders back against the mantel. He looked from one to the other of us. "What did the chap think he was doing?" "That," said his father, "is what we would like to know." He tilted his head back to look at his son. "You've been out, you say? Did you see anyone?" "No." "Which way did you go?" "East." "I told you I was going up through the new plantations. I went up from the kitchen gardens. I never saw a soul. Where did it happen?" "On the track through the beechwood, 1/2 mile north of the bridge." "I know the place." He looked at me. "This is shocking. He really wasn't hurt at all?" "Not at all," I said. "He fell down and the bullet missed him." "And you? I take it you were there." "I was with him. It didn't go near me." He stood looking down at the empty glass between his fingers, then set it carefully on the mantelpiece beside him. "Don't go yet, please. Sit down again. Do you mind telling me just what happened?" Once more I told the story. He listened without moving, and his father leaned back in his chair, one hand playing with the stem of his empty glass, watching us both. When I had finished, Raoul said, without turning his head, "I assume you have the matter in hand."
For a moment I thought he was speaking to me, and looked up, surprised. But Léon de Valmy answered, "I have," and proceeded to outline the various instructions he had given by telephone. Raoul listened, his head bent now, staring into the fire, and I sat back in my chair and watched the two of them, wondering afresh at the queer, twisted relationship that was theirs. Today all seemed quite normal between them. Last night's perverted cut and thrust might never have been. The two voices so alike, the two faces so alike, and yet so tragically different. My eyes lifted to the devil-may-care young face above the mantelpiece, with the pictured smile and the careless hand on the pony's bridle. No, it wasn't Raoul. It could never have been Raoul. There was something in his face, something dark and difficult, that could never have belonged to the laughing, careless boy in the picture. I had the feeling, watching Raoul as he talked to his father, that the young man of the picture would have been easier to know. I came back to reality with a jerk. Léon de Valmy was saying, "We seem to treat our employees a little roughly. I would have liked to persuade Miss Martin to take the evening off, but she feels it her duty to entertain Philippe." "I must," I said. "I promised." "Then go out afterward. Not," that flash of charm again, "for a walk, as we seem so determined at Valmy to dog you with malice. But why not shake our dangerous dust from your feet, Miss Martin, and go down to Tonon? It's not late. A café, a cinema." "By the time she has put Philippe to sleep, there'll be no buses to Tonon," said Raoul. "It doesn't matter," I said quickly, surprised at the desire to escape that had swept over me. An evening outside Valmy, supper in a crowd, lights, voices, music, the common comings and goings of café and street. Suddenly I longed desperately for these. I had had enough of drama these last 2 days. I got to my feet, this time decisively. "It's very kind of you, but I did promise Philippe, and he's been upset. I mustn't disappoint him. I'll rest after dinner." "Tea alone in your room again, and an early bed?" Raoul straightened his shoulders. "Are you sure you won't go?" "Well, I hesitated, laughing. "I can't, can I?" "There are 2 cars at Valmy, and the requisite number of people to drive them." He glanced down at Léon. "I think we owe Miss Martin her escape, don't you?" "Assuredly, but I'm afraid Jeannot has the big car in Geneva on my business, and the shooting brake isn't back yet from the sawmill." "Well," said Raoul, "there's mine." He looked at me. "Do you drive?" "No, but look, you mustn't think. I wouldn't dream." "You know," said Raoul to the ceiling, "she's pining to go. Aren't you?" I gave up. It would be heaven. "Then take my car." He looked at his father. "You can spare Bernard to drive it." "Of course. Where is he?" "Out. I sent him straight away to look for traces of this fool with the gun, but it's dusk now, so he should be back. No doubt he'll be in soon to report." "That's settled, then. Excellent. It only remains for me to wish you—" "What, Miss Martin?" "A pleasant evening. An evening to remember." I said, thinking of Philippe's face streaked with mud and tears. I thought it was to be an evening to forget. Léon de Valmy laughed. Raoul crossed the room and opened the door for me. "At 8, then?" "Thank you, yes." "I'll see he's there. I gather we now speak French." I said, low-voiced, "I told him just now." I didn't add that I was pretty sure my confession had been quite unnecessary. The Demon King had known already. Punctually at 8, the lights of the car raked the darkness beyond the balcony rail. Philippe was already sound asleep, and Berthe sat sewing beside the fire in my sitting room. It was with a light step and a light heart that I ran downstairs toward my unexpected evening of freedom. The Cadillac was standing there, its engine running. The driver, a tall silhouette against the lights, waited by the off-front door. I got in, and he slammed it after me, walked around the front of the car, and slid into his seat beside me. "You?" I said. "That wasn't in the bond, was it?" The car glided forward, circled, and dived smoothly into the zigzag. Raoul de Valmy laughed. "Shall we talk French?" he said in that language. "It's the language I always take girls out in. Construe." "I only meant that I don't see why you should chauffeur me. Couldn't you find Bernard?" "Yes, but I didn't ask him. Do you mind?" "Of course not. It's very kind of you." "To follow my own inclinations. I warn you," he said lightly. "I always do. It's my modus vivendi." "Why warn? Are they ever dangerous?" "Sometimes." I expected him to smile on the word, but he didn't. The light mood seemed to have dropped from him, and he drove for a while in an abstracted, almost frowning silence. I sat there rather shyly, my hands in my lap, watching the road twist and swoop up to meet us. The car dropped down the last arm of the zigzag, turned carefully off the bridge, and gathered speed on the valley road. He spoke at length in a formal, almost cool tone. "I'm sorry you should have had such a bad 2 days. 2 days? "I was thinking about last night's episode on the bridge back there." "Oh, that!" I gave a little laugh. "Do you know, I'd almost forgotten it." "I'm glad to hear it. But perhaps that's only because what happened this afternoon has overridden it. You seem to have got over your scare now." He threw me a quick glance and said abruptly, "Were you scared?" "Today? Yes. Yes, I was. Not of being shot or anything, because that part was over before I knew anything about it, but somehow just scared." I twisted my fingers together in my lap, thinking back to that heart-stopping point of time, trying to explain. I think it was the moment when I heard the shot, and there was Philippe flat on the path. The moment before I realized he wasn't hurt. It seemed to last forever. Just the silence after the shot, and the world spinning round out of gear with no noise but the tops of the trees sweeping the air, the way you hear a car's tires when the engine's off. We were sailing up the curve toward Belle Surprise. The trees streamed by, a moment drenched in our flowing gold, then livid, fleeing, gone. I said, "Have you ever thought, when something dreadful happens, a moment ago things were not like this? Let it be then, not now, anything but now. And you try and try to remake then, but you know you can't. So you try to hold the moment quite still and not let it move on and show itself. It was like that."
"I know. But it hadn't happened after all."
"No." I let out a long, unsteady breath. It was still then. I don't think I'll forget the moment when Philippe moved as long as I live. Another of those quick glances.
"And afterward?"
Afterwards I was angry, so blazing angry I could have killed someone.
"It takes people that way," he said.
"Because they've been scared? I know. But it wasn't only that. If you'd seen Philippe's face..." I was seeing it myself a little too clearly. I said, as if somehow I had to explain. "He's so quiet, Philippe. It's all wrong that he should be so quiet. Little boys shouldn't be like that. And today was better. He was playing the fool in that silly, maddening way children have, shouting rubbish and hopping about. Only I was so pleased to see him like that I didn't mind. And then, out of the blue, that beastliness. And there was mud on his face, and he didn't want to stop to look at the trout, and then he cried. I stopped then. I bit my lip and looked away from him out of the window. Don't talk about it any more, if you'd rather not. It gets me a bit. But I feel better now I've told someone. I managed a smile. Let's forget it, shall we? That's what we came out for. He smiled suddenly and said with an abrupt, almost gay change of tone, You'll feel quite different when you've had dinner. Have you got your passport? What? Your passport. I suppose you carry it. Yes, here it is. This sounds serious. What is it, a deportation? Something like that. We were approaching the outskirts of Thonon now. Trees lined the road, and among them globed lamps as bland as melons made fantastic patterns of the boughs. What do you say? Said Raoul, slowing a little and glancing at me. Shall we make a night of it? Go across into Geneva and eat somewhere, and then dance or go to a cinema or something like that? Anything, I said, my mood lifting to meet his. Everything. I leave it to you. You mean that? Yes. Excellent, said Raoul, and the big car swept out into the light and bustle of Tonnon's main square. I'm not going to describe that evening in detail, though as it happens it was desperately important. It was then, simply, one of those wonderful evenings. We stopped in Thonon, beside a stall where jonquils and wallflowers blazed under the gas jets, and he bought me freesias which smelled like the Fortunate Isles, and those red anemones that were once called the lilies of the field. Then we drove along in a clear night with stars aswarm, and a waxing moon staring pale behind the poplars. By the time we reached Geneva, a city of fabulous glitter and strung lights whose reflections swayed and bobbed in the dark waters of the lake, my spirits were rocketing sky-high, shock, loneliness, the breath of danger all forgotten. Why had I thought him difficult to know? We talked as if we'd known each other all our lives. He asked me about Paris, and I found myself, for the first time, talking easily, as if memory were happiness and not regret, of Maman and Daddy and the Rue du Printemps. Even the years at the orphanage came gaily enough to hand, to be remembered with amusement, more, with affection. And in his turn, Raoul talked of his own Paris, so different from mine, of a London with which it seemed impossible that the Constance Butcher Home for Girls could have any connection, of the hot brilliance of Provence, where Belleville stood, a little jewel quietly ruining down among its dusty vines. Anything but Valmy. I don't think it was mentioned once. And we did do everything. We had a wonderful dinner somewhere. The place wasn't fashionable, but the food was marvellous, and my clothes didn't matter. We didn't dance there because Raoul said firmly that food was important, and one must not distract oneself with gymnastics. But later, somewhere else, we danced, and later still we drove back toward Thonon, roaring along the straight, unenclosed road at a speed which made my blood tingle with excitement, yet which felt, in that wonderful car, on that wonderful night, like no speed at all. The frontier checked us momentarily. Then the big car tore on, free, up the long hill to Thonon. along the wide boulevard that rims the slope to the lake, through the now empty marketplace, past the turning that led up to Subiru. "Hi," I said. "You've missed the turning."
"I'm following one of my dangerous inclinations."
I looked at him a little warily. "Such as?" He said,
"There's a casino at Avion." I remembered Mrs. Seddon and smiled to myself.
"What's your lucky number?" He laughed.
"I don't know yet, but I do know that this is the night it's coming up."
So we went to the casino, and he played, and I watched him, and then he made me play, and I won, and then won again. Then we cashed our winnings together, and went out and drank café fin, and laughed a lot, and then at last drove home. It was 3 in the morning when the great car nosed its way up the zigzag, and, whether from excitement or sleepiness or the fin, I might have been floating up it in a dream. He stopped the car by the side door that opened off the stable yard, and still dreamily, and no doubt incoherently, I thanked him and said good night. I must have negotiated the dark corridors and stairways to my room still in the same trance-like daze. I have no recollection of doing so, nor of how I got myself to bed. It wasn't the brandy. The coffee had drowned that effectively enough. It was a much more deadly draught. There was one thing that stood like stone among the music and moon-froth of the evening's gaieties. It was stupid. It was terrifying. It was wonderful. But it had happened. For better or worse, I was head over ears in love with Raoul de Valmy. Sixth Coach. Chapter 9. Never seek to tell thy love. Love that never told can be. William Blake, poem from manuscripts. It was to have been expected. It would be a very odd Cinderella indeed who could be thrown out of such a dreary seclusion as the orphanage had offered me, into contact with Raoul de Valmy, without something of the sort happening. A man whose looks and charm were practically guaranteed to get him home without his even trying, had exerted himself to give a very lonely young woman a pleasant evening. An evening to remember. That it was no more than that, I was fully aware. In spite of a quantity of romantic reading, and a great many wistfully romantic and very natural dreams, I had retained a good deal of my French common sense. That, along with the nastily named English quality called phlegm, would have to help me to control the present silly state of my emotions. I had had my evening. Tomorrow would be another day. It was. Soon after breakfast the big Cadillac disappeared down the zigzag. Raoul, I supposed, gone back to Bellevigne. I tore my thoughts resolutely away from a Provençal idyll, where he and I drove perpetually through moonlit vineyards, with an occasional glimpse of the Taj Mahal and the blue grotto of Capri thrown in, and concentrated rather fiercely on Philippe. Nobody owned to the rifle incident, and there was little hope of tracing the culprit. But Philippe seemed to have got over his fright, so the matter was allowed to drop. Life fell back into its accustomed pattern, except for the exciting prospect of the Easter ball, which now provided a thrilling undercurrent to conversation below stairs. This function had, for many years, been held at Valmy on Easter Monday. Mrs. Seddon and Berthe, when they were about the schoolroom domain, delighted to tell me of previous occasions when the Chateau Valmy had been en fête. "Flowers," said Berthe, who seemed to have taken serenely for granted my sudden acquisition of fluent French, "and lights everywhere. They even used to string lights right down the zigzag to the Valmy Bridge. And there's floodlights in the pool, and they turn the big fountain on, and there are little floating lights in the water like lilies. Of course, pausing in her dusting to look at me a little wistfully. It isn't as grand as it used to be in the old days. My mother used to tell me about it when the old Comte was alive. They say he was rolling in money, but of course it's not the same anywhere now, is it? But mind you, it'll be pretty grand for all that. There's some as says it's not quite the thing to have a dance this Easter, seeing as Monsieur le Comte and Madame la Comtesse were killed last year. But what I says is, them that's dead is dead. God rest their souls, crossing herself hastily. And them that's alive might as well get on with the job. Not wanting to sound hard-hearted, miss, but you see what I mean. Of course. Anyway, Madame says it'll be just a small private party. Not but what they call a small private party'd make your eyes stand out on stalks, as the saying is. If you'll excuse the expression, miss. But... Here she brightened and picked up a brass tray which she began to polish with vigour. We'll have our dance just as usual. You have one too? Oh, yes. All the tenants and the chateau staff. It's the night after the chateau dance, on the Tuesday, down at Subiru. Everybody goes. This, not unnaturally, left me wondering which dance I would be invited to attend. But it was very soon made clear to me by Madame de Valmy that for this occasion, at any rate, I was above the salt. So I, too, succumbed to the universal feeling of pleased anticipation, a pleasure shot through with the worry of not having a dance frock to wear. I didn't worry about this for long. I'm French enough where my needle is concerned, and I had been, there was nothing else to do with it, saving the greater part of my salary for the last weeks. I didn't doubt that I could achieve something creditably pretty, even though it might not stand comparison with the Balmains and the Florimonds with which the ballroom would probably be crowded. It would be pretty enough to sit out in, I told myself firmly, thrusting back a vision of myself en grande tenue, dancing alone with Raoul in a ballroom about the size of Buckingham Palace. But it would not. This with a memory of Jane Eyre's depressing wardrobe and Léon de Valmy's mocking eye. It would not be suitable. I wasn't down to bombazine yet. My next half-day off fell some 3 days after the incident with the rifle, and I went down to Thonon on the afternoon bus with the object of buying stuff and pattern for a dance frock. I didn't think it would be much use looking for a ready-made in so small a place as Thonon, and Evian or Geneva prices were beyond me. So I hunted happily about for the best materials I could afford, and at last was rewarded with a length of some pretty Italian stuff in white, webbed with gossamer silver threads, at what the saleswoman called a bargain price, but to me represented a horrifying proportion of my savings. I fought a swift losing battle with the remnants of my common sense, and firmly planted the money down on the counter with no trace of regret. Then, clutching the parcel to me, I pushed my way out through the shop door into the windy street. It was almost 5 o'clock, one of those dark, rain-laden April days with a warm, gusty wind blowing. There had been showers earlier, but now a belated gleam from the west glissarded over the wet housetops and etched the budding chestnuts of the square in pale gold against a salty sky. Many of the shop windows were bright already, harshly lighted grocery stores and boucheries mirrored to soft orange and copper in the damp pavements. Over the flower store, where Raoul had brought me the freesias, a naked gas jet hissed and flared in the gusty wind, now a snake-long lash of brilliant flame, now a flattened moth's wing of cobalt and sulphur yellow. The tires of passing cars hissed softly on the wet tarmac. Here and there, among the bare chestnuts, an early street lamp glowed. I was longing for a cup of tea. But here, my sense of economy, subconsciously outraged no doubt by the recent purchase, stepped in to argue the few francs difference between tea and coffee. A salon de thé would be expensive, while coffee, or an apéritif, were at once far better quality and half the price. I abandoned the tea and walked across the square toward a restaurant where a glass screen protected the tables from the fitful wind. As I gained the pavement and paused to choose a table, a diffident voice spoke beside me. "Miss Martin?" I turned in some surprise, as the voice was unmistakably English. It was the fair young man of my encounter in Subiru. He was dressed in a duffel coat supplemented by a shaggy scarf. His thick, fair hair flopped in the wind. I'd forgotten what an enormous young man he was. The general effect was that of a huge, shy, blonde bear, of a bigness incredible, as Philippe would have said. He said, "Do you remember me? We met in Subiru." "Of course I remember you, Mr. Blake." I could have added that I was hardly likely to have forgotten him, the one English lamb in my pride of French tigers, but thought it was, perhaps, not tactful. "I hope you haven't had to use any of those bandages and things." He grinned. "Not yet, but I expect to daily. Were you thinking of going in here for a drink? I wonder if you would... May I? I mean, I'd be awfully glad if..." I rescued him. "Thank you very much. I'd love to. Shall we sit out here where we can watch what's going on?" We settled ourselves at a table next to the glass screen, and he ordered coffee in his laborious English French. His look of triumph when in actual fact coffee did arrive made me laugh. "You're coming on fast," I said. "Aren't I? But really, you know, it's hard to go wrong over café." "Are you managing your shopping all right today?" "Oh, yes. You can usually find someone who understands English in Tonon. Besides," he said simply, "it's cheaper. I usually shop in the market. I don't need a lot." "Are you living up at the hut now?" "For the time being. I sleep at the Coq Hardy in Subiru a couple of nights in the week, and I have the odd meal there. But I like the hut. I get a lot of work done, and I can come and go and eat and sleep when I like." I had a momentary and irresistible vision of him curling up in the straw, nuts in the pocket, like a bear for the winter. This made me think of Philippe. I said, "Does anyone from your side of the valley ever bring a gun over to Valmy?" "Only if invited. There are shooting parties in the autumn, I believe." "I didn't mean that. Would the foresters or keepers or anyone ever go stalking foxes or chamois or something with a rifle?" "Good Lord, no. Why?" I told him in some detail just what had occurred on Tuesday afternoon with Philippe. He listened with great attention, shocked out of his shyness by the end into expostulation. "But that's frightful. Poor kid. It must have been a beastly shock. And for you, too. The best you can say of it is that it's criminal carelessness. And you say they found no trace of the chap?" "No one admits it. Even now it's known that nobody was hurt. But that's easy to understand. He'd lose his job just like that. And jobs aren't all that easy to come by up here." "True enough." "What's more," I said, "when Monsieur de Valmy sent a couple of men down to look at the place where it happened, they found that the bullet had been dug out of the tree." He whistled. "Thorough, eh?" "Very. Do you see what it means? Those men were sent down there as soon as Philippe and I got back to the house. It means, first, that the chap with the gun knew what had happened when he loosed it off, and second, that he didn't run away. He must have sat tight waiting for Philippe and me to go, then skated down to remove the evidence. I looked at him. The thought of him hiding up there in the wood watching us is rather nasty somehow.
I'll say. What's more, the man's a fool. Accidents do happen. And if he'd done the decent thing and come tearing down to apologize and see you both home, the odds are he'd have just got off with a rocket from the boss. He must have lost his head and then not dared own up. As it is, I hope they do get him. What's de Valmy doing about it?
Oh, he's still having inquiries made. But I don't think they'll produce anything now. All we've got so far is lashings of alibis. But the only two I'm prepared to believe are Monsieur de Valmy's and the butler's. William Blake said...
The son was here, wasn't he?
His tone was no more than idle, but I felt the blood rushing hotly to my cheeks. Furious with myself, I turned away to look out through the glass at the now twilit square. If I was going to blush each time his name was mentioned, I wouldn't last long under the Demon King's sardonic eye. And this sort of nonsense I couldn't expect him to condone. I fixed my gaze on the brilliant yellows and scarlets of the flower stall and said indifferently, "He was. He went away the morning after it happened. But surely you can't imagine—" In spite of myself, my voice heated. "It certainly couldn't have been him."
No? Cast-iron alibi?
No. It just couldn't. Logic came rather late in the wake of emotions. Dash it, he'd have no reason to sneak about digging bullets out of trees.
No, of course not.
I said, rather too quickly, "How are the weevil traps?" That did it. He was the last person to see a reference to his work, however abruptly introduced, as a mere red herring. Soon we were once more happily in full cry. I listened, and asked what I hope were the right questions, and thought about the Valmy dance. Would he be there? Would he? Would he? I came out of my besotted dreaming to hear William Blake asking me prosaically which bus I intended to take back to Valmy.
"Because," he said, "one goes in about 12 minutes, and after that you wait 2 hours.
"Oh, Lord, yes," I said. "I mustn't miss it. Are you getting the same one?"
"No, mine goes just before yours. I'm sloping off this weekend to meet some friends at Annecy."
He grinned at me as he beckoned the waiter.
"So forget you saw me, will you please? This is AWOL, but I couldn't resist it. Some pals of mine are up at Annecy for the week, and they want me to go climbing with them."
"I won't give you away," I promised. Here the waiter came up, and Mr. Blake plunged into the dreadful struggle of the bill. I could see all the stages, understanding the waiter's total, translating it mentally into English money, dividing by 10 for the tip, reckoning to the nearest round number for simplicity, slowly and painfully thumbing over the revolting paper money, and finally handing over a sheaf of it with the irresistible feeling that so much money cannot possibly be the fair amount to pay for so little. At last it was over. He met my eye and laughed, flushing a little. "I'm all right," he said defensively, "until they get to the 90s, and then I'm sunk. I have to make them write it down." "I think you're wonderful. By the time you've been here another month, you'll talk it like a native." I stood up. "Thank you very much for the coffee. Now you'd better not bother about me if you want to dash for that bus."
"You're right. I'm afraid I'll have to run."
But he still hesitated. "It was awfully nice meeting again. Could we... when do you have your next afternoon off?" "I don't quite know," I said, not very truthfully. Then I relented. But I'm often in Toulon on a Friday afternoon, and... Oh, look, for goodness sake, isn't that your bus? The driver's getting in. Go on, run. Is this yours? And this? Goodbye. Have a good weekend. Somehow he dragged his paraphernalia up from the floor, lurched with rope and rucksack perilously swaying between the crowded tables, thrust his way through the swing door I grabbed and held wide for him, then waved a hand to me and ran. He reached the bus just as the driver's door slammed and the engine coughed noisily to life. Then, wedged, it seemed inextricably, on the narrow steps of the bus, he managed to turn and wave again cheerily as the vehicle jerked and roared away. Feeling breathless myself, I waved back, then turned hurriedly to cross the road to where my own bus waited. But before I could step forward, a big car slid to a halt beside me with a soft hush of wet tires. A Cadillac. My heart, absurdly, began to race. The door was pushed open from inside. His voice said, "Going my way." He was alone in the car. I got in beside him without a word, and the car moved off. It swung around the corner of the square where the Subaru bus still stood beside its lamp, and turned into the tree-lined street that led south. It was odd that I hadn't really noticed till now what a beautiful evening it was. The street lamps glowed like ripe oranges among the bare boughs. Below, in the wet street, their globes glimmered down and down to drown in their own reflections. He hangs in shades the orange bright like golden lamps. And on the pavements there were piles of oranges too, real ones, spilled there in prodigal piles with aubergines and green and scarlet peppers. The open door of a wine shop glittered like Aladdin's cave, with bottles from floor to roof, shelf on shelf of ruby and amber and purple, the rich heart of 100 sun-drenched harvests. From a bright-lighted workman's cafe nearby came music, the sound of voices loud in argument, and the smell of new bread. The last lamp drowned its golden moon in the road ahead. The last house vanished, and we were running between hedgeless fields. To the right, a pale sky still showed clear under the western rim of the rain clouds, and against it the bare trees that staked the road stood out black and sheer. The leaves of an ilex cut the half-light like knives. A willow streamed in the wind like a woman's hair. The road lifted itself ahead, mackerel silver under its bending poplars. The blue hour. The lovely hour. Then the hills were around us, and it was dark. Raoul was driving fast and didn't speak. I said at last, a little shyly, "You're back soon? You haven't been to Belleville, then?" "No. I had business in Paris." I wondered what kettles of fish he'd, in Mrs. Seton's unlikely idiom, been frying. "Did you have a good time?" He said, "Yes," but in so absent a tone that I hesitated to speak again. I leaned back in silence and gave myself up to the pleasure of being driven home. It wasn't for some time that I, absorbed in my dreaming, noticed how he was driving. He always travelled fast, and there was a slickness about the way the big car sliced through the dark and up the twisting valley that demonstrated how well he knew the road. But there was something in his way of handling her tonight that was different. I stole a glance at his silent profile as we whipped around and over a narrow bridge that warped the road at right angles. He had done nothing that was actively dangerous. In the dark we would have had ample warning of an approaching car. but we were skirting danger so closely that it now occurred to me a little sickeningly to wonder if he were drunk. But as our headlights brushed a brilliant arc against the wall of rock, reflected light swirled through the car, and in it I saw his face. He was sober enough, but that something was the matter was quite evident. He was frowning at the road ahead, his eyes narrowed on the flying dark. He had forgotten I was there. It seemed quite simply as if something had put him in a bad temper, and he was taking it out on the car. "What were you doing down in Tonon?" The question was no more than a quid pro quo, but he spoke so abruptly out of the silence that it sounded like an accusation, and I jumped and answered almost at random. "What? Oh, it's my afternoon off." "What do you usually do on your afternoon off?" "Nothing very much. Shopping, a cinema, anything." "You go out to friends sometimes?" "No," I said, surprised. "I don't know anyone. I told you I told you on Tuesday."
"Oh, yes, so you did."
We had run into another shower, and big drops splashed and starred the windshield. The car slewed over fast around a sharp bend in the road, and the rubber whined on the wet tarmac. He hadn't once so much as glanced at me. He was probably hardly aware of who it was he had in the car. So much for Cinderella. I sat quietly beside him and nibbled the bitter crusts of common sense. We had gone 2/3 of the way to Valmy before he spoke again. The question was sufficiently irrelevant and surprising.
"Who was that chap?"
I was startled and momentarily at a loss. I said stupidly, "What chap?"
"The man you were with in Tonon. You left the cafe with him."
"Oh, him."
"Who else?"
The phrase, brief to the point of curtness, made me glance at him in surprise. I said shortly, "A friend of mine."
"You told me you didn't know anyone hereabouts."
"Well," I said childishly, "I know him." This provoked a glance, quick and unsmiling. But he only said,
"How is Philippe?"
"All right, thank you."
"And you? No more mishaps?"
"No." My voice must have sounded subdued and even sulky, but I was having a fight to keep it level and unbetraying. Pride had joined forces with common sense, and the two were flaying me. The phantoms of those idiotic dreams wavered mockingly in the dark. I don't know quite what I had expected, but that man and this. The change was too great. It was unnerving. I was also making a grim little discovery that frightened me. The dreams might be moonshine, but the fact remained. I was in love with him. It hadn't been the wine and the starlight and all the trappings of romance. It hadn't even been the charm that he'd been so lavish with that night. Now I was undoubtedly sober, and it was raining, and the charm wasn't turned on, and I was still in love with this cold-voiced stranger who was making futile and slightly irritated conversation at me. At least I'd had the sense all along to try and laugh at my own folly, but it was no longer even remotely amusing. I bit my lip hard, swallowed another choking morsel of that bitter bread, and wished he would stop asking questions that needed answering. But he was persisting, still in that abrupt tone that made his queries, harmless enough in themselves, sound like an inquisition. It seemed he was still curious about William Blake, which, in view of my promise to say nothing, was awkward.
Who is he? English?
Yes.
He took the Annecy bus, didn't he? A climber?
He's climbing from Annecy this weekend.
Staying there?
Yes.
Did you know him in England?
No.
Oh, then he's been to Valmy.
Not that I'm aware of.
Is he staying hereabouts for long?
Look, I said, cornered. Does it matter? What's the Inquisition for? A pause. He said, sounding both stiff and disconcerted,
I'm sorry. I wasn't aware I was trespassing on your private affairs.
They're not private. It's just, I didn't mean... I didn't want to tell you. I floundered hopelessly. He threw me an odd look.
Didn't want to tell me what?
Oh, nothing. Look, I said desperately. I don't want to talk. Do you mind? And now there was no doubt whatever about his mood. I heard him say, God damn it, very angrily under his breath. He wrenched the Cadillac around at the Valmy Bridge and hurled her up the zigzag about twice as fast as he should have done. The car snarled up the ramp like a bad-tempered cat and was hauled around the first bend. You mistake me. Still that note of barely controlled exasperation. I wasn't intending to pry into what doesn't concern me, but... I know, I'm sorry. I must have sounded nearly as edgy as he did, shaken as I was, not only by his anger and my failure to understand it, but by a humiliation that he couldn't guess at. I expect I'm tired. I trailed about Tournon for a couple of hours looking for some dress material. Oh! My hands flew to my cheeks. I must have left it. Yes, I left it in the cafe. I put it on the ledge under the table, and then William had to run for the bus, and... oh, dear, how stupid of me. I suppose if I telephone... Oh! His hand had moved sharply. The horn blared. I said, startled, What was that? Some creature. A weasel, perhaps. The trees lurched and peeled off into darkness. The next corner, steeply embanked, swooped at us. I said, Do you have to go so fast? It scares me. The car slowed, steadied, and took the bend with no more than a splutter of gravel. Did you tell him about the shooting down in the beechwood? What? Who? This William. I drew a sharp little breath. I said clearly, Yes, I did. He thinks that probably you did it yourself. The car whispered up the slope and nosed quietly out above the trees. He was driving like a careful insult. He didn't speak. The devil that rode me spurred me to add out of my abyss of stupid self-torment. And I didn't know that I was supposed to account to my employer for everything I said and did on my afternoon off. That got him, as it was meant to. He said, between his teeth, I am not your employer. No? I said it very nastily because I was afraid I was going to cry. Then what's it to do with you what I do or who I see? We were on the last slope of the zigzag. The Cadillac jerked to a stop as the brakes were jammed on. Raoul de Valmy swung around on me. This, he said, in a breathless, goaded undertone. He pulled me roughly toward him, and his mouth came down on mine. For a first kiss it was, I suppose, a fairly shattering experience. And certainly not such stuff as dreams are made on. If Cinderella was out, so decidedly was Prince Charming. Raoul de Valmy was simply an experienced man shaken momentarily out of self-control by anger and other emotions that were fairly easily recognizable even to me. I say even to me, because I discovered dismayingly soon that my own poise was a fairly eggshell affair. For all my semi-sophistication, I emerged from Raoul's embrace in a thoroughly shaken state, which I assured myself was icy rage. And certainly his next move was hardly calculated to appease. Instead of whatever passionate or apologetic words should have followed, he merely let me go, restarted the car, opened the throttle with a roar, and shot her up the slope and onto the gravel sweep without a word. He cut the engine and opened his door as if to come around. I didn't wait. I whipped out of the car, slammed the door behind me, and in a silence to match his own, I stalked, there is no other word, across the gravel and up the steps. He caught up with me and opened the big door for me. He said something, I think it was my name, in an undervoice, sounding as if it were shaken by a laugh. I didn't look at him. I walked past him as if he didn't exist, straight into a blaze of light, and Léon de Valmy, who was crossing the hall. He checked his chair in its smooth progress as I came in, and turned his head as if to greet me. Then his eyes flicked from my face to Raoul's and back again, and the satanic eyebrows lifted ever so slightly. I turned abruptly and ran upstairs. If it had needed anything else to shake me out of my daydreams, that glance of Léon de Valmy's would have done it. I leaned back against the door in my darkened bedroom and put the back of my hand to a hot cheek. There was blood, bittersweet on my tongue from a cut lip. Léon de Valmy would have seen that too. The whip flicked me again. Not only my face, my whole body burned. I jerked myself away from the door's support, snapped on the light, and began to tug savagely at my gloves. Damn Raoul! How dared he? How dared he? And Léon de Valmy. Here the second glove catapulted down beside the first. Damn Léon de Valmy too. Damn all Valmys. I hated the lot of them. I never wanted to see any of them again. On the thought, I stopped, halfway out of my coat. It was more than possible that I wouldn't have the chance. The Demon King didn't have to be en rapport with me to guess what had happened tonight, and it was quite probable that he would take steps to dismiss me. It didn't occur to me at once that, if there were any hint of trouble, Raoul would certainly tell his father the truth, that I'd been kissed against my will, and that since the greater part of the year Raoul was not at Valmy to trouble the waters, I would probably be kept on. I only know that as I hung my coat with care in the pretty panelled wardrobe, I felt depressed, more desolate, at the prospect of never seeing any of the hated Valmys again. My lip had stopped bleeding. I put on fresh lipstick carefully and did my hair. Then I walked sedately out and across my sitting room to the schoolroom door. I opened it and went in. The light was on, but no one was there. The fire had burned low, and the room had an oddly forlorn look. One of the French windows was ajar, and the undrawn curtains stirred in a little breeze. On the rug lay an open book, its pages faintly vibrant to the same draught. Puzzled, I glanced at the clock. It was long past time for Philippe's return from the salon. Madame de Valmy would be upstairs dressing. Well, I reflected, it wasn't my affair. On this night of all nights, I wasn't going to see why he was being kept late below stairs. No doubt he would come up when his supper did. I was stooping for a log to throw on the fire when I heard the sound. It whispered across the quiet room no more loudly than the tick of the little French clock or the settling of the wood ash in the grate. A very slight sound, but it lifted the hair on my skin as if that too felt the cold breath from the open window. It was no more than a voiced sigh, but horribly it sounded like a word. "Mademoiselle." I was across the schoolroom in one leap. I ran out onto the dark balcony and turned to peer along the leads. To the right and left the windows were shut and dark. From behind me the lighted schoolroom thrust a bright wedge across the balcony, making my shadow, gigantic and grotesque, leap and posture before me over the narrow leads. Philippe? The ends of the balcony were in deep darkness, invisible. I plunged out of my patch of light and ran along past the windows. The balcony floor was slippery with rain. "Philippe! Philippe!" That terrible little whisper answered me from the darkest corner. I was beside it, kneeling on the damp leads. He was crouched in a tiny huddle up against the balustrade. Or rather, where the balustrade had been. It was no longer there. In its place was merely the step-ladder which I had taken from the broom closet that very afternoon to wedge across the unsteady coping. Beyond this frail barrier was merely a gap of darkness and a 30-foot drop to the gravel, and that terrible line of iron spikes. My hands were on him, my voice hoarse and shaking. "Philippe, what happened? You didn't fall. Oh, God, you didn't fall. Oh, my little Philippe, are you all right?" Small cold hands came up and clung. "Mademoiselle?" I had him in my arms, my face against his wet cheek. "Are you all right, Philippe? Are you hurt?" I felt his head shake. "Sure? Quite sure?" A nod. I stood up with him in my arms. I'm not big myself, but he seemed a featherweight, a bundle of bird's bones. I carried him into the schoolroom, over to the fireplace, and sat down in a wing chair, cuddling him close to me. His arms came up around my neck and clung tightly. I don't know what I was saying to him. I just hugged and crooned rubbish over the round, dark head that was buried in my neck. Presently he relaxed his stranglehold and stopped shivering. But when I tried to stoop for a log to put on the fire, he clutched me again. "It's all right," I said quickly. "I'm only going to build the fire up. We must get you warm, you know." He suffered me to lean forward, throw some faggots onto the sullen fire, and stir it until some little tongues of flame crept up around the new wood and began to lick brightly at it. Then I sat back in the chair again. It seemed to me that the reassurance of my arms was of more importance at that moment than bed, or hot drinks, or any of the remedies that would follow shortly. I said gently, "Was it the car, Philippe?" That little nod again. "But I warned you the stone was loose. I told you not to go galloping along there, didn't I?" He said in a voice that sounded thinner and more childish than ever, "I heard the horn. I thought Papa always used to, on the drive, to tell me he was coming." I bit my lip, then winced. Of course, the horn. I remembered that arrogant blare on the zigzag. I had seen nothing on the road. It had merely been part, no doubt, of the flare of temper and excitement that had driven Raoul to kiss me. And driven Philippe out into the darkness, running in a stubborn, passionate hope to fling himself against the rotten stone. I said as much to myself as him. I'd no idea the coping was as dangerous. It only seemed to move such a little. I thought it would hold. Thank God I put the ladder across. Why I did... Oh, thank God I did. Then a thought struck me. Philippe, where was Berthe? I thought she was with you. Bernard came for her. Something she'd forgotten to do. I see. I waited for a moment, holding him. Look, Philippe, we've got a lovely fire now. What about warming those frozen paws? This time he unclasped himself without demur, and slipped down onto the rug beside me, holding out his hands obediently to the now bright blaze of the fire. I ruffled his hair. This is wet too. What a beastly night to go running out in. You are a little ass, aren't you? He said, his voice still too tight and sharp. I hit the stone, and then it wasn't there. It went over with a bang. I bumped into something I couldn't see. I fell down. I couldn't see anything. It was the ladder you bumped into, Philippe. You couldn't have fallen over, you know. There wasn't really a gap. You couldn't see the ladder, but it's a very solid one. It was really quite safe. Quite safe. It was awful. I was frightened. I don't blame you, I said. I'd have been scared stiff. It was awfully sensible of you not to move. I didn't dare. I knew you'd come. The plain little face turned up to me. So I waited. Something twisted inside me. I said lightly, and I came. What a good thing I came up in your cousin Raoul's car instead of waiting for the bus. I got up and bent over him, slipping my hands under his arms. Now, come and get these things off. Up with you. I swung him to his feet. Goodness, child, you've been lying in a puddle. What about a hot bath and then supper in bed with a fire in your bedroom as a treat? Will you be there? Yes. Have your supper in my room? Now sit on your bed, I promised. The black eyes glinted up at me. And play Peggotty? Oh, ho, I said. So you're beginning to make capital out of this, are you? What's more, you're getting too dashed good at Peggotty. All right, if you'll promise not to beat me. I swung him around and gave him a little shove toward the door. Now, go and get those things off while I run the bath. He went off obediently. I rang the bell for Berthe, and then went to turn on the bath. As I watched the steam billowing up to cloud the tiles, I reflected a little grimly that now I should have to face Léon de Valmy again tonight. Above the noise of the taps, I heard a knock on the door that led from my sitting room. I called, "Come in." Berthe had been very quick. I turned then in surprise as I saw it wasn't Berthe, but Madame de Valmy. She never came to these rooms at this hour, and as I caught sight of her expression, my heart sank. This, then, was it. And I hadn't had time to think out what to say. I twisted the taps a little to lessen the gush of water and straightened up to meet whatever was coming. "Miss Martin, forgive me for interrupting you while you're changing." Hardly a frightening opening, that. Her voice was apologetic, hurrying, almost nervous. "I wondered... Did you remember to get me my tablets in Tonon this afternoon?" I felt myself flushing with relief. "Why, yes, madame. I was going to give them to Berthe to put in your room. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you'd want them straight away." "I'm out of them, or I wouldn't trouble you." "I'll get them now," I said. No, really, it's no trouble, madame. You're not interrupting me. This bath isn't for me. Philippe? I bent to test the water, then turned off the taps. Oh, there you are, Philippe. Hop in, and don't bypass your ears this time. I'll get your tablets straight away, madame. My bag's through in my sitting room. As I came out of the bathroom and shut the door behind me, I was wondering how to tell her about the recent near tragedy. But as I looked at her, all idea of this melted into a different consternation. She looked ill. The expression that I had thought forbidding was revealed now as the pallor, set lips, and strained eyes of someone on the verge of collapse. I said anxiously, "Are you all right? You don't look well at all. Won't you sit down for a few minutes? Shall I get you some water?" "No." She had paused by the fireplace near a high-backed chair. She managed to smile at me. I could see the effort it took. "Don't worry, my dear. I didn't sleep well last night, that's all. I don't manage very well nowadays without my medicine." "I'll get it straight away." Throwing her another doubtful look, I ran toward my sitting room, only to remember that the tablets were, after all, still in the pocket of my coat. I turned swiftly. "Madame!" The horrified anxiety of the cry was wrenched out of me by what I saw. She had put a hand on the chair back and was leaning heavily on it. Her face was turned away from me as if she were listening to Philippe splashing in the bathroom. But her eyes were shut, and her cheeks were a crumpled grey. No beauty there. She looked old. At my exclamation she started and her eyes flew open. She seemed to make an effort and moved away from the chair. I ran back to her. "Madame, you are ill. Shall I call someone? Albertine?" No. I shall be all right. My tablets." "In my coat pocket in the wardrobe. Yes, here they are." She almost grabbed the box I held out to her. She managed another smile. "Thank you. I'm sorry if I alarmed you. These things pass. Don't look so worried, Miss Martin." In the bathroom, Philippe had set up a shrill, tuneless whistling that came spasmodically between splashes. Eloise glanced toward the noise and then turned to go. She said, with an obvious attempt at normality, "Philippe sounds very gay." "Oh, yes," I said cheerfully. "He's fine." I opened the door for her, straight onto Berthe, who had paused outside, one hand lifted to knock. "Oh, miss, you startled me. I was just coming." Her eyes went past me, and I saw them widen. I said quickly, "Madame isn't too well. Madame de Valmy, let Berthe see you to your room." I only rang for her to light Philippe's bedroom fire, but I'll do that myself. "Berthe?" I turned to the girl who was still looking curiously at Eloise de Valmy's drawn face. "Take Madame to her room, ring for Albertine, and wait till she comes. Then come back here, please." "Yes, miss." As I knelt to light Philippe's bedroom fire, my mind was fretting at a new problem, a minor one, which I suppose I had seized on almost as a relief from the other worries that beat dark wings in my brain. What were those tablets that were apparently the breath of life to Madame? Did she take drugs? The ugly thought swirled up through a welter of ignorant conjectures, but I refused to take it up. The things were only sleeping tablets, I was sure, and presumably some people couldn't live without sleeping tablets. But the flames spread merrily from paper to sticks and took hold with a fine, bright crackling. But why did she want the tablets now? She had looked as if she was suffering from some sort of attack, heart or nerves, that needed a restorative or stimulant. The sleeping tablets could hardly be the sort of life-savers that her anxiety had implied. I shrugged the thoughts away, leaning forward to place a careful piece of coal on the burning sticks. I was ignorant of such matters after all. She had certainly seemed ill, and just as certainly old Dr. Foray must know what he was about. Another burst of whistling and a messy-sounding splash came from the bathroom, and presently Philippe emerged, his hair in damp spikes, and his usually pale cheeks flushed and scrubbed-looking. He had on his nightshirt, and trailed a dressing-gown on the floor behind him. Something absurd and tender took me by the throat. I looked austerely at him. "Ears?" He naturally took no notice of this poor-spirited remark, but came over to the hearth-rug, beside which the fire now burned brightly. He said, with palpable pride, "I escaped death by inches, didn't I?" "You did indeed." "Most people would have fallen over, wouldn't they?" "Decidedly." "Most people wouldn't have had the presence of mind to stay quite still, would they?" I sat back on my heels, put an arm around his waist, and hugged him to me, laughing. "You odious child! Don't be so conceited." "And look, Philippe, we won't tell Berthe when she comes back, please." "Why?" "Because your aunt isn't well, and I don't want any alarming rumours getting to her to upset her." "All right, but you'll tell my Uncle Léon, won't you?" "Of course." It's a marvel to me that he didn't hear the coping fall himself. He was in the hall when I got in, and that was only a few minutes after... "Ah, Berthe, how is Madame?" "Better, miss. She's lying down. Albertine's with her, and she knows what to do. She says Madame will be well enough to go down to dinner." "I'm glad to hear it. She took her tablets, Berthe?" "Tablets, miss? No, it was her drops. She keeps them in the cabinet by her bed. Albertine gave her them." "I see. By the way, Berthe, weren't you supposed to be around the schoolroom wing while I was out?" "Yes, miss, but Bernard came for me." She shot me a sidelong glance. "There was some linen I'd been sewing. Bernard wanted it for the master and couldn't find it, though I told him where it was." "I see. Well, that shouldn't have kept you very long." "No, miss. But it wasn't where I'd put it. Somebody'd moved it. Took me quite a while to find it." She was eyeing me as she answered, obviously wondering why I questioned her so sharply. I said, "Well, Master Philippe went outside to play on the balcony and got wet, so he's had a bath and is to have supper in bed. Do you mind bringing it in here, Berthe, and mine as well, please?" "Not a bit, miss. I'm sorry, miss, but you see, Bernard was in a hurry and—" She broke off. She was very pink now and looked flustered. I thought, "But in no hurry to let you go, that's obvious, and I don't suppose you insisted." I said aloud, "It's all right, Berthe. It doesn't matter. Master Philippe's not a baby, after all. It was his own fault he got a wetting, and now he gets the reward, and you and I have the extra work. That's life, isn't it?" I got up, briskly propelling Philippe toward the bed. "Now, in you get, brat, and don't stand about any longer in that nightshirt." I had supper with Philippe, as I promised, and played a game with him, and read him a story. He was still in good spirits, and I was glad to see that his own part in the accident was assuming more and more heroic proportions in his imagination. At least nightmares didn't lie that way. But when I got up to go out to the pantry to make his late-night drink, he insisted, a little breathlessly, on coming with me. I thought it better to let him, so he padded along in dressing-gown and slippers, and was set to watch the milk on the electric ring while I measured the chocolate and glucose in the blue beaker he always used. We bore it back to the bedroom together, and I stayed with him while he drank it. And then, when I would have said good night, he clung to me for a moment too long, so that I abandoned my intention of seeing Léon de Valmy that night, and spent the rest of the evening in my own room with the communicating doors open, so that the child could see my light. When finally I was free to sit down beside my own fire, I felt so tired that the flesh seemed to drag at my bones. I slumped down in the armchair and shut my eyes. But my mind was a cage gnawed by formless creatures that jostled and fretted. Worries, some real, some half-recognized, some unidentified and purely instinctive, that wouldn't let me rest. And when, very late, I heard a car coming up the zigzag, I jumped to my feet, nerves instantly astretch, and slid quietly through the shadows to the door of Philippe's room. He was asleep. I went wearily back to my bedroom and began to undress. I was almost ready for bed when someone knocked softly on the door. I said in some surprise, "Who is it?" "Berthe, miss." "Oh, Berthe, come in." She was carrying a parcel, across which she looked at me a little oddly. "This is for you, miss. I thought you might be in bed, but I was told to bring it straight up." "No, I wasn't in bed. Thank you, Berthe. Good night." "Good night, miss." She went. I sat down on the bed and opened the parcel in some mystification. I sat there for some time, looking down at the silver-webbed folds of Italian stuff that glimmered against the coverlet. Then I saw the note. It read, "For the kiss, I can't honestly say I'm sorry, but for the rest I do. I was worried about something, but that's no excuse for taking it out on you. Will you count the fetching of your parcel as penance and forgive me, please? R. P.S. Darling, don't be so Sabine about it. It was only a kiss after all." Before I got to sleep that night, I'd have given a lot, drugs or no, for some of Madame de Valmy's tablets. Chapter 10. I told my love, I told my love, I told him all my heart. William Blake. Poem from manuscripts. Next morning it might all have been illusion. Raoul left Valmy early, this time for the south and Bellevigne. I didn't see him go. Whether or not he and Léon had spoken of last night's incident, I never discovered. Certainly nothing was said or even hinted to me. When I braved my employer in the library to tell him about Philippe's second escape, he received me pleasantly, to darken as he listened into a frowning abstraction that could have nothing to do with my personal affairs. He was sitting behind the big table in the library. When I had finished speaking, he sat for a minute or two in silence, the fingers of one hand tapping the papers in front of him, his eyes hooded and brooding. I had the feeling that he'd forgotten I was there. When he spoke, it was to say, rather oddly, "Again." I said, surprised, "Monsieur?" He glanced up quickly under his black brows. I thought he spoke a little wearily. "This is the second time in a very few days, Miss Martin, that we have had cause to be indebted to you for the same rather terrible reason." "Oh, I see," I said, and added awkwardly, "It was nothing. Anyone would have done the same." His smile was a brief flash that failed to light his eyes. "So you said earlier, Miss Martin. But I must insist, as I did before, that we are lucky to have so—" a little pause— "so foresighted a young woman to look after Philippe. When did you put the ladder there?" "Only yesterday." "Really? What made you do it?" I hesitated, choosing my words. The other day I went out myself along the balcony to wait for a car coming. I remembered the coping had felt a bit loose before and tried it. It was loose, but I'd have sworn not dangerously. I intended to mention it to you, but honestly, I'd no idea it was as bad. Then the car came and I forgot about it. I didn't add that the day had been Tuesday and the car Raoul's. I went on. Then yesterday, just before I was due to leave for Tournon, I went out again to see if it was going to rain. I remembered then about the coping, but I was in a tearing hurry for the bus, so I thought I'd just shove something across temporarily to make it safe and see you when I got in. I'd seen a stepladder in the schoolroom pantry, so I ran and got that. It seemed secure enough. I vowed I'd remember to tell you as soon as I got back. I'm terribly sorry, I finished lamely. You needn't be. You weren't to know that the stone was as rotten as that. I did have a report on the stonework of that balcony some time ago, but there was no suggestion that the repair was urgent. There'll be trouble about this, you may be sure. But meanwhile, let us just be thankful for whatever inspired you to put the ladder across. I laughed, still slightly embarrassed. Perhaps it was Philippe's guardian angel. He said dryly, Perhaps. He seems to need one. I said, There's a phrase for it, isn't there? Accident-prone? It seems appropriate. The smooth voice held a note that incongruously sounded like amusement. I looked sharply at him. He met my look. Well? Well, Miss Martin? Nothing, I said confusedly. It's just that you take it so calmly. I'd have expected you to be angry. But I am, he said, very angry. And meeting his eyes squarely for the first time during the interview, I realized with a shock that he spoke a little less than the truth. He smiled again, and quite without amusement. But being a rational man, I keep my anger for those who are to blame. It would ill become me, mademoiselle, to vent it on you, and I cannot spend it in protest, because that is not my way. He swung the wheelchair around so that he was turned a little way from me, looking out of the window across the rose garden. I waited, watching the drawn, handsome face with its fine eyes and mobile mouth, and wondering why talking with Léon de Valmy always made me feel as if I were acting in a play where all the cues were marked. I knew what was coming next, and it came. He said with that wry calmness that was somehow all wrong, When one is a cripple, one learns a certain economy of effort, Miss Martin. What would be the point of raging at you here and now? You're not to blame. How's Philippe? The question cut across my thoughts, which was simply that I'd have liked him better indulging in some of that profitless rage, so abruptly that I jumped. Philippe? Oh, he's all right, thank you. He was frightened and upset, but I doubt if there'll be any ill effects. I imagine it'll soon be forgotten, though at the moment he's inclined to be rather proud of the adventure. He was still looking away from me across the garden. Yes? Ah, well, children are unpredictable creatures, aren't they? Le pauvre petit. Let's hope he's at the end of his adventures, as you call them. Don't worry, Monsieur de Valmy. He's having a bad spell, but it'll get over. I added, inconsequentially, When does Monsieur Hippolyte get home? He turned his head quickly. The chair moved at the same moment, so suddenly that the arm struck the edge of the desk. His exclamation was lost in my cry. You've knocked your hand. It's nothing. The knuckle's bleeding. Can I get you? It's nothing, I tell you.
What were you saying?
I forget. Oh, yes. I wondered if you knew just when Philippe's Uncle Hippolyte gets home.
I've no idea.
Why? My eyes had been on his grazed hand. I looked up now to see him watching me, his face, as usual, calmly shuttered, but with something in that quiet gaze that held me staring without reply. Then the brilliant eyes dropped. He moved a paper knife an inch or two and repeated casually,
"Why do you ask?"
"Just that Philippe keeps asking me, and I wondered if you'd heard from Monsieur Hippolyte."
"Ah, yes. Well, I don't know exactly, I'm afraid. My brother has always been slightly unpredictable. But he'll be away for another 3 months at least. I thought Philippe knew that. I believe his scheduled lecture tour finishes just before Easter, but he plans to stay for some time after that to assist the excavations at, as far as I remember, Delphi."
He smiled.
"My brother is a remarkably poor correspondent. I imagine Philippe knows just about as much as I do."
He lifted the paper knife, placed it exactly where it had been before, looked up at me, and smiled again, charmingly.
"Well, Miss Martin, I won't keep you. I still have to divert some of that anger into its proper channels."
He was reaching for the house telephone as I escaped. It occurred to me with wry surprise that escape was exactly the right word for my relieved exit from the library. The discovery annoyed me considerably. Damn it! The tiger played velvet paws with me, didn't he? But, unreasonable as it was, I couldn't rid myself of the impression that some of that much-discussed anger had been, whatever he said, whatever the possibilities, directed straight at me. It was only a fortnight now to the Easter ball, and I had to work fast. The weather was bad, so walks with Philippe were not obligatory, and though I took him several times to the stables to play on wet afternoons, we had a good deal of spare time indoors when I cut and sewed. Philippe and Berthe, the maid, both appeared fascinated by the idea of making a dance dress, and hung over me fingering the stuff and exclaiming over every stage in its manufacture. Berthe was a rather more practical help than Philippe, as she gave me the use of her machine, and, since she was of my height and build, let me fit the pattern on her, never tiring of standing swathed in the glinting folds while I pinned and pulled and experimented. As the days went by, the chateau hummed with activity and pleased expectation. If there was indeed any shortage of money here, it couldn't have been guessed at. I did gather, from odd snippets of gossip to which I was careful to pay no attention, that much of the cost for the ball must be borne by Monsieur de Valmy himself. Monsieur Hippolyte, it was whispered, didn't care for such things, and whereas in past years Philippe's father had willingly financed the affair, and had invariably, with his wife, come from Paris to attend it, now that Monsieur Hippolyte was Philippe's co-trustee, he was, I gathered, inclined to sit down rather tightly on the money-bags. Whatever the case, it seemed that Monsieur de Valmy was determined to recall at least some of the splendours of the old Comte's time. To my unaccustomed eye, the preparations seemed lavish in the extreme. Rarely used bedrooms were opened and aired, for there were to be guests over Easter weekend. The great ballroom and the big drawing-room were thrown open, chandeliers were washed, lustre by lustre, mirrors were polished, furniture and rugs spirited from one place to another, all, it seemed, under the eagle eye of Monsieur de Valmy. His chair was everywhere. If a servant dropped a piece of silver he was cleaning, the master heard it. If a table was pushed along a parquet floor instead of being lifted, the master spoke angrily from a corner of the room. He was even to be seen constantly on the upper corridors, swiftly propelling himself in and out of bedrooms and along corridors not commonly used by the family. And so, bit by bit, corner by corner, the great house was prepared for the event of the year, and the excitement seemed to thicken in the air as Easter drew nearer. Then came the final touches. Flowers were carried in from the hothouses, camellias and lilies, and gorgeous blooms I didn't recognize, with tub after tub of bluebells and narcissuses and tulips looking cool and virginal among the heavy-scented exotics. In one of the galleries there was even a miniature grove of willows over a shallow basin, where goldfish glided, with cyclamens clustering like butterflies at the water's edge. Outside, floodlights had been fitted up, and a fountain like a firework shot its sparkling trails 30 feet towards Saturday's big yellow noon. For on Easter Eve the weather cleared, and Easter itself came in bright and beautiful, with a soft wind blowing that set the wild daffodils dancing in the woods and put the seal on the success of the affair. The Chateau Valmy was en fête. On Sunday night, after Philippe had gone to bed, I put the finishing touches to my frock. Berthe had stayed to help me, and now paraded it delightedly before me, while I sat on the floor among a scatter of pins and watched her with critical eyes. "Yes," I said. "Turn round again, will you?" "Thanks." "It'll do, I think, Berthe." Berthe twirled a curtsy in it, gay and graceful. It was amazing how she had shed her prim servant-maid attitude along with her uniform. In the shimmering dress she looked what she was, a pretty country girl, slim and young, and just now flushed with excitement. "It's lovely, miss. It's really lovely." She spun around so that the full skirt swirled and sank. She lifted a fold and fingered it almost wistfully. "You'll look beautiful in it. I've an awful feeling it'll look pretty homemade alongside the collection downstairs." "Don't you believe it," said Berthe stoutly. "I've seen most of 'em. Mariette and me did most of the unpacking. The prettiest frock, I think, belongs to the Marquise in the yellow guest room, and she's no oil painting herself by a long chalk." "Hush, Berthe," I protested, laughing. "You mustn't say things like that to me." She began to waltz around the room, humming a tune. "Of course, Madame's always nice. She looks lovely in grande toilette, like a queen. And that Madame Verlaine gets herself up very smart, doesn't she? Hers is black." "Is Monsieur Florimond here?" "Oh, he always comes. He says he wouldn't miss it for worlds. He dresses half the ladies anyway." I began to pick up the scattered pins, asking casually, "And Monsieur Raoul? Does he come to this affair as a rule?" There was a tiny pause. At the edge of my vision I saw Berthe's circling form check and turn. I looked up to catch a sidelong glance before her eyes slid from mine. She plucked at a fold of the skirt. "He hasn't been for years. But they're expecting him this time." I said nothing and picked up my pins. She came over to where I sat, her voice warming into naturalness again. "Why don't you try it on now, miss? Don't bother with those. I'll pick them up after." "It's done," I said. "There, that's the lot, I think." "Don't you believe it," she said darkly. "We'll be finding them for weeks. Go on, miss, put it on, do." "I want to see you in it, with the silver shoes and all." I laughed and got up. "All right. It's a shame you haven't got a decent mirror. That one in the wardrobe door's no good at all. Not for a long frock." "It's all right. I told Madame I was making a frock, and she said I might use the glass in her room. I'll just go along now and give it the final check-up. Tomorrow night I'll have to make do in here." She followed me into my bedroom, speaking a little shyly. "May I help you to dress tomorrow?" "Why, Bert, how nice of you! But you'll have so much to do. And I could manage quite well, really. I'm not used to luxuries, you know." "I'd like to. I would, really." "Then thank you very much. I'd be awfully glad to have you." Back in her uniform, she helped me pleasedly with the dress. At last I stood surveying myself in the narrow wardrobe mirror. "Oh, miss, it's lovely." "We put a lot of work into it, Bert. I'm terribly grateful to you for helping. I couldn't have managed without you." I turned this way and that, eyeing the line and fall of the material, and wondering just how amateurish it was going to look against the other gowns downstairs. Then I saw Bert's eyes in the glass. They were brilliant with uncomplicated excitement and pleasure. Her delight, it was obvious, wasn't fretted by the shades of Balenciaga and Florimond. "Oh, miss, it's lovely. There won't be one prettier. You'll look a picture. Wait, I'll get the shoes." She was scurrying toward a cupboard, but I stopped her impulsively. "Bert." She turned. "Bert, would you like to wear it too, for your own dance on Tuesday? You've probably got another just as pretty, but if you'd like it—" "Oh, miss." Her eyes grew enormous, and she gripped her hands together. "Me? Oh, but I couldn't." "Could I?" "Why not? You look lovely in it, and it was practically made on you after all. If you'd really like it, Bert, I'd be terribly pleased for you to take it. I don't suppose anyone will recognize it." "No, they won't," she said ingenuously. "It'll be hired waiters here tomorrow, and Bert... the servants won't be about. If you really mean it..." She began to thank me again, but I said quickly, "Then that's settled. Fine. Now I'd better fly if I'm to get to that looking-glass before Madame comes upstairs." Bert dived once more for the cupboard. "Your shoes! Put on your new shoes with it." No, don't bother," I said hastily, making for the door. "I must run. Thanks again, Bert. Good night." Madame de Valmy's bedroom adjoined a small sitting room which she used in the mornings. I went through, leaving the connecting door ajar. Her bedroom was a beautiful room, all soft lights and brocade and elegant Louis XVI, with a positively fabulous glitter of silver and crystal on the toilet table. An enormous Venetian mirror flanked the bathroom door, apparently held to the silk panelling by the efforts of the whole cherub choir. I stood in front of this. The long window curtains mirrored behind me were of rose-coloured brocade. The lighting was lovely. As I moved, I saw the gleam of the cobwebbed silver thread shift and glimmer through the white cloud of the skirt, the way sunlight flies along blown gossamer. I remember that the thought that surfaced first in my mind was that now Cinderella had no excuse to stay away from the ball. And, at midnight, impatiently I shook my thoughts free, angry that I could still fool around even for a moment with the myth that I knew was nonsense. I'd burned myself badly enough on that star already. Someone was at the sitting-room door. Bert must have come along with the silver sandals. I called, "Come in, I'm through here," and made a face at myself in the glass. Here were the glass slippers. Damn it, I didn't stand a chance. A quick tread across the sitting-room. Raoul's voice said, "Eloise, did you want me?" Then he saw me. He stopped dead in the doorway. "Why, hello," he said. He sounded a little breathless, as though he'd been hurrying. I opened my mouth to answer him, then swallowed and shut it again. I couldn't have spoken if I'd tried. I must just have gaped at him like a schoolgirl caught out in some escapade. I know I went scarlet. Then I gathered up my skirts in clumsy hands and moved toward the doorway, which he still blocked. He didn't give way. He merely leaned his shoulders back against the jamb of the door and waited as if prepared to settle there for the evening. I took 2 more hesitating steps toward him and then stopped. "Don't run away. Let me look at you." "I must. I'd better." He said, "Sabine," very softly, and the laugh in the word brought hotter color to my face and my eyes up to his. I'm not sure what happened next. I think he moved a little and said, "All right, so you really want to run away?" And I think I said somehow, "No." And then, "Raoul," as his shoulders came away from the doorpost in a kind of lunge, and then he was across the room and had me in his arms and was kissing me with a violence that was terrifying, and yet somehow the summit of all my tenderest dreams. I pushed away from him at last, both hands against his chest. "But Raoul, why?" "What do you mean, why?" "Why me? Your father called me Jane Eyre, and he wasn't far wrong. And you could have anyone. So, why?" "Do you want to know why?" His hands turned me around to face the mirror again, holding me back against him. I could feel his heart hammering against my shoulder blade. His eyes met mine in the glass. "You don't have to be humble, ma belle. That's why." An odd sensation took me, part triumphant, and part forlorn. I said nothing. The cherubs peered at us blind-eyed. Behind us, the rose and gold and crystal of the lovely room glowed like the bower of bliss. Raoul was watching my face. He opened his mouth as if to say something, but before he could speak, there came a slight sound from the other room. He turned his head sharply, and for a moment his hands tightened on my shoulders. Then he let me go and turned, saying coolly, "Ah, Eloise, I was looking for you. I believe you wanted me." I jumped and spun around. I felt the quick heat wash and ebb in my cheeks, leaving me cold and pale. We had been standing in full view of anyone entering the sitting room. Héloïse de Valmy was there now, just inside the door, with Albertine beside her. She was speaking over her shoulder to someone, presumably one of the guests, behind her in the corridor, beyond my range of vision. A woman's voice returned a soft reply, and I heard skirts rustle away. It was impossible to tell if Madame de Valmy had seen Raoul holding me, but I knew Albertine had. Avoiding her dark, malicious eyes, I came quickly out of the bedroom with Raoul behind me. I said, stammering, "Madame, I was using your glass to try my frock. You said I might." It was still impossible to tell whether she had seen. Her light grey eyes looked me up and down without expression. As usual, they were unsmiling, but I could detect no hint of displeasure in her face. She said in her cold, composed voice, "Of course. Is that the dress you have made, Miss Martin? It's very pretty. You must be an accomplished needlewoman. Perhaps one day you might do some work for me." So she had seen. I felt Raoul beside me make a little movement. The burning colour washed back into my face. I said quickly, "It would be a pleasure, madame. Good night, madame. Good night, monsieur." I didn't look at him. I slipped past Eloise de Valmy into the dimness of the corridor and ran back to my room. The next day passed in a whirl. I spent all my time with Philippe, who, alone of all the people in the house, seemed untouched by the general excitement, and was, indeed, indulging in a bout of sulks at being left out of the Easter revels. Luckily, I didn't have to face Madame de Valmy. Just after lunch, Albertine, was there a spark of malice in the smooth voice and face as she said it, brought me a message which asked if we would please direct our afternoon's walk to the village to make some small purchases, as none of the servants, had she or had she not hesitated on the phrase other servants, could be spared. I agreed politely and chided myself as I took a reluctant foot-trailing Philippe down to Soubirous for being oversensitive. Madame de Valmy would surely not put me so brutally in my place a second time, and as for Albertine, a servant's malice couldn't affect me. But I began to wonder, a few minutes later, if this last was true. As I paused in the sunshine outside Monsieur Garcin's shop to fish in my bag for Albertine's note, the bead curtains over the chemist's doorway rattled aside, and Albertine herself came out. Albertine, who could not be spared today, for whom I was playing errand boy. She must have set out for Soubirous almost immediately after briefing me. I stared at her in amazement. She showed no sign of confusion, but slipped by me with one of her dark, sidelong looks and small-lipped Mona Lisa smiles. She went into the confiserie just beyond the café. When I pushed through the swinging beads myself into the spicy dimness of the shop, I was tense and nervous, and very ready to discover in Monsieur Garcin's voice and attitude that same sidelong malice that I had now certainly seen in Albertine. I told myself firmly that this was only fancy. But as I emerged from the pharmacy, I came face to face with Madame Rocher, the curé's housekeeper, and this time there was no doubt about the chilliness of the greeting. If the good Madame could have passed by on the other side, she would undoubtedly have done so. As it was, she simply stared, nodded once, and gave me bonjour in a tone nicely calculated, as from virtuous matron to viper in the bosom, to keep me in my place, while at the same time allowing just the faintest loophole for a possibly legitimate future. Philippe she greeted quite simply, with pity. And later, when I bought some chocolate in the confiserie, I thought Madame de Causon's fat smile was a little stiff today, and her prune-black eyes were curious, almost avid, as she said, glancing from Philippe to me, "And when are you leaving us, mademoiselle?" I said coolly, through the sudden hammering of my heart, "We don't go to Tonon for a good while yet, madame. Monsieur Hippolyte doesn't get back for 3 more months, you know." And I almost swept Philippe out through the tinkling curtain of beads into the hot sunlight. Albertine had done her work all right. The news, with its attendant rumours, was all over Soubirous. I ran the gauntlet of sundry other stares and whispers before I reached the bridge, and faced, with poor Philippe maddeningly a whine beside me, the long trudge up through the water meadows. I hadn't realized before what hard going it must have been for Cinderella. After tea, I went to look for Mrs. Seddon, to talk to her about whatever rumours were being put about below stairs, only to be told that the fuss and overwork occasioned by the ball had brought on one of her attacks, and that she had gone to bed, unfit to speak to anyone. So I stayed with Philippe, my mind hovering miserably between remembered and surely disastrous ecstasy, and my apparently imminent dismissal from Valmy. I'm glad to remember that some of my worry was on behalf of Philippe.